Defense attorney Aaron Nelson. Miu would spend about 3 hours on the stand surviving an intense cross-examination from Assistant District Attorney Brian Smeestad over there in St. Croix County Circuit Court. Yesterday, on the other box on your screen here, obviously looking at the seal inside Judge Michael Waterman's courtroom, we have hit the top of the hour. It is coming up on 8:03 Central Time, and on cue, the judge is at his bench. We can go inside the courtroom. A reminder, the jury not in the courtroom at this moment. The parties have legal issues to discuss regarding the jury instructions.
We are back on the record, State of Wisconsin versus Nicolae Miu. The attorneys are present. Mr. Miu is present. We are outside the presence of the jury. The jury was summoned in at 8:30, so they are probably assembling as we speak, but this gives us some extra time to wrap up some of our work. I do have a few things I want to address before we get back into the jury instructions. I meant to make a record yesterday about the sidebar. During Mr. Miu's direct examination, Mr. Nelson asked questions about nightmares. There was a state objection. We had a sidebar. It was my judgment that since Mr. Miu's credibility was being attacked, Mr. Miu's life experiences dealing with the traumatic events on July 30 were relevant. So I limited the scope of the inquiry to the fact that Mr. Miu was having nightmares, that they were about July 30, 2022, and that he sought out treatment or counseling for them. I did not allow the defense to get into what the medical treatment was, including prescription medication that he may have been given. I also instructed the state that given the objection and given my ruling, that the state would not be permitted to make arguments that Mr. Miu's experiences should be discounted because there's no evidence of a medical provider, a psychiatrist, psychologist, or prescription medication because they had objected to that evidence. So that's my summary. If anybody wants to add to it, you may do so.
That's my recollection, Judge.
Yes, Judge, just to make it clear, I wanted to, as an offer of proof, I wanted to ask Nicolae about how his body responded to those nightmares. That is, when he woke up, what was his body feeling? Was he in chills? Did he have sweat? Was he shaking? If I had asked those questions, I would anticipate that he would have told me all of those things would have existed. I again think that that would further support his claim that the nightmares were real. Secondly, I wanted to ask him about the treatment, and I expected him to testify that yes, he saw a doctor and a nurse, mostly a nurse in the jail, and that he received a prescription for Prazosin, which it's his understanding and confirmed by my research that that is a prescription for PTSD-related nightmares. And so again, as your Honor somewhat articulated, it's our position that if the state attacks his credibility on that, I should be able to get that into evidence. It's our position that since they're attacking his credibility in general, anytime I can have his credibility supported on relevant matters, I should be allowed to do so. Your Honor gave the ruling that Your Honor articulated.
Right, and the attorneys do have the ability to rehabilitate the credibility of their witnesses. I just put limits on the extent that we were going to go into it, and that's largely how I arrived at my ruling. I'll also note, too, that we've had a number of other sidebars where we didn't make records. Everybody has the opportunity to make a record if they feel one is necessary. It's been my recollection that most of these substantive rulings have had records made in close proximity to the time of the sidebars. Others, I may have made rulings on form questions, foundation questions, given the attorney's direction to move in a different direction or approach a problem from a certain perspective. I don't think they were substantive in nature. It was more technical. I think some of the other sidebars had to do with the attorneys putting me on notice about things that are likely to occur or may happen. But I don't remember any other sidebars that involved the inclusion or exclusion of meaningful substantive evidence over the objection of one of the parties. Anybody remembers something that they want to make a record of, you have an open invitation to do so. I also want to circle back to exhibit number 24. Yesterday there was a request to seal a trial exhibit. Neither of the attorneys have provided me with any law authorizing it, and unless you do so now, I conclude that you still do not have supporting authority. As a judge, I
believe yesterday I articulated, I think, exhibit number 24. I would just note chapter 950. I appreciate it's probably not my space to make that argument, but I will nevertheless, and chapter 950 involves the dignity of human beings, in particular victims, and in my opinion, the photos I think we're talking about the photos.
Yes.
Right? Those photos being made public is contrary to respecting the dignity of those people that have that right.
I understand the thought and the sentiment. In a way, as a human being, I agree. However, as a judge, I have to follow the law when it comes to sealing records. And judges are very restricted, at least in Wisconsin, about what records can be sealed from the public. And the authority is defined specifically by statute. Things like juvenile records, trade secrets, social security numbers, pre-sentence investigation reports, psychological studies, things like that are all defined in statute that a judge either is permitted to or is required to seal. Judges do not have broad authority to seal records that the judge thinks would be appropriate or to protect the interests of individuals, unfortunately. So because this is a trial exhibit, it's been received into evidence, because this is a public trial that does not involve a enumerated statutory basis for sealing, I don't have the authority to do so, even though I may prefer to do so. I simply just don't have the authority. So the request for sealing is denied on Exhibit 24. I provided the attorneys with a printed version of all of the proposed verdict forms. Did anybody have any objections?
No, I don't.
Okay. So those will stand and be submitted to the jury. Is there anything else you want to address before we get back to the jury instructions? Okay, hearing none.
Actually, can we approach quick, Judge?
Yes. All right, let's table the sidebar for a moment. I want to get these jury instructions done so I can have them printed.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome.
We
I have
left
no
off
notifications,
at
apparently.
1072,
So if you could help me out with the
the
like button,
attempted crimes for counts 2
I'm going
through
to send out
5.
an email.
Mr. Nelson, you had a lot of objections yesterday that applied to 1017. Those same objections would apply to 1072 because the same issues exist in both instructions. So I've noted all of them for purposes of preserving the record. Are there other matters that you want to address in 1072?
Yes, Judge.
I don't think I'll be going to get a haircut today. Probably going to be here for a while.
1017 as well as in 1072 regarding the matter of second-degree reckless homicide on page 10 when you're talking about the homicide, and on page 20 when you're talking about the recklessly endangering safety, both in the second-degree matter. Both of them merely say the difference between first and second is the additional element. There is no mention in that discussion of second-degree reckless homicide.
I didn't get a notification.
Or mention in the second-degree reckless
I have the notifications on my second
safety
account.
that it is the state's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. I appreciate that it is in first-degree reckless homicide and it is in first-degree recklessly endangering safety. However, I think not including it in second to make sure and clear that the burden is on the state is in direct contradiction to the State v. Austin 349 Wisconsin Second 744 case that we've been discussing. This mistake, error in the instructions that were included is, I think, exactly what Austin says on paragraph 7, mentioning the jury instructions in Austin. It said, however, there was no mention of the burden of proof relative to self-defense. And it talks about that in the context of recklessly endangering safety. And then later on page 17, it talks about this standard instruction implies that the defendant must satisfy the jury that he is acting in self-defense. In doing so, the instruction removes the burden of proof from the state to show that the defendant was engaging in criminally reckless conduct. So I'd ask that on page 10 and on page 20 when discussing the second-degree reckless homicide and the second-degree recklessly endangering, that Your Honor add the words that I believe were added in other aspects, and that Mr. Miu was not acting lawfully in self-defense.
All right, the objection's noted. I am declining the request for the modification. Again, this comes from the pattern standard language from the jury instruction book, authored by the Jury Instruction Committee. It's a committee of multiple judges who have studied these issues and have vetted appropriate language. The self-defense language appears in connection with first-degree reckless homicide and first-degree recklessly endangering safety. The jury will be instructed that one is not engaging in criminal reckless conduct if they're acting in self-defense. When we get to the second-degree versions of those offenses, the instruction makes explicit reference back to the wording from the first-degree offense, but simply tells the jury that the absence of utter disregard for human life, but the instruction for the second-degree offenses instructs the jury that they do not have to find the utter disregard for human life. So it's incorporating by reference the first-degree language. I think it is adequate. I think it is accurate. The attorneys will have ample opportunity to argue their respective points, including the importance of the self-defense being disproved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. What's next?
That was the only additional request after reviewing the instructions, Judge.
Okay, and then last night, we went through all of the other instructions. I'll give again another open call to additional instructions that you think, additional, or removal of instructions. Is there any changes, objections, concerns that you have to the jury instructions as presented?
Judge, regarding the excuse portion, I agree you can take that out. I'm not going to argue that in any way of provocation. So it was one of the bracketed instructions. It's on page 3.
Yes.
It's a single sentence paragraph.
It is removed.
Get to.
Anything else from the state?
Not on jury instructions.
Mr. Nelson?
No, Judge.
Okay. So I'll have the instructions finalized. My intent is to read before you argue. I'll also have the instructions displayed on the monitors so the jury can follow along. The jury will be provided with a few copies of the printed instructions in the deliberation room for their reference. Mr. Anderson, at sidebar, you said you had a motion to make?
Yes, Judge, I have a motion to strike one of the jurors. It was brought to my attention yesterday that during portions of testimony yesterday, one of the jurors was sleeping for an extended period of time and to the point of nodding off and then jerking awake. Both sides have a right to a fair trial, which includes juries that are attentive. I'm looking at Wisconsin Supreme Court case, State v. Novi, 346 Wisconsin 2nd, 289. It could, if there's a conviction, the defense could also try to argue that it violated defendant's right to fair trial. So obviously we want jurors who are paying attention to the evidence. So it's a two-step inquiry. One, it's a fact determination whether the juror was actually inattentive to the point of potentially undermining the fairness of the trial. And two, whether there's, this is the appellate review standard, if there's prejudice as a result.
Which juror?
4021.
Oh no. Strike. Yeah, you're not supposed to fall asleep. I remember when I was on jury duty, I was almost close
Judge,
to
we don't
falling
agree. I'm not looking at them, so I don't agree with the factual basis.
What?
Mr. Anderson, if you want to pursue the matter further, you'll have to provide a witness.
State calls Investigator Schultz.
Investigator, please stand, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please have a seat in the witness chair.
He's going to testify that the guy fell asleep? What?
Mr. Anderson?
You've already testified, but can you please state your first and last name?
John Schultz.
And were you present throughout testimony yesterday?
Yes, sir.
At portions of the trial, were you watching the jury?
I was.
Was there a specific point during trial period of time, I should say, where you noticed a concern about whether a juror was paying attention?
Yes.
What did you notice?
I observed one of the jurors with her head down and would startle up with her head on numerous occasions. What kind of time period, if you can recall? Was it like 10-minute time period, half hour, hour, longer? About an hour.
And she was dozing off and appearing to startle awake
Yes.
multiple times?
Yes.
And from reviewing our jury list in our office. We believe that to be juror 4021.
Correct.
Nothing else, Judge.
Mr. Nelson?
What time did this occur?
I can tell you during what portion of the trial, sir, but I don't recall the time. I apologize.
Just yesterday this happened and you don't know what time it was when it happened?
Correct. I can tell you the portion of the trial.
Let's start from there. During which witness?
Lieutenant Hart.
And during Lieutenant Hart's direct exam or cross-exam?
It would have been during her direct exam.
And that was the before the video or after the video?
During the video.
So was it during the exam or during the playing of the video?
I apologize. I think I'm getting confused. It was during the playing of the video,
Was it at any time other than during the playing of the video?
not that I observed.
When you made these observations, you were sitting next to attorneys representing the state?
Yes.
Did you make note to them, pass a note, give an elbow, whisper in an ear?
No, I told them after or during a break.
So you made this observation while it was happening and you just, for lack of a better term, sat there and let it happen?
Yes,
Didn't bring it to the attorney's attention?
I did during the break.
When you say the break after the playing of the video?
I believe so, yes.
Was there a discussion about whether the state thought the juror was on the state side or the defense side?
No, sir.
What was that discussion? Who did you tell?
During the break, I just told the attorneys that I observed a juror who I believed was sleeping. But I noted that I believe she was sleeping and not just closing her eyes because of her head quickly coming up like you would when you startle from waking.
And did you, at the time you didn't, your estimate of the time is, fair to say, rough?
Yes, sir.
You, during the actual live testimony from Brandy Hart, you didn't make an observation of any of this, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was
Correct.
It was only during the playing of the video.
Correct.
And it was only during a portion of the playing of the video.
Correct.
And your observation was just as you said, she had her chin tilted forward towards her chest at a couple of times during the playing of the video.
Yes, sir. Her chin tilted, eyes closed, and then head would come up quickly.
And when her chin was down and her eyes would close, would that last for a moment or would that last for 10 minutes or you don't know?
I was not watching her over 10 minutes, so I would say a moment.
Okay. So her chin would go down for a brief moment and then she would bring her head right back up. That's what you observed.
Yes, sir.
You didn't look over and see her chin down with her eyes closed and then look over and see her chin down with her eyes closed and then look over and see her chin down with her eyes closed. Agreed?
Sorry, I think I'm getting confused. Yes, that is what I would see.
I'm trying to figure out this, whether or not you observed her chin down, eyes closed, and she stayed in that position for some continued period of time, or whether you observed her chin go down, there was a startled moment, her chin would come up, or whether you saw something else.
I understand what you're saying now. So I was intermittently looking over, and during that period of time, there was times where I would just see her chin down, eyes closed. I would look back, and it would be that way, and then I would see her startle with her head up.
So you're not in a position to tell the court the length of time that you observed her to have her chin down with her eyes closed? Meaning...
Continuous? No, sir.
All right, you don't know whether that was for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 minutes, you can't say.
Correct.
You just essentially noticed it a couple of times.
Correct.
And by couple, 2 to 3, is that fair?
I'd say 4 to 5.
Okay. And of those 4 to 5 times, half of them were you saw her with her chin down and she didn't make a response, and half of them were when she had her chin, you saw her make this, what you've called a startled reaction up.
Yes, sir.
Would that be a fair estimate?
That would be fair, yes.
And the times that you saw her with her chin down and eyes closed, it was again just a brief glance. You weren't dialed in, focusing on her. Agreed?
Yes,
You agree with that?
I do agree.
Nothing else?
Mr. Anderson?
So the 4 or 5 times, is that when you saw the head jerk?
It was both. At times I would look over and she just chin down, eyes closed, and then I would look over again and I would see that and then see the head jerk.
And did you see that for what period of time approximately from when you first noticed that till the end? Was it half-hour period of time, 45 minutes, hour?
Approximately over an hour.
Were there, when you looked over, if you recall, was it one of those 2 states, or were there several times where you looked over and she did appear to be alert?
Those were the only times that I had looked over.
So when you looked over during that period, it was either chin down or startling awake?
Yes,
Nothing else?
You said it was only during the playing of the video. Agreed?
yes,
You understand that the video was less than an hour, correct?
approximately an hour, yes, sir.
It's about 50 minutes.
Yes, sir.
So based upon that, you couldn't have been observing this for over an hour. Agreed?
I object that we played it for 56 minutes.
Uh-oh.
The record's
56 minutes.
56, 55,
It
54.
wasn't over an
57.
hour. Agreed?
Yes, sir.
And you can't tell the judge during those 56 minutes when you made the first observation. Agreed?
Agreed.
So you don't know if it was 15 minutes into the video, 30 minutes into the video? You can't say.
I cannot give you an exact time, no, sir.
And all you do is, you said you saw it about this 4 or 5 times, correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
And you're not in a position to say whether her head was down for any continuous period of time. Agreed?
Agree.
That's all, Judge.
Thank you, Detective.
Thanks, Judge.
Down. Is there anything else you want to say in support of your motion?
Judge, the video is obviously very important for the state's case. It was only played once. Clearly, we don't have enough time to play it again in closing, given the length of it. That would be our entire closing argument. Both sides are entitled to a fair trial with an attentive jury. So I think I'd ask that the court strike Juror 4021 as one of the alternates.
Mr. Nelson?
I don't think they've established a factual basis that she was sleeping. I think that there's reason to believe, but I don't think that they've established a factual basis of that.
I tend to agree. There are some clues to suggest that the juror may have been nodding off, but there's certainly nothing conclusive, certainly nothing that would allow me to make such a significant finding. I'll say, for my part, I was scanning the juror from time to time during the playing of the video as well. And my eyes were not fixed on them the entire time, obviously, because I'm trying to pay attention to the video, but I also was watching the jurors. I did not notice anything that would suggest somebody was sleeping. I have a different perspective than others. I'm not saying mine's better, it's just different. I did notice a number of occasions where people were looking down because they were writing on their notes, or they were averting their eyes, but they weren't sleeping. So I just say that to point out that there can be other alternative explanations for certain observations. The other point, too, is that even if we did have a sleeping juror, and even if that juror slept the entire presentation of the jail interview, it is a recorded interview. And if that juror ends up being one of the 12, that juror has the ability to request to watch the video. So it's not like live testimony that is lost forever. This juror, if they make it to the deliberation room, has the ability to view the video again and take that into consideration as part of her deliberations. So for those reasons, the request is denied. Is there anything else?
No.
All right. Anything else from the defense?
Just like a break before we get into openings.
We will, yes. All right, let's take a short break. We will resume at 8:45.
Can we test the?
All right, so they're taking a little break, and in a little bit I have the YouTube manager meeting. So whenever that happens, I'll just step aside on my MacBook and do that. So did they have closing arguments yet, or that hasn't happened? Are they just going to give jury instructions and send them back to deliberate, or let's see something. Let me see. All right, Ricky. Trying to get Ricky in the good spot that's not blocking me, but either way, he's kind of blocking me. Okay.
And good morning again from our Fox 9 streaming center. You're watching our gavel.
And if you guys could help me out with the like button, please, on YouTube. Only 200 likes.
The parties have gotten all of their legal issues out of the way. We are now headed to closing arguments. Jury instructions provided by the judge to get going. And the state will present its closing argument, the defense. And then in Wisconsin, like Minnesota, the state will get to rebut. We'll get kind of a follow-up closing argument to wrap up this case before the jury takes it into their deliberation space, their room. They have much to discuss. You heard there at the very end the state trying to remove one of the jurors, number 4021, a woman. That's all we know. But there was a suggestion from the state and their lead investigator that she had nodded off a couple of times, fell asleep during the presentation of the taped interrogation of Nicolae Miu at the jail with Lieutenant Brandy Hart, that she would dip her chin. Investigator Schultz had noticed a couple of times and then startle awake. It happened several times over the course of the playing of this video, which lasted 56 minutes. The video did. In the end, the defense objected. They grilled the investigator exactly what he saw, how long, what periods of time that he thought this juror was asleep. And then you heard the judge's ruling there. He is not dismissing her at that point, but a good reminder there that 2 jurors will be dismissed from this panel of 14 to get down to a deliberating 12. With that, I'm joined today by criminal defense attorney Debbie Lang, local attorney. She's joining us. We've had a couple of behind-the-scenes technical issues with our Zoom link. Hopefully she can hear me. And Debbie, I'll just start. We're now going into closing arguments. Take me into the mindset of the attorneys on both sides of this case.
Well, at this point, obviously, this morning, the attorneys were focusing on trying to finish up those jury instructions and then this motion by the state to strike a juror. Clearly, the defense did not want that juror struck. So to me, that indicates that this is one of the jurors that the defense is hoping is not the alternate. And so at this point, I think they're both, the state and the defense, are now completely shifting gears from those jury instruction motions, and now really focusing on, it's game time. Here come the closing arguments. So this is when both sides are going to focus on the evidence and really weave and tie them into the jury instructions. These jury instructions are going to be extremely long and extremely complicated. So it's going to be the job of both of the attorneys to try to get the jurors to understand the jury instructions in light of the evidence that each side wants them to focus on. So they are at this point finishing up those final tweaks based upon the judge's rulings this morning for those jury instructions. And they're going to both be coming in ready to throw down, because
All right, so the charges that they have this guy for, all right, Miu, he's being charged with first-degree intentional homicide and Schumann's death. And then 4 counts of attempted first-degree intentional homicide. That's kind of a big one to go for, I think, in this case, that he intentionally, was his intention to murder these people.
The top count, but are made up of the same type of evidence and same factual basis. So here on the screen right now are the charges as it relates to the death of Isaac Schumann, the stabbing death of Isaac Schumann.
Oh, there's other ones.
The top count there, Class A felony in Wisconsin, life in prison if convicted on the first-degree intentional homicide. That's what this case started at. But overnight, the state has now added these lesser counts, second-degree intentional homicide, and then those counts of reckless homicide. Them doing that, how does that change the dynamic heading into closing arguments?
Second degree was added today?
It's not terribly surprising. When we had chatted last week, we had talked about the fact that I did anticipate that there would be some lesser included counts submitted specifically by the state.
Yeah, aiming for the stars.
Both sides have the option of doing that. I would have been very surprised if the defense would have made that request. And as you heard, the defense did object. That being said, the defense likely knew that these were coming, although the state wouldn't have specifically told them. These are 2 very experienced criminal defense attorneys. They knew they were coming. And so for them, it's really tweaking that closing argument to make sure now to address all of the issues. Self-defense still applies for each of these lesser included offenses. And so the defense is really going to be focusing on self-defense because that's going to be a blanket that covers all of the charges from their perspective. The state, of course, is going to be going for those top counts, but they're also going to be arguing the finer details involved in the differences between each of these charges, because the last thing that the state wants is for this defendant to walk. So they're going to do everything they can to obtain convictions. And in Wisconsin, it's again different than in Minnesota, but if the jury finds Mr. Miu guilty of the top count, they will not go further into the lesser includeds. They stop at that point. If they find him not guilty of the top count, then they move to the next lesser included. Again, guilty there, stop, or then they keep moving forward.
Let me take a look at the second screen. Now, these are going to be the attempted murder charges against the 4 surviving folks who were stabbed that day, and A.J. Martin, Riley Madison, Anthony Carlson, Dante Carlson. We began there with only first-degree attempted homicide, intentional first-degree attempted homicide, all 4 of them. But now, again, lesser included, they've gone to a second-degree attempted homicide, and then first-degree recklessly endangering safety. As we look at those counts, I've asked lawyers all over the last 7-8 days as we've gone through this trial, could a jury find, based on what they see in the video, could they find guilty, involving one of the victims, not the other, all of the victims? Is it self-defense? If they find any form of self-defense in there, does it cover everybody? Do you understand what my question is there?
I do. And yes, there are many different ways that the jury could find here. For example, the jury could find that Mr. Miu acted in self-defense. However, they could find that the use of force that he used was excessive. And in that situation, it would be possible that they find him not guilty of the first-degree homicide, but guilty of the second-degree, similar for the attempts. In addition, in terms of all of the attempts for the individuals that survived, the jury could find that the individual who's, was disemboweled, that use of force and that reckless disregard of human life occurred with that individual, but not with the individual that had a more superficial wound, the 2-inch cut, for example. And so it is possible that the jury could find differently based upon the different alleged victims.
Do you have a sense, I know you haven't watched it in its entirety, you have a busy life of your own, of course, but where we are as we head into closings, does one...
With Florida, justifiable use of force, I know this is not Florida, by the way, but I'm just talking about Florida. It says use or threatened use of force in defense of person. A person is justified in using or threatening to use force, except deadly force, against another when, to the extent the person reasonably believes that such conduct is necessary to defend himself or herself against another, the other's imminent use of unlawful force. A person who uses or threatens to use force in accordance with the subsection does not have a duty to retreat before using or threatening to use such force. Home, it's a whole bunch of stuff. Home protection, obviously that's what in a house.
Their position is that he acted reasonably and in self-defense. Here, that video, the video of what happened on the river, in my opinion, is the most important piece of evidence. And that's what the defense is going to be focusing on. The state is going to come in, as they have the entire trial, with all of their still shots. But as you heard through questioning yesterday of Mr. Miu, life doesn't happen in still shots. 1 second doesn't enter into your mind and your consideration 24 times, 24 frames, I believe, or 26 frames, whatever the number may have been. But that's simply not how humans operate and how one would react in such a heated and quick moment. And so here, I think that the state, they have the uphill battle, but I also recognize Mr. Miu did himself no favors. His statements to law enforcement were extremely damning here. Additionally, his testimony, he came across as genuine of I don't remember, but the reality is the videos stung hard for the defense. Those videos show that he blatantly lied, not just once, not just on one point, but he did so repeatedly in the back of the squad car and again at the jail. And so the defense did the best that they could, and they took it on in opening statements and acknowledged he lied, but that is going to sit hard with several jurors. The defense is just going to try to get them to go back to the river and focus on that video.
And those specific moments around the confrontation. Debbie, I'm just going to bring up another shot on our screen just to show the viewers the inside of Judge Michael Waterman's courtroom here. We're coming up on 8:45 Central Time. That is the time that he has asked the parties to return to court with his jury of right now 14. Again, two will be stricken from deliberations on the backside of the closing argument. So we're now just moments away from this high stakes moment in this trial. And I do want to continue to ask Debbie more on the lawyer side. What are they doing? They have this time. Are they changing anything? Are they just going over what they want to say to this jury in their head? What's kind of these last moments like before this jury comes back in?
Yeah, right now with minutes left, it's unlikely that they're making many changes. But that said, the state gets to go first. And so as the state is making their closing arguments, the defense is going to be adding and changing what they're going to say. So they generally don't have a scripted narrative that they've memorized. They're going to have note cards, likely similar to what we saw in opening statements. But the defense, they don't get a second chance at the closing argument. So they're going to want to make changes while they're hearing what the state is saying in their initial closing argument. The state, they get that rebuttal. So after the defense, they get one last shot. They get the last shot to try to convince the jury and say whatever they want to say before the jury takes it into their hands and begins deliberations.
What I know it's how long is a piece of string. Your expectation on length, is there a tidy number we should be looking for this morning from either side? Keeps the jury engaged. They've been, it's an intense case, and the jury hasn't been able to talk about it. They're not allowed to sort of begin informal talks about it, but just in the community, everything seems split. One person sees one thing, someone's memory sounds like it's on point, but then on cross, it gets, all sorts of muddled. So what I'm trying to get is, it's such a divisive issue. What happened in that moment, why it happened. Is there a sense of how these lawyers go about kind of weaving that needle, if you will, the eye of the needle, if you will, that right sweet spot in telling their story to the jury?
Right, because the instructions here are so complicated, I would think that both sides are going to want to be concise, but that said, it's going to be long. I would expect both sides to each go over an hour.
There you go. Debbie Lang, thank you so much. We're going inside this courtroom. Closing arguments moments away now.
All right, members of the jury, good morning. We are ready to deliver the jury instructions, and then the attorneys will make their closing arguments. Here's how the day will work. I will deliver the jury instructions to you. That'll take some time. I will have them displayed up on the board so you can follow along, but I will read them aloud in case you prefer to listen. After that, Mr. Anderson will deliver the state's closing argument. We'll take about a 15-minute break, and then Mr. Trofasi will deliver Mr. Miu's closing argument, and then the state will have the opportunity for a brief rebuttal. After that, you'll begin your deliberations. Ready. Members of the jury, the court will now instruct you upon the principles of law which you are to follow in considering the evidence and in reaching your verdict. It is your duty to follow all of these instructions. Regardless of any opinion you may have about what the law is or ought to be, you must base your verdict on the law I give you in these instructions. Apply that law to the facts in the case which have been properly proven by the evidence. Consider only the evidence received during this trial and the law as given to you by these instructions, and from these alone, guided by your soundest reason and best judgment, reach your verdict. If any member of the jury has an impression of my opinion as to whether Mr. Miu is guilty or not guilty, disregard that impression entirely and decide the issues of fact solely as you view the evidence. You, the jury, are the sole judges of the facts, and the court is the judge of the law only. The state filed an information that alleges that Nicolae Miu committed crimes in St. Croix County, Wisconsin, on July 30, 2022. An information is nothing more than a written, formal accusation against a defendant charging the commission of one or more criminal acts. You are not to consider it as evidence against Mr. Miu in any way. It does not raise any inference of guilt. In count one of the information, Nicolae Miu is charged with first-degree intentional homicide, and you must consider whether he is guilty of that offense. If you are not satisfied that Mr. Miu is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, you must consider whether or not he is guilty of second-degree intentional homicide, or first-degree reckless homicide, or second-degree reckless homicide, which are less serious degrees of criminal homicide. The crimes referred to as first and second-degree intentional homicide and first and second-degree reckless homicide are different degrees of homicide. Homicide is the taking of a life of another human being. The degree of homicide defined by law depends on the facts and the circumstances of each particular case. While the law separates homicides into different types and degrees, there are certain elements that are common to each crime. Both intentional and reckless homicide require that Mr. Miu caused the death of the victim. First and second degree intentional homicide require the state to prove the additional fact that Mr. Miu acted with intent to kill. First and second degree reckless homicide require that Mr. Miu acted recklessly. First degree reckless homicide requires proof of one additional element, that the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. It will also be important for you to consider the privilege of self-defense in deciding which crime, if any, Mr. Miu has committed. The Criminal Code of Wisconsin provides that a person is privileged to intentionally use force against another for the purpose of preventing or terminating what he reasonably believes to be an unlawful interference with his person by the other person. However, he may intentionally use only such force as he reasonably believes is necessary to prevent or terminate the interference. He may not intentionally use force that is intended or likely to cause death unless he reasonably believes that such force is necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The words great bodily harm means injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which causes serious, permanent disfigurement, or which causes a permanent or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ or other serious bodily injury. There is no duty to retreat. However, in determining whether Mr. Miu reasonably believed the amount of force used was necessary to prevent or terminate the interference, you may consider whether Mr. Miu had the opportunity to retreat with safety, whether such retreat was feasible, and whether Mr. Miu knew of the opportunity to retreat. You should also consider whether Mr. Miu provoked the attack. A person who engages in unlawful conduct of a type likely to provoke others to attack and who does provoke an attack is not allowed to use or threaten force in self-defense against that attack. However, if the attack that follows causes the person reasonably to believe that he is in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, he may lawfully act in self-defense. But the person may not use or threaten force intended or likely to cause death unless he reasonably believes he has exhausted every other reasonable means to escape from or otherwise avoid death or great bodily harm. As applied to this case, the effect of the law of self-defense is Mr. Miu is not guilty of any homicide offense if he reasonably believed that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person and reasonably believed the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. Mr. Miu is guilty of second-degree intentional homicide if he caused the death of Isaac Schumann with the intent to kill and actually believed the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, but the belief or the amount of force used was unreasonable. Mr. Miu is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide if he caused the death of Isaac Schumann with the intent to kill and did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. Mr. Miu is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide if he caused the death of Isaac Schumann by criminally reckless conduct and the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life. Mr. Miu is guilty of second-degree reckless homicide if he caused the death of Isaac Schumann by criminally reckless conduct. You will be asked to consider the privilege of self-defense in deciding whether the elements of first and second-degree reckless homicide are present. Because the law provides that it is the state's burden to prove all facts necessary to constitute a crime beyond a reasonable doubt, you will not be asked to make a separate finding of whether Mr. Miu acted in self-defense. Instead, you will be asked to determine whether the state has established the necessary facts to justify a finding of guilty for first or second-degree intentional homicide or for first or second-degree reckless homicide. If the state does not satisfy you that those facts are established by the evidence, you will be instructed to find Mr. Miu not guilty. The facts necessary to constitute each crime will now be defined to you in greater detail. First-degree intentional homicide, as defined in Section 940.01 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another. In this case, first-degree intentional homicide also requires that Mr. Miu did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. Before you may find Mr. Miu guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following elements were present. First, Mr. Miu caused the death of Isaac Schumann. The word cause means that Mr. Miu's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Second, Mr. Miu acted with the intent to kill Isaac Schumann. Third, Mr. Miu did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. The words intent to kill means that Mr. Miu had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. While the law requires that Mr. Miu acted with intent to kill, it does not require that the intent exist for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even a minute. There need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue to exist at the time of the act. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from Mr. Miu's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all of the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove Mr. Miu's motive in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all of the circumstances. The third element of first-degree intentional homicide requires that Mr. Miu did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. This requires the state to prove either, one, that Mr. Miu did not actually believe he was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm.
Thank you, Erms, for the
two,
super chat. Thank you for the 10.
That Mr. Miu did not actually believe
I gotta do this meeting
the
now,
force
so I'll let you
used
play.
was necessary to prevent imminent death.
I'll do the poll after.
Of imminent danger of death or great bodily harm to himself. When first-degree intentional homicide is considered, the reasonableness of Mr. Miu's belief is not an issue. You are not to be concerned. I'll start over. You are to be concerned only with what Mr. Miu actually believed. Whether these beliefs are reasonable is important only if you later consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of second-degree intentional homicide. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu caused Isaac Schumann's death with the intent to kill, and that Mr. Miu did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, you should find Mr. Miu guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must not find him guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, and you must consider whether he is guilty of second-degree intentional homicide, as defined in Section 940.05 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, which is a lesser included offense of first-degree intentional homicide. You should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of first-degree intentional homicide before considering the offense of second-degree intentional homicide. However, if after full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of first-degree intentional homicide, you should consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of second-degree intentional homicide. Before you may find Mr. Miu guilty of second-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. First, Mr. Miu caused the death of Isaac Schumann. Second, Mr. Miu acted with the intent to kill Isaac Schumann. Third, Mr. Miu did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, or did not reasonably believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. You have already been instructed on the definitions of causing death and with intent to kill. The same definitions apply to your consideration of second-degree intentional homicide. The third element of second-degree intentional homicide requires that Mr. Miu did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, or did not reasonably believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. This requires that the state prove any one of the following. 1, that a reasonable person in the circumstances of Mr. Miu would not have believed that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, or 2, that a reasonable person in the circumstances of Mr. Miu would not have believed he was in danger of imminent death or great bodily harm, or 3, that a reasonable person in the circumstances of Mr. Miu would not have believed that the amount of force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. A belief may be reasonable even though mistaken. In determining whether Mr. Miu's beliefs were reasonable, the standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed. In Mr. Miu's position, under the circumstances that existed at the time of the alleged offense, the reasonableness of Mr. Miu's beliefs must be determined from his standpoint at the time of the acts and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu caused the death of Isaac Schumann with the intent to kill and did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, or did not reasonably believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, you should find Mr. Miu guilty of second-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must not find Mr. Miu guilty of second-degree intentional homicide, and you should consider whether he is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide, which is also a lesser-included offense of first-degree intentional homicide. You should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of second-degree intentional homicide before considering the offense of first-degree reckless homicide. However, if, after a full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of second-degree intentional homicide, you should consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide. First-degree reckless homicide, as defined in Section 940.02, Parent 1 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who recklessly causes the death of another human being under circumstances that show utter disregard for human life. Before you may find Mr. Miu guilty of first-degree reckless homicide, the state must prove, by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt, that the following three elements were present. First, Mr. Miu caused the death of Isaac Schumann. The word cause means that Mr. Miu's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Second, Mr. Miu caused the death by criminally reckless conduct. Criminally reckless conduct means the conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to another person, and the risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and Mr. Miu was aware that his conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. You should consider the evidence relating to self-defense in deciding whether Mr. Miu's conduct created an unreasonable risk to another. If Mr. Miu was acting lawfully in self-defense, his conduct did not create an unreasonable risk to another. The burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu did not act lawfully in self-defense. And you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt from all the evidence in this case that the risk was unreasonable. The third element, the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. In determining whether the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, consider these factors: what Mr. Miu was doing, why he was engaged in that conduct, how dangerous the conduct was, how obvious the danger was, whether the conduct showed any regard for life, and all other facts and circumstances relating to the conduct. You should consider the evidence relating to self-defense in deciding whether the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. The burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu did not act lawfully in self-defense. And you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt from all the evidence in the case that the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. Consider also Mr. Miu's conduct after the death to the extent that it helps you decide whether or not the circumstances showed utter disregard for human life at the time the death occurred. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu caused the death of Isaac Schumann by criminally reckless conduct, and that the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, you should find him guilty of first-degree reckless homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must not find him guilty of first-degree reckless homicide, and you should consider whether he is guilty of second-degree reckless homicide, which is a lesser-included offense of first-degree reckless homicide. You should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of first-degree reckless homicide before considering the offense of second-degree reckless homicide. However, if after a full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of first-degree reckless homicide, you should consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of second-degree reckless homicide. Second-degree reckless homicide, as defined in Section 940.06 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who recklessly causes the death of another human being. The difference between first and second-degree reckless homicide is that first-degree offense requires proof of one additional element: that the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all of the elements of first-degree reckless homicide were present, except the element requiring that the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, you should find Mr. Miu guilty of second-degree reckless homicide. In other words, if you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu caused the death of Isaac Schumann by criminally reckless conduct, you should find him guilty of second-degree reckless homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must find him not guilty. You are not, in any event, to find Mr. Miu guilty of more than one of those foregoing offenses. Mr. Miu is charged with attempted first-degree intentional homicide of Alexander Martin in count 2, Dante Carlson in count 3, Anthony Carlson in count 4, and Riley Madison in count 5. For each count, you must first consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide. If you are not satisfied that Mr. Miu is guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, you must consider whether or not he is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide or first-degree recklessly endangering safety or second-degree recklessly endangering safety, which are less serious degrees of attempted criminal homicide. The crimes referred to as attempted first and second degree intentional homicide and first and second degree recklessly endangering safety are different degrees of attempted homicide. The degree of attempted homicide defined by the law depends on the facts and the circumstances of each particular case. While the law separates attempted intentional homicides into 2 degrees, there are certain elements which are common to each crime. Both attempted first and second degree intentional homicide require that Mr. Miu intended to kill another person and Mr. Miu did acts toward the commission of that crime which indicate unequivocally, under all of the circumstances, that he had formed that intent and would have caused the death of the intended victim except for the intervention of another person or some extraneous factor. First and second degree recklessly endangering safety requires proof that Mr. Miu recklessly endangered the safety of another human. First degree recklessly endangering safety requires proof of one additional element: that the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. It will also be important for you to consider the privilege of self-defense in deciding which crime, if any, Mr. Miu has committed. For count 1, you were instructed on the law of self-defense. The same self-defense standards apply to your consideration of the charges of attempted intentional homicide that are alleged in counts 2 through 5. If you find that the elements of the crime have been proved in this case, the effect of the law of self-defense is as follows. Mr. Miu is not guilty of either attempted first or second degree intentional homicide or first or second degree recklessly endangering safety if he, 1, reasonably believed that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, and 2, reasonably believed the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. Mr. Miu is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide if he actually believed the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, but the belief or the amount of force used was unreasonable. Mr. Miu is guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide if he did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. Mr. Miu is guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety if he recklessly endangered the safety of another human under circumstances that showed utter disregard for human life. Mr. Miu is guilty of second-degree recklessly endangering safety if he recklessly endangered the safety of another human. Because the law provides that it is the state's burden to prove all the facts necessary to constitute a crime beyond a reasonable doubt, you will not be asked to make a separate finding on whether Mr. Miu acted in self-defense. Instead, you will be asked to determine whether the state has established the necessary facts to justify a finding of guilt for attempted first or second degree intentional homicide or first or second degree recklessly endangering safety. If the state does not satisfy you that those facts are established by evidence, you will be instructed to find Mr. Miu not guilty. The elements of each crime will now be defined to you in greater detail. Before you may find Mr. Miu guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. First, Mr. Miu intended to kill the named person. For count 2, the state must prove Mr. Miu intended to kill Alexander Martin. For count 3, the state must prove that Mr. Miu intended to kill Dante Carlson. For count 4, the state must prove that Mr. Miu intended to kill Anthony Carlson. For count 5, the state must prove that Mr. Miu intended to kill Riley Madison. Intent to kill means that Mr. Miu had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. The second element, Mr. Miu did acts which demonstrate unequivocally, under all of the circumstances, that he had formed the intent and would have caused the death of the named person except for the intervention of another person or some other extraneous factor. Unequivocally means that no other interference or, Unequivocally means that no other inference or conclusion can reasonably and fairly be drawn from Mr. Miu's acts under the circumstances. Another person means anyone but Mr. Miu and may include the intended victim. An extraneous factor is something outside Mr. Miu's knowledge or control. The third element, Mr. Miu did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. While the law requires that Mr. Miu acted with intent to kill, it does not require that the intent exists for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even a minute. There need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue to exist at the time of the act. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from Mr. Miu's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all of the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove Mr. Miu's motive in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all of the circumstances. The third element of attempted first-degree intentional homicide requires that Mr. Miu did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. This requires that the state prove either, 1, Mr. Miu did not actually believe he was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, or 2, that Mr. Miu did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or, 2, that Mr. Miu did not actually believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent danger of death or great bodily harm to himself. When attempted first-degree intentional homicide is considered, the reasonableness of Mr. Miu's belief is not an issue. You are to be concerned only with what Mr. Miu actually believed. Whether these beliefs are reasonable is important only if you later consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu intended to kill the person named in each count, Alexander Martin for count 2, Dante Carlson for count 3, Anthony Carlson for count 4, and Riley Madison for count 5, and that Mr. Miu's acts demonstrated unequivocally that he intended to kill and would have killed the named person except for the intervention of another person or some other extraneous factor, and that Mr. Miu did not actually believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, you should find Mr. Miu guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must not find him guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, and you must consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide, as defined in Section 940.05 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, which is a lesser included offense of attempted first-degree intentional homicide. You should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of attempted first-degree intentional homicide before considering the offense of attempted second-degree intentional homicide. However, if after a full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in a unanimous agreement on the charge of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, you should consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide. Before you may find Mr. Miu guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following 3 elements were present. First, Mr. Miu intended to kill the named person. Second, Mr. Miu did acts which demonstrate unequivocally, under all of the circumstances, that he had formed the intent and would have caused the death of the named person except for the intervention of another person or some extraneous factor. Third, Mr. Miu did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, or did not reasonably believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. You have already been instructed on the definitions of intent to kill, unequivocally, another person, and extraneous factor. The same definitions apply to your consideration of attempted second-degree intentional homicide. The third element of attempted second-degree intentional homicide requires that Mr. Miu not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, or did not reasonably believe that the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. This requires that the state prove any one of the following. 1, that a reasonable person in Mr. Miu's circumstances would not have believed that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, or 2, that a reasonable person in Mr. Miu's circumstances would not have believed he was in danger of imminent death or great bodily harm, or 3, that a reasonable person in Mr. Miu's circumstances would not have believed that the amount of force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. A belief may be reasonable even though mistaken. In determining whether Mr. Miu's beliefs were reasonable, the standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in Mr. Miu's position under the circumstances that existed at the time of the alleged offense. The reasonableness of Mr. Miu's beliefs must be determined from the standpoint of Mr. Miu at the time of his acts and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu intended to kill the person named in each count, Alexander Martin for count 2, Dante Carlson count 3, Anthony Carlson count 4, Riley Madison for count 5, and that Mr. Miu's acts demonstrated unequivocally that he intended to kill and would have killed the named person except for the intervention of another person or some extraneous factor, and that Mr. Miu did not reasonably believe that he was preventing or terminating an unlawful interference with his person, or did not reasonably believe the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, you should find Mr. Miu guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must not find him guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide, and you must consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, as defined in Section 941.30 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, which is a lesser-included offense of attempted first-degree intentional homicide. You should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of attempted second-degree intentional homicide before considering the offense of first-degree recklessly endangering safety. However, if after full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberations would not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of attempted second-degree intentional homicide, you should consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety. First-degree recklessly endangering safety, as defined in Section 941.30, Parent 1 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who recklessly endangers the safety of another human being under circumstances that show utter disregard for human life. Before you may find Mr. Miu guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, the state must prove by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following three elements were present. First, Mr. Miu endangered the safety of another human being. Second, Mr. Miu endangered the safety of another by Mr. Miu endangered the safety of another by criminally reckless conduct. Criminally reckless conduct means the conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to another person, and the risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial, and Mr. Miu was aware that his conduct created the unreasonable and substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. You should also consider the evidence relating to self-defense in deciding whether Mr. Miu's conduct created an unreasonable risk to another. If Mr. Miu was acting lawfully in self-defense, his conduct did not create an unreasonable risk to another. The burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu did not act lawfully in self-defense. And you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt from all the evidence in the case that the risk was unreasonable. The third element, the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. In determining whether the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, consider these factors: what Mr. Miu was doing, why he was engaged in that conduct, how dangerous the conduct was, how obvious the danger was, whether the conduct showed any regard for life, and all other facts and circumstances relating to the conduct. We should also consider the evidence relating to self-defense in deciding whether the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. The burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu did not act lawfully in self-defense. And you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt from all of the evidence in this case that the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. Consider also Mr. Miu's conduct after the act alleged to have endangered safety to the extent that it helps you to decide whether or not the circumstances showed utter disregard for human life at the time the act allegedly to have endangered safety occurred. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu recklessly endangered the safety of another, those named in each count: Alexander Martin for count 2, Dante Carlson count 3, Anthony Carlson count 4, and Riley Madison count 5. And the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, you should find him guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety. If you are not so satisfied, you must not find him guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, and you should consider whether he is guilty of second-degree recklessly endangering safety, which is a lesser-included offense of first-degree recklessly endangering safety. You should make every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the charge of first-degree recklessly endangering safety before considering the offense of second-degree recklessly endangering safety. However, if, after full and complete consideration of the evidence, you conclude that further deliberation would not result in unanimous agreement on the charge of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, you should consider whether Mr. Miu is guilty of second-degree recklessly endangering safety. Second-degree recklessly endangering safety, as defined in Section 941.30, Parent 2 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who recklessly causes the death of another human being. The differences between first and second-degree recklessly endangering safety is that the first-degree offense requires proof of one additional element: that the circumstances of Mr. Miu's conduct showed utter disregard for human life.
I thought I was missing closing. I was like, damn.
If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all of the elements of first-degree recklessly endangering safety were present, except the element requiring that the circumstances of the conduct showed utter disregard for human life, you should find Mr. Miu guilty of second-degree recklessly endangering safety. In other words, if you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu endangered the safety of Alexander Martin, Dante Carlson, Anthony Carlson, or Riley Madison by criminally reckless conduct, you should find him guilty of second-degree recklessly endangering safety. If you are not so satisfied, you must find him not guilty. You are not, in any event, to find Mr. Miu guilty of more than one of the foregoing offenses for each count.
Sorry, Judge. Could we take a brief break, please?
Yes, please take the jury out.
Everybody need a break from this shit.
Rise for the jury.
Yo, I really thought I had a pretty good meeting, by the way, but I really thought like I was missing out. I had that feeling. I kind of kept like checking over. I'm like, damn, missing closing. They haven't even started this shit. I know jury instructions can take a while. I was gonna wait. I guess they finished the jury instructions, or they're still going. I wanted to wait to do the poll for them to read the jury instructions. God damn, still here? Should be here all day.
Let's return in 5 minutes, 9:40. What's that? No, I just wait.
No wonder that juror fell asleep. Lord almighty. Well, I appreciate you guys joining me this morning. You know, we're trying to get things back. We're doing pretty good getting back in the flow. It's going to get a little bit busier and busier, I think, this coming month. Going to increase the amount of streams and stuff. Got a lot of people on, I don't even know if that's accurate, but a lot of people on Twitter, so 1,000. All right, I see you, Twitter. I don't know if that Twitter numbers are right, but I'll take it, I guess. The world of Twitter.
And good morning again from our Fox 9 streaming studio.
There's a lot of people that say, there's people saying it's self-defense, saying it's not self-defense. People getting really upset. And let them argue in the chat if they want to, or people want to disagree and stuff. Let them have it. It's not going to be, people going to disagree. It's probably not going to be kumbaya. I wanted to share this comment. I figure once they start the verdict watch, deliberations, we could watch clips from the trial that we missed, that I missed. Where's this post at? From this lady. I'll let this play while I look for it.
During that Riverside confrontation, July 30th, 2022, Nicolae Miu facing the top count, first-degree intentional homicide, a conviction there, Class A felony, Wisconsin, life sentence. That was the primary charge coming into this case on the what's called the criminal complaint, or the filing, the information filing from 2 years ago. But overnight, the state adding these lesser included counts: second-degree intentional homicide, and then first and second-degree reckless homicide. You heard the judge describing it.
Right now.
You begin at the top count, then you work your way down. If you find him not guilty or acquit him on that first count, you go down, take a look at the statute as it relates to second degree, balancing the utter disregard for human life, the reckless nature, versus Miu's claim of self-defense, the fear of great bodily harm or death in the river that day during that escalating confrontation that unfolds over the 3.5-minute Juwan Cockfield video. The second screen we have here are the attempted murder charges. Those two have been amended overnight to include the lesser included offenses. We'll take a look there. 4 counts, 4 people stabbed that day, all of them in the so-called Carlson tubing group. Remember, they're...
All right, so let me see what Twitter's saying. Nancy says guilty. He swam up on them in their space, their safe space, from the start. He said, kidding or not, looking for little girls. I believe he said that. Of course, 17-year-old kids are going to go after him in words, then physical. So the whole thing with the looking for little girls, these kids that were there drinking, just like the guy probably was, they made that up. He never said he was looking for little girls. The attorney even said they got the guy's phone, they downloaded all the data. The guy said, oh, we have it on video. They never had any of that on video. I think that kid said that to egg on everybody else to get on it and start beating this guy or get everybody riled up. So, that's not correct. I don't know if you saw that part of the trial. IBCA 81 says not guilty. Jill says self-defense, not guilty. Ooh. PD says, why did Jawan lie on the stand? Is that his Twitter account? Oh, shit. Somebody tagged his Twitter. Oh, Lord. Violet says guilty as F. And Wayland Utney says guilty all charges. And then I got apparently a bot says big ass in bio. Okay. Laura A. Bailey says, I'm leaning more self-defense on this one, but you never know what a jury will do. The guy that was recording the situation, which, it's good that we have video. Imagine if we didn't have video for this. Like Mustard said yesterday, I think. The guy recording was kind of egging on. He wanted, as some people were saying, content. He was excited. What did he say? He said for the culture.
Ryan, maybe we should take the double box here, just to, as there is some courtroom movement before we go back.
Yeah. So I guess it's probably going to be an all day thing today. We're going to have to do closing, and are they going to come with a verdict today? I don't know. For the culture.
Ever to anybody, any law enforcement or anybody else. Right?
But I have seen the videos now.
Well, we're going to take a look at the video. And since you reviewed the video, you know that before you ran up on them, you were touching your knife in your pocket to make sure it was there, right?
I don't remember that.
All right, well, let's take a look.
We could take a watch at the video again, too, of the incident. Pam Zamo, thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate you continuing your membership. Says, thank you, man, for all the exciting chases and trials. Thank you. Thank you for those that got memberships. Appreciate the support. Mel, I think it was odd that Mios didn't say did not say that. Uh-oh.
What is he on? Whoa! Whoa!
And we'll cut out of that for you for obvious reasons. Judge Waterman is standing, as are all the parties. That is the defendant right in front of you, with his attorney Aaron Nelson right next to him on his left. We are nearing 9:43 Central Time, closing arguments about to begin. The state goes first, the defense will follow. The state gets a shorter rebuttal on the back end of that, and then the jury will be sent out. We still do have to get...
By the way, there's a poll in the chat if you want to join in on it. What do you guys think the verdict's going to be? Guilty, guilty, but the lesser charge, not guilty, or hung jury? 15% say guilty, 40% say, well, 41 now say lesser charge, 36% say not guilty, and 9% say hung jury. BC, thank you for the 10. Appreciate that. Says, would have clearly been self-defense if he had not lied to the police. Should have immediately said self-defense. What he did after is what's making him look guilty. Sad, both sides are wrong. That bothers me too. The lying thing. Oh, they're back. The lying thing bothers me.
By an act done with the intent to cause bodily harm to that person or another without the consent of the person so harmed. Before you may find Mr. Miu guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following four elements were present.
Judge, can we approach quick?
Yes.
Yeah. Soccer says, I laughed out loud when the dude said for the culture means for the greater good. Yeah, he really said that during testifying. We all know, well, most of us know what that shit means. In reality, for the culture is like saying send it. Yeah, for the culture is like, yeah, do whatever they were doing, egg it on. Like for the culture, for the team, for the squad, for the gram. It's almost that same type of like, you know, like come on, let's get this for the culture, for the gram, like for the whatever. Culture of insanity.
Every lawyer loves to tell the judge he made a mistake.
Oh.
I made a mistake. In count 6 of the information, the state alleged that Mr. Miu committed battery. So let me get to the elements. First, Mr. Miu caused bodily harm to Madison Cohen. The word cause means that Mr. Miu's act was a substantial factor in producing the bodily harm. Bodily harm means physical pain or injury, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Second element, Mr. Miu intended to cause bodily harm to Ms. Cohen. Intent to cause bodily harm means that Mr. Miu had the mental purpose to cause bodily harm to another human being, or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause bodily harm to another human being. The third element, Mr. Miu caused bodily harm without the consent of Ms. Cohen. The fourth element, Mr. Miu knew that Ms. Cohen did not consent. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent and knowledge. Intent and knowledge must be found, if found at all, from Mr. Miu's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all of the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent and knowledge. The state must prove by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu did not act lawfully in self-defense. You were instructed on the law of self-defense in count 1. The same self-defense standards apply to your consideration of the charge of battery alleged in count 6. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all 4 elements of battery have been proved and that Mr. Miu did not act lawfully in self-defense, you should find him guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find him not guilty. The information alleges not only that Mr. Miu committed the crimes charged in counts 1 through 6, but also that he did so while using a dangerous weapon. If you find Mr. Miu guilty on any of these counts, you must answer the following question. Did Mr. Miu commit the crime while using a dangerous weapon? Dangerous weapon means any device or instrumentality which, in the manner it is used or intended to be used, is likely to produce death or great bodily harm. Again, great bodily harm means injury which creates a substantial risk of death or which causes serious permanent disfigurement or which causes a permanent or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ or other serious bodily injury. Before you may answer this question, yes, you must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu committed the crime while using a dangerous weapon. If you are not so satisfied, you must answer the question, no. In reaching your verdict, examine the evidence with care and caution. Act with judgment, reason, and prudence. Defendants are not required to prove their innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of an offense to be innocent. This presumption requires a finding of not guilty unless in your deliberations you find it is overcome by evidence that satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu is guilty. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you can return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu is guilty. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis consistent with Mr. Miu's innocence, you must do so and return a verdict of not guilty. The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence. It means such a doubt as would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based on mere guesswork or speculation. A doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. While it is your duty to give Mr. Miu the benefit of every reasonable doubt, you are not to search for doubt. You are to search for the truth and give Mr. Miu the benefit of any reasonable doubt that remains after carefully considering all the evidence in this case. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. Evidence is, first, the sworn testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who called the witness. Second, the exhibits the court has received, whether or not an exhibit goes to the jury room. Third, any facts to which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated, or which the court has directed you to find. Anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence. It is not necessary that every fact be proved directly by a witness or an exhibit. A fact may be proved indirectly by circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence from which a jury may logically find other facts, according to common knowledge and experience. Circumstantial evidence is not necessarily better or worse than direct evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact. Whether evidence is direct or circumstantial, it must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu committed the offense before you may find him guilty. Evidence has been presented relating to Mr. Miu's conduct after the alleged crime was committed. Whether the evidence shows a consciousness of guilt and whether consciousness of guilt shows actual guilt are matters exclusively for you to decide. Remarks of the attorneys are not evidence. If their remarks suggested certain facts not in evidence, disregard the suggestion. An exhibit becomes evidence only when received by the court. An exhibit marked for identification and not received is not evidence. An exhibit received is evidence whether or not it goes to the jury room. Attorneys for each side have the right and the duty to object to what they consider are improper questions asked of witnesses and to the admission of other evidence which they believe is not properly admissible. You should not draw any conclusions from the fact an objection was made. By allowing testimony or other evidence to be received over the objection of counsel, the court is not indicating any opinion about the evidence. You, the jurors, are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight of the evidence. Disregard entirely any question that the court did not allow to be answered. Do not guess at what the witness's answer might have been. If the question itself suggested that certain information might be true, ignore the suggestion and do not consider it as evidence. The weight of the evidence does not depend on the number of witnesses on each side. You may find that the testimony of one witness is entitled to the greater weight than that of another witness or even of several other witnesses. In weighing the evidence, you may take into account matters of your common knowledge and your observation. Start over. In weighing the evidence, you may take into account matters of your common knowledge and your observations and experience in the affairs of life. It is the duty of the jury to scrutinize and to weigh the testimony of witnesses and to determine the effect of the evidence as a whole. You are the sole judges of the credibility, that is, the believability, of the witnesses and of the weight to be given to their testimony. In your determination of credibility, you must avoid bias, conscious or unconscious, based on the witness's age, race, national origin, religion, ability, gender identity, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. In determining the credibility of each witness and the weight you give to the testimony of each witness, consider these factors. Whether the witness has an interest or lack of interest in the result of this trial, the witness's conduct, appearance, and demeanor on the witness stand, the clearness or lack of clearness of the witness's recollections, the opportunity the witness had for observing and for knowing the matters the witness testified about, the reasonableness of the witness's testimony, the apparent intelligence of the witness, bias or prejudice, if any has been shown, possible motives for falsifying testimony, and all other facts and circumstances during the trial which tend either to support or to discredit the testimony. Then give to the testimony of each witness the weight you believe it should receive. There is no magic way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead, you should use your common sense and experience. In everyday life, you determine for yourselves the reliability of things people say to you. You should do the same thing here. We've now reached the stage where the attorneys will deliver their closing arguments. Consider carefully the closing arguments of the attorneys, but their arguments and conclusions and opinions are not evidence. Draw your own conclusions from the evidence and decide upon your verdict according to the evidence under the instructions given to you by the court. First, we'll hear from Mr. Anderson. When he's done, we'll take a short break. After that, we'll hear from Mr. Sharafi, and then Mr. Anderson will be permitted to give a short.
Dang, you remember those instructions? All that shit. I guess they give him a piece of paper. Yeah, I can't lock myself in for 2 months. I'm sorry. You wouldn't be able to eat for 2 months. I took vitamins this morning to not upset the people that don't like me eating. Try to get off screen, too. Oh, what's that pussycat? Oh.
Absolutely senseless and horrific acts of violence.
I don't
And all Nicolae Miu had to do was walk away. All he had to do was walk away. That's what you've seen in this case. You saw he told Lieutenant Hart, "They told me I can't run away." Obviously not true. Think about the result of his actions. Everything you've seen in this trial, the horrific injuries, the death of Isaac. Why didn't he just walk away? His only explanation when testifying was, "I stood my ground. I stood my ground." First of all, Wisconsin is not a stand your ground state.
Objection. Overruled.
I'll talk about that specifically from your jury instructions.
It's not a stand your ground state?
That's not true,
Really?
as I'll show you. He didn't just stand his ground. I'm not going to defend the actions of the boys who testified. It was cruel what they were calling Nicolae. They shouldn't have been mocking him, calling him predator, raper. But their conduct did not justify what Nicolae did. You heard from Alina, Isaac's mother, about her son Isaac. He was 17 years old when he was killed. He enjoyed golfing, spending time with friends. He recently started a new business, detailing cars. He was an honor student looking forward to going to college. His death was senseless. One of the things defense said in the beginning of trial in their opening was they're glad there's a video. So are we. Without the video, Nicolae would have slipped away. The only reason he was apprehended was because law enforcement had that screenshot of him. The video doesn't fade with time. It's not biased, not influenced by alcohol. As I told you in the beginning of this case, the violent episode from the video is about 25 seconds, from the point he punches Madison until you see him walking off after stabbing 5 people. He's not seen, Nicolae is not seen in that video for 8 to 9 seconds until the point you see him walking away. You don't see him stab Dante. Some of you may have wondered why we called Larian Davis. Certainly it wasn't for his eyewitness testimony, but he took a video. He took a video that captured a different angle than Juwan's video. It's grainy, it's difficult to see, but you can see enough. And it shows Nicolae seeking Dante out and stabbing him when his group is in the opposite direction. Nicolae walks into a crowd of people, stabs Dante. Before I show you that video again, I need to provide some context from Juwan's video.
Take it off.
Can we have the screen, please? So here at 2 minutes and 6 seconds, this is after Nicolae has stabbed the 4 people that you do see parts of on the video. He's standing next to Ariel. Ariel's there. Nicolae's not by himself. Two minutes, 8 seconds, that's the last you'll see of Nicolae until you see him walking off in this video. You see Dante, or AJ, the boys running back to their tubes, and you see Larian filming in the background. Larian captured what Nicolae was doing at this point, even though this video didn't. And here, in a moment, you can see the edge of Dante's swim trunks on the right. You can see the light on top, the dark on bottom. At this point in Larion's video, Dante's just been stabbed. And next you see of Nicolae, he's walking off. You can see Dante in the background, holding his stomach, looking down at his wound. Take it down. Oh, actually, you can keep it up for a second, sorry. And then for further context, you see Alex Bang running to Isaac. Let's see Larion's video. Okay, I have the screen. Remember, Nicolae admitted he walked up to he walked up to Dante and stabbed him. He admitted Dante was the last person he stabbed. Here you can see Nicolae, dark swim trunks, bigger build. On the right, you can see Dante, swim trunks, lighter on top, darker on bottom. You'll see Nicolae walk up to Dante and stab him in the chest. You'll see Dante recoil from the stab. You see the boys on the right running to their tubes. And in the second here, you'll see Alex Bang. You'll zoom in on him as he runs to Isaac. I'm going to show that again. So, a few things to note. There's nothing between Nicolae and Larion. He's not surrounded. His friend Ariel is there at this point. There's nothing to the left and behind Nicolae, except his group in the distance that you can't see on video. He walks away from those directions towards a group of people and stabs Dante in the chest, not standing his ground. He's seeking out Dante. That's retribution, not self-defense. And recall too the DNA results. Isaac's DNA and Dante's DNA was the only DNA on the knife. They're also the last two that are stabbed. It makes sense from how the analyst described DNA and how it can wash off. You probably noticed throughout this trial, not a lot of witnesses come off looking great after they testify. There's some exceptions. Obviously, the Good Samaritans who went to aid Isaac and AJ. Eric Von Williams included in that from Nicolae's group. He's the only one who went to their aid. Sheena Lowell, you heard her testify from the Carlson group. You saw her just standing in the background watching what was going on the whole time. She was completely sober. You heard her testify, Nicolae punched Madison. She has zero connection with the group anymore, zero contact. Her and Quentin broke up. Tony is another one. He only comes in to break up what he thinks is a fist fight. He's directing Nicolae towards Nicolae's group. Nicolae turns and stabs him twice. Another one I submit to you is an exception that acted admirably is Isaac. His death was tragic and horrific. This is what you see of Isaac in the video. On the left, he's standing next to his tube, not moving away from his tube. He's pointing at Nicolae to leave. In the middle, when Nicolae turns back to Isaac, Isaac puts his hands up, fingers splayed. The only other thing you see of Isaac is him standing in the background. When the other boys are mocking, calling names to Nicolae, Isaac is just standing in the background. He's not saying anything, he's not doing anything, he's not jeering. He's just standing there holding their tubes. There's been a pretty serious mischaracterization of Isaac's actions with regard to when he gets stabbed. Defense has tried to classify it as a strangulation. Defense accused the state in openings of being selective in the photos we used, the frames, to try to show a certain narrative about Nicolae smiling. As you've seen, he's smiling a lot in the video. But defense is actually doing that when it comes to Isaac. Nicolae never said anything about being choked, never said anything about pain on his neck. Even when specifically asked by the SART nurse, never mentions anything. And the video doesn't lie. So on the left, Nicolae has just stabbed Riley, who you heard from multiple witnesses were just standing there. Tony comes to try to break it up. Nicolae stabs him twice. Isaac, just off frame, I submit to you, he just saw Nicolae stab those two people completely unprovoked. Although he was in the background the whole time, not doing anything, he came to their aid. And he pushes Nicolae. You can clearly see it's a push. He has one hand on the arm, other hand on the chest. It's Nicolae's own action of thrusting the knife into Isaac's heart that moves Isaac's hands. You can even see from the release, it's a push. He's not sitting there left holding his hands out in a choking motion. Let me take this screen down. I'm going to show you the video so you can see it's obviously a push. While my computer is loading here, even if it was a strangulation, which it clearly isn't, Isaac was justified in using any level of force. He just saw Nicolae stab two people who posed no threat to Nicolae. Tony was breaking up the fight. He had actually ignored Nicolae at first, walked past him, pushed Dante out of the way. Riley was just standing there. I'm at 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Can we have the screen? Clearly a push. Defense has mischaracterized the entire situation as 13 on 1, 13 on 1, implying it's some sort of mob beating up Nicolae. It's not even 13 people yelling at Nicolae. As you saw in the video, Gabby, Janelle, they're just standing in the background. Isaac, he's just standing in the background, not yelling anything. It's 13 people in the proximity, only 2 close to him, 2 tiny females. Nicolae's clearly not afraid of the boys. He ran up on the boys, turns his back on them and others multiple times. Even at worst, this is a 2-on-1 with AJ and Dante. But even then, as you saw in the video, Ariel's right there. So it's more like a 2-on-2. Ariel's right there. Plus, Tony comes in as a neutral party to separate things. It's not 13 on 1. As soon as AJ gets disemboweled, you see people start to move away. So there's not even 13 people immediately around. You saw Owen way in the background because he saw the knife. So why try to mischaracterize the situation? Because there's some things that are hard to explain otherwise for defense. Can you turn on the screen, please? This is the second time you saw in the video that Nicolae turns his back on the boys and people from the Carlson group. You don't turn your back on somebody. It's common sense. You don't check your common sense at the door when you serve as a jury. You don't turn your back on somebody if you're afraid of them. especially if you're so afraid you gotta reach for your knife. You can't be that afraid that he's gotta reach for his knife and so unafraid that he turns his back on them. He was angry, not afraid. That image on the right is only less than 30 seconds after he turns his back on them, touching his knife. The defense tried to explain that change from in that 30-second window by saying he was getting pushed by Madison and Riley. He was getting pushed. They're lightly touching his arms and they're tiny. They're not in his face. You can see in the images, they're standing close. They're not in his face. They're not shaking their fists at him. They're not even sticking their fingers in his face. They're standing close to him, touching his shoulders, pointing, yelling at him to leave. I'm going to back up a little bit and talk about Nicolae looking for the phone. So Eric Von Williams from Nicolae's group, you heard testify, before any of this happened, he was concerned about Nicolae's behavior. He was concerned that people were going to think he was a predator. Ernesto told Nicolae not to go look for the phone. Others in the group told him not to. You heard they didn't care about the phone. Ariel didn't care about the phone. Nicolae went. Sandy said he went twice, was back for 5 to 10 minutes, then went again over by the boys. Defense argued in opening that the boys' goal, their goal was to humiliate Nicolae. Clearly, he wasn't looking for little girls. But the boys are not completely unreasonable in their belief. Eric Von Williams thought the same thing. They reacted wrong, but they just didn't invent this whole thing in order to humiliate Nicolae. What about Nicolae? 52 years old, apparently sober, according to, I think, what defense will argue. He didn't have any signs of intoxication when law enforcement made contact with him, but he certainly made a point of telling Lieutenant Hart multiple times how much he was boozing and drinking on the river. He can't let it go that he was insulted. So much so that as the boys are tubing away from him, all Nicolae has to do is stand there. He doesn't even have to take a step back. He just has to stand there, let the boys continue tubing. They're down in their tubes. He starts walking up to them, touches his knife, and then runs up to them. You heard Nicolae's ridiculous description or explanation for why he ran up on the boys. Because one was holding a phone, he thought it was Ariel's phone. You also heard Nicolae had to concede, had to admit that pretty much everyone on the river had those phone cases. Another double standard from defense is physical attributes of those involved. They wanted to elicit evidence that Nicolae is feeble. Sandy, he wasn't feeble according to Sandy. He had a surgery a couple years ago, recovered in a few weeks. Maybe things took him a little longer than they did before. He wasn't feeble according to Ernesto. You heard Ernesto, when he was being asked about the stabbing, said, he's a big guy, he was in the Army, he doesn't need a knife to defend himself. He didn't say, oh, he's this fragile old guy. He's clearly not feeble, as you see in the video. He runs up on these boys in the water. He leaves behind devastating, devastating injuries. Slices clean through 2 of Isaac's ribs. He comes out of the whole event essentially uninjured. While defense tries to argue that Nicolae is this feeble old man, they ignore that the only 2 people actually standing close to Nicolae are these 2 females that are barely over 100 pounds. If the boys are a threat, why does Nicolae run up on them? And clearly he knows they're not a threat to him. When he ran up on them, grabbed their tubes, standing over them, they did nothing. They didn't kick up at him, they didn't punch at him, they jumped out of their tubes and moved away from him. He knows they're not a threat to him. They're mocking, saying cruel things, but not violent. You saw how awkward it was for Nicolae to try to explain this transition. From 0 fear to 10 out of 10 fear, he's got to take out his knife. Try to explain it with what I submit to you is obviously rehearsed testimony about his scales of fear. You heard from witnesses recounting what they recall of Nicolae, the demonic look on his face, staring through people, smirking. Defense argued in opening it's a slide tour here, there. You know after seeing the video so many times that's not the case. When he's not glaring, he's smirking in the video. Recall I asked Ernesto, his best friend, when he was trying to describe the shock of Nicolae, I asked, was he smiling? He didn't say, yeah, he smiles when he's scared, he smiles when he's nervous. He said, who's going to smile in a situation where they're in shock or in fear? Nicolae was angry. He wasn't afraid. He's smirking even as he's holding the knife. Why didn't he just walk away? Defense had tried to argue there's rocks in the stable, his sandals were bad, didn't stop him from running up to the boys as they're tubing away from him. Why didn't he just hold the knife up? Say, hey, I got a knife, back up. You saw, Owen is the only person who saw the knife and you saw his reaction. So everyone else was moving forward and responded to Nicolae punching Madison. Owen's trying to pull people back. Next you see him, he's off in the distance. This whole thing would have ended if Nicolae just held up the knife. Instead of opening it down by his waist without looking down, because it's human nature, if he would have looked down, people would have looked down. He holds it down by his waist, opens it up, never displays it, or says he has a knife. Nicolae did not act as any reasonable person would in that situation if they were truly in fear of their life or great bodily harm. So let's talk. Here's Owen reacting, as you see. Again, Isaac just standing in the background in the middle. You see when other people are moving forward, Owen's trying to pull them back. You heard him yell, bro, he's got a knife. So let's talk about the punch to Madison. I submit to you the evidence shows clearly, beyond a reasonable doubt, Nicolae punched her. She fell backwards, but caught herself. Multiple witnesses testified to seeing her falling backwards. Defense is arguing on cross, well, she's not wet, she didn't actually fall down. If witnesses are all standing in that kind of semicircle around Nicolae, she gets punched and falls backwards, and then their attention's back to Nicolae as Dante's hitting him. They're not going to see that she caught herself. They're going to think she fell down. Look at her position next to Riley. They're shoulder to shoulder in front of Nicolae before the camera pans away. When the camera pans back, now Dante's shoulder to shoulder with Riley, and Maddie is back. She clearly got knocked backwards. Her sunglasses aren't on her head anymore. Defense has a double standard about that too. If there's not a photo of it, it didn't happen. If there's not a photo of an injury, it didn't happen. We know Nicolae got punched. He didn't have any injury. Defense can't have it both ways. So turn and talk a little bit about memory, credibility. Obviously, a witness's memory is better closer to the event. That's obvious. Alcohol is going to affect memory. Traumatic events going to affect memory. How fast it happens is going to affect memory. But crucially, and absolutely crucially, there's a huge difference between getting some details wrong, right hand, left hand, sequence of events, and making up an entire story like Nicolae did. Defense has tried to highlight throughout the trial, Nicolae was in this traumatic experience. give him a break. It's understandable. He made up all these lies, told this whole story. Even though he looks calm and collected in the videos, he's convincing in the videos, talking to the sheriff, talking to Lieutenant Hart. But don't give any sort of credence to the theory that trauma affects memory for anyone in the Carlson's group, any of the boys, any who were stabbed, any who had to drag Isaac as he's bleeding to death to the shore. AJ, who's disemboweled, don't give any credence that trauma might affect their memory and how accurately they can remember all the details. But Nicolae, who invented an entire story, tried to skip through the crowd. Give him credence for that. You saw what happened to all these witnesses, how fast it happened. It's not surprising, some of the details are wrong. But the major point is accurate, is consistent. This all started when Nicolae punched Madison, whether it was the right hand or left hand. You heard the turmoil of the boys when they realized Isaac is stabbed. Clearly a traumatic experience. There's a big difference between details and invention. Think about the most basic example. You and, say, your partner go to the grocery store. Park your car, you're leaving the grocery store, you think your car's parked over there, they think it's parked over here. You still know the car is parked in the parking lot, even if you can't remember where it's parked. The same is true for the punch to Madison. You heard from 10 people, both from the Carlson group and the boys group, that Nicolae struck Madison. So let's talk a little bit about witnesses from Nicolae's group. Ariel, what did he say? At trial, he says Nick defended himself. Can't really say how. Never said that when interviewed with law enforcement. He denied even being close to Nicolae. Remember, Ariel was there when he stabbed Dante. He was right there when Nicolae stabbed Riley, Tony, and Isaac. Law enforcement went there with the frame of Ariel standing next to Nicolae when Nicolae has the bloody knife. Ariel denies seeing anything to law enforcement of what Nicolae did. Ernesto, at trial, testified he didn't see Nicolae get hit, just saw him down in the water. Said he couldn't remember Nicolae saying, "They took my knife." You saw on the body cam, he said that repeatedly. He testified that somebody was walking towards him, he pointed at him, "Get back." Never said that to law enforcement, although he did describe to law enforcement, as you saw, him saying, "Nicolae, get out," Nicolae walking out, and then he said, "And that's it." Never said anything about anyone pointing at him and walking towards him. When I asked, he said, "I wasn't asked that question," but he described that event. He also wasn't asked more than 10 times if Nicolae said, "They took my knife." So, about the punch to Madison again. Sergio, he's in Nicolae's group. He had walked out a little ways. You can see him in the photo on the left in the top right. He had the white shirt, white bucket hat. He testified he saw the blonde girl in the black leotard walk over to Nicolae and say, "Go, go, go." He said it repeatedly to law enforcement. And he said Nicolae pushed her. So this is what it would have looked like from his perspective, although a lot farther back in that photo on the right. How could he have seen Nicolae do anything to Madison unless she got pushed back, punched back, something violent, not some light push? He's not going to see that from where he was. Madison testified, and you saw in the video, after she was hit, she goes back to her group. Why would she walk away back to her group if Nicolae just lightly, maybe touched her, maybe didn't? She told Quentin she was punched. She told police at the scene she was punched. She told police in the interview she was punched. She testified about feeling the throbbing pain in her cheek, her heartbeat in her cheek. Maddie testified she was told by law enforcement, sheriff's office, they didn't need the photo. You heard about that misunderstanding. She had anxiety about deleting the photo. In an effort to console her, she was told, don't worry about it. This is an important jury instruction in your jury instructions. Although we're not a stand your ground state, there's also not a duty to retreat. But in determining whether Nicolae's actions, whether his use of force was reasonable to prevent or terminate the interference, you may consider whether he had the opportunity to retreat with safety, whether such retreat was feasible, and whether he knew of the opportunity. He turned his back on them multiple times facing open water. People were yelling at him to leave, to walk away, to go. And he didn't. Instead, he took out his knife. That is not reasonable. You heard from Sheena Lowell, Janelle Duxbury, Ghazi Khazri and Nazimpour, Dante Carlson, and AJ about the strike to Madison. You heard from the boys, Ryan Nelson, Juwan Cockfield, Landon Wire, and Alex Bang. Alex Bang originally described it as a slap. You heard from Owen that he heard an impact and saw Madison fall back and catch herself. Defense has to argue that they're all either lying or mistaken. All these witnesses, including Sergio. If they're lying, why would Quinton say, I saw some swelling and some slight redness, but didn't see the punch? Why wouldn't he just say, yeah, I saw the punch too? Why wouldn't Tony say he saw the punch? Why wouldn't Tony say he saw Riley get stabbed and she's just standing there? They tried to explain what happened as best they could remember. The punch isn't on video, but you see the reaction. You hear Dante yell, you can't hit a woman before Riley is stabbed. They obviously didn't plan this lie in the chaos of the moment, so the only thing defense can argue is they're mistaken. That all of these people standing around Nicolae in that half-circle, proximate shape, they're all looking in that direction, including Sergio, including Sheena, who was by the group, the tubes for the Carlson group. They all were wrong in what they saw. Another defense double standard, it's relatively minor, but I submit to you it shows that they're grasping at straws, is this trying to put Nicolae's group in a different category. There's the drunks on the Apple River, then there's Nicolae's group. About half of you raised your hand that you've been on the Apple River. That's what people do on the Apple River. They go out, they tube, and they drink. Nicolae was in the exact same boat they were in. He wasn't bird watching and this group of drunk teenagers ran up on him. He knew what it's about. He'd been on the river before. Another thing about the punch to Madison, you heard that they didn't get to see the video before giving their statements. Even Jawan, who took the video, said he got far enough to get the screenshot of Nicolae, and then law enforcement took his phone. He didn't get to see the video. You saw what happens in this case if somebody lies about something that happened on video, because Nicolae got burned by that. He made up complete and total lies. The video showed he wasn't telling the truth. The video happens to not show the punch, but it still corroborates what all those witnesses said. So, count 6 is battery to Madison Coleman. It has 4 elements. Nicolae caused the battery to Maddie, or caused the injury, the harm, the pain. She testified to that. He intended to cause the harm, despite his denial. I submit to you that's clear. You don't punch somebody without intending to cause harm. She didn't consent. She testified to that. He knew she didn't consent. She's a stranger. Obviously, she didn't consent. He knew that. Punching Madison was not self-defense. Again, there's no duty to retreat, but you have to consider the opportunity to retreat, the knowledge of the opportunity to retreat, and whether the use of force was necessary in preventing the unlawful or the interference in Nicolae's person. So what is the interference at the time he punches Madison? The boys are saying cruel things to him. Maddie and Riley are standing in front of him, lightly touching his shoulders. People are pointing and laughing at the boys. They're not, Maddie and Riley aren't in his face. They're standing close, but they're not in his face. What amount of force was necessary to prevent that interference? People yelling at him, Maddie and Riley standing close. What amount of force was necessary? Absolutely zero. Just walk away. That's what people are yelling at him to do, just walk away. Instead, he takes out his knife and punches Madison. Regardless of whether you were convinced beyond a reasonable doubt it was a punch, Nicolae essentially admitted to pushing her. Sergio said it was a push, although when asked, he couldn't remember if it was a push or a punch. There's still provocation. Your jury instructions talk about provocation. And how that affects self-defense. A person may not use or threaten force intended or likely to cause death unless he or she reasonably believes he or she has exhausted every other reasonable means to escape or otherwise avoid death or great bodily harm. Remember, Nicolae ran up on these boys who were tubing away. They didn't run up on him. He ran up on them as they're tubing away from him because they insulted him. He was angry. He didn't walk away from the boys to leave the situation. He went over to Maddie, who was yelling at him to leave, and he lies to her and says, "They took my snorkel." I'm going to play that for you. See if you can hear it.
What are you guys thinking, man? Where you leading? I'm working on this little cool list. Show y'all a bit. Cool list. Sweet home, sweet cherry.
This is at 105 in the video. I'm ready.
How dare you sing a song?
Go to the kids, go! Go! Go to the kids, go! Go! Go to the kids, go! Go! It doesn't matter.
Play the video, man. You gotta keep it in 2-second clips.
He didn't go over there to extricate himself from the situation. He went over there and accused the boys of taking his snorkel, which was a lie. And he had just ran up on the boys. So, after he runs up on the boys as they're tubing away, he goes and tells Maddie they took my snorkel. He's standing there smirking at people, takes out his knife, either punches or pushes Maddie. That's provocation. Defense has zero reasonable argument, especially when it comes to Tony, Riley, Isaac, and Dante. Nicolae gets punched. He gets struck with an open hand twice. He gets ineffectually pushed by AJ. It doesn't do anything. Nicolae pops right up and disembowels AJ. After Nicolae goes down in the water, nobody approaches him. Nobody. Nobody goes to kick him. Nobody goes to punch him. Nobody goes to push him again. Tony, with Nicolae down on the ground, Tony walks by Nicolae with his back to Nicolae, yelling, "Get back to Dante." He turns around to tell Nicolae to get away, and Nicolae turns around and stabs him. Nicolae was facing his group with an open path of escape after provoking a reaction. He just stabbed Riley before stabbing Tony. After stabbing those two, he stabs Isaac. After that, after Ariel's there, he walks over to Dante, stabs Dante in the chest, right below his ribs, right below his heart. So self-defense. I submit to you the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt this was not justified self-defense, and Nicolae knew it. He knew it from the moment he did it. First of all, imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. He's not in an alley with no way out, with people blocking his exit. He's on an open river, 150 feet wide, people yelling at him to get away. None of them are armed. Punch, 2 open hand strikes, ineffectual push. Look at the definition of great bodily harm, whether he reasonably believed death or great bodily harm was imminent.
I did it, Mustard.
For attempted first-degree homicide for Dante, AJ, Tony, and Riley, the state has to prove that he intended to kill each of them. And the acts demonstrate unequivocally, under all circumstances, that he had formed the intent and would have caused the death of each of them, except for the intervention of some other person and an extraneous factor. Third, the defendant not actually believed that the force used was necessary to prevent death, imminent death, or great bodily harm. So for the intent to kill, but for outside circumstances. AJ, it's beyond clear. He would have died but for the blood in the helicopter. He would have died but not for the surgery Dr. Meyer performed. He is lucky, extremely lucky to be alive. What else was Nicolae's intent but to kill when he slices him up like that? He had the knife blade up. That wasn't an accident. He didn't not know. The first thing he does with it is slice up AJ's stomach. Riley, he slashes across the ribs. You saw the horrific nature of those wounds. He cut into her stomach, cut into her diaphragm. Luckily, he didn't hit any major arteries or her heart or lung. Tony blocked one stab, so Nicolae stabbed him again. The one he blocked, you saw in the injury, was very close to where AJ's artery was severed. Dante was stabbed again, just below his heart. But for Nicolae missing vital organs, but for medical intervention. Miu claimed he had tunnel vision. Oh, sorry, back up. So Dr. Meyer also testified, you heard about anytime there's a puncture wound to the torso, the stomach, they have to go in because there's so many major veins, arteries, organs, they have to go in to make sure something major isn't done. Nicolae killed Isaac, almost killed AJ. Riley needed emergency surgery. Luckily, but for dumb luck, missed the vital organs of Dante. But for AJ blocking one strike and missing vital organs, he survived. Nicolae said he had tunnel vision. Come at the screen. I thought everyone close to me was attacking me. I thought anyone touched me was attacking me. He didn't stab Ariel, and Ariel came up. It makes the tunnel vision claim a little bit unconvincing. For first-degree intentional homicide of Isaac Schumann, Nicolae stabbed him so hard he cut clean through 2 ribs. The wound was deeper than it was wide. He sliced Isaac's heart. There's no other intent when you stab somebody directly in the heart than to kill. An intent to kill doesn't need to be planned ahead of time. Your jury instructions talk about that. It doesn't have to be formed a week, a month, a day, even a minute in advance. As long as he had that intent when he does the act, that's intentional homicide. The first element is he caused Isaac's death. That's obvious. Acted with intent to kill. I've addressed that. Did not actually believe the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm. I'm going to get to that in a little bit for all the counts. Third element, he did not reasonably believe the force was necessary. That also goes to, oh, sorry, that's part of the third element. So how do you know what Nicolae believed? What a reasonable person would believe? That there's only one person on the planet who experienced what Nicolae experienced, saw what he saw, was standing in his place. And what did Nicolae believe? He believed it was unjustified. The very first thing he does is walk away, doesn't run, doesn't tell Ariel or Ernesto anything, doesn't tell them to run. He walks away from his group to the other side of the river, at some point rinses the knife because it wasn't covered in blood, throws the knife onto the bank before walking back to his group, says nothing to his group other than they took my knife, puts on his hat, sunglasses, and shirt, and sits down in his tube. He's the one, as he said in his interview, says, let's go, let's get out of here. They can't right away because Eric isn't there. You saw, and as they're tubing down the river, you saw the video of him casually paddling along. You saw, so plan one, get away. Slink away with the crowd. That didn't work. Plan two, play dumb. Can you take the screen down, please?
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature?
on?
Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody,
All right.
I hear somebody got stabbed. And I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now. Did you see that fight on the river?
I heard about it.
You heard about it?
Yeah, and I seen people gather around it.
Okay. All right.
And I went over to talk to see if somebody saw anything, but that's about it.
Okay.
Our whole group was pretty interested in finding out what happened.
Okay. And that's your whole group over there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I don't know. Okay, well.
Did you see anybody injured?
No.
You didn't see anybody injured?
No.
Did you see anybody fighting?
I heard people screaming at each other, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Screaming in anger or screaming in pain, do you know?
Everybody's drunk, so I don't know. I can't tell the difference, but I would say, I don't know, just screaming.
Okay.
You know, calling each other names, but, that's, I've seen that all day. And we've all been drinking a lot. I'm sure they're drunk. I'm sure they're doing, I don't know. Kids being kids.
Kids being kids. Where are you? Where's your group from? Where did you drive from today?
Sure, they're drunk, kids being kids. That's what he told Sheriff Knudsen, and he's acting like he has no idea what's going on. Clearly not in shock. Let me take it down, sorry. Clearly not in shock. Clearly Nicolae knows that was not justified, and he's looking out for Nicolae. Slinking away didn't work. Playing dumb didn't work. He's told he's under arrest for homicide. Plan 3. Completely lie about what happened as to justify him using lethal force. The boys pulled out the knives. They twisted their arm, poked them. That's what he used, poke, with their own knife. So first-degree intentional homicide and second-degree intentional homicide are very similar. For first degree, did Nicolae actually believe? Did he actually believe that he was not justified? For second degree, it's the reasonable person standard. I submit to you, it doesn't make a difference in this case. It's crystal clear. He knew he wasn't justified. He knew he wasn't justified. It's crystal clear from his actions after the fact. Can't be explained away by shock. He's clearly not in shock. The use of force on AJ, stabbing Riley just standing there, stabbing Tony trying to break it up, stabbing Isaac directly in the heart, Burial's there, walking up to Dante and stabbing him. The injuries he left behind, that all shows his intent. Again, you have to consider whether he knew he could retreat, whether there was a safe escape. He could have just walked away. He could have just raised his knife. He didn't do any of that. He just stood there with the knife until he punched Madison. He touched his knife when running up on before running up on the boys. He takes out the knife, opens the blade up, never says anything, never walks away, never takes a step back, never raises the knife, never yells for help. He's smirking with the knife in his hand. Finally, after stabbing 5 people, then he walks away. Doesn't run, walks. It's shocking to see what Nicolae did in this case, to see the injuries, and then see his calm, cool demeanor after the fact, tubing down the river, sitting in his tube at the scene of the chaos, casually talking to Sheriff Knudsen, making up this huge lie to Lieutenant Hart. He even lied to the Startners at 9 p.m., so 5 hours after the incident, about the boy pulling a knife, twisting his arm, poking him with his own knife. He even lied to Sandy after the arrest. Nick recognizes that what happened is not justified self-defense. Just standing there with the knife, not walking away when he clearly can. So even to Sandy, after he's charged, he casts blame on her and the group for not hearing him yelling. He never yelled. Normally it'd be difficult to know what a defendant believed in a self-defense case, not in this case. Nicolae was not in fear, he snapped. He was angry and he snapped, and he knew it. His actions show he knew he did not reasonably believe the amount of force was necessary. He was not actually in fear. If he was actually in fear, he would have left. How else? Do you know what other clues? Think about his testimony. We submit to you that this is first-degree intentional homicide and first-degree attempted homicide. His acts clearly show intent. But if you can't agree unanimously on that, as your jury instructions tell you, you have to consider second degree. Again, the difference in second degree is Nicolae's belief versus reasonable person. Here you know, I submit to you, his belief from his own conduct. Afterwards, he knew it was not justified. If you can't agree on second degree, you consider first degree reckless homicide, first degree reckless endanger of safety. Element 1, Nicolae endangered the safety of another human being. That's obvious. Endangered the safety of another by criminally reckless conduct. The jury instructions define criminally reckless conduct, creating a risk of death or great bodily harm. It's unreasonable and substantial. He was aware of the risk. Again, obvious when he's stabbing people. When you talk about reckless conduct, let's say you believe his testimony that he just thought anyone touching him, anyone close to him was attacking him and stabbing him. That's reckless. That's criminally reckless conduct. That's utter disregard for human life. What other clues are there to utter disregard? He just walks away. He just walks away. He doesn't call 911. He just sits on his tube as other people are helping the victims, and he tubes down the river. Your jury instructions talk about the question, the special question, yes or no. Did he commit these crimes while possessing a dangerous weapon, the pocket knife? There's nothing inherently wrong with carrying a pocket knife. A lot of people carry pocket knives. Totally fine to carry it as a tool, totally fine to carry it for self-defense, totally fine to carry any legal weapon, firearm, knife, if it's used legally. Nicolae did not, he was not justified in self-defense when he attacked these people. So we'd ask that you answer yes on that question. In the end, what is beyond clear, Nicolae knew this was not self-defense. All of his actions, from the minute the stabbings are done, from the second the stabbings are done, he knew it. It's obvious. His actions were horrific. They were senseless. He killed Isaac Schumann, stabbed him directly in the heart, disemboweled AJ, stabbed Tony who's trying to break up a fight, Riley who's just standing there, and then walks up to Dante. That walking up to Dante, stabbing him when he's got clear paths to retreat, that destroys any argument that this was self-defense. He was angry. There's no rational reason Nicolae, his group's over here, would walk this way towards the group of people to stab Dante. Senseless and horrific acts. The state asks you to find Nicolae Miu guilty of all charges. Thank you.
Thank you. We will take a 10-minute recess. We'll be reconvening at 11:05. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Okay. So I'm assuming, how long did that take? Okay. All right, so the plan is, because I want to see this closing. The plan is we're going to hang out, wait, then the closing starts. Maybe it'll take about an hour. Whenever that is done, I need to run off and get a haircut because I'm looking crazy as shit. I'm going to probably just leave the stream running, but I need to get this fixed because I have to go out tonight to family, like a family thing. So I'll leave it up. I can probably play one of the days trial from one of the days and then just go run and get a haircut. It's pretty close by, and then come back. I can't go on like this. It's like crazy, bro. It's just looking like insane. So what do you guys think, man? Did the state meet the burden? I see from the people that voted, 22% say guilty, 37% say guilty, lesser charge, 32% say not guilty, 9% say hung jury. Now, I got an email from somebody, and they were telling me that they think the kids should be charged next. I mean, they're not really kids anymore, really, right? They're teenagers and probably beyond teenage years now, I guess. But somebody said, why don't they charge the kids now after the trial for assault? I don't know if they could do that or not. I don't know if it's past the time. They wanted to say to lock the kids up or give them some time for attacking them. I can do that. You talking about the interrogation, Brit Focus? I'm not going to start it now because it's only a 10-minute break. But after the closing and the verdict starts, the deliberations and verdict watch. I think I have it. This is the one guy that got disemboweled, but there is the testimony. Oh, I could put on the interrogation. I wanted to watch this too, the interrogation. I kind of wanted to react to it because I heard he lied in this multiple times. But I could put that while I leave to go get a little cut. Could do that after, or one of the testimonies. Let's see what this attorney is saying.
Those are two very powerful sentences that are going directly towards the main defense here, which is self-defense. So I thought that was a very good strategy for the state to come out and punch hard right away.
So Cobalt Blue says, when there's a break, can you please replay Miu's entire testimony from yesterday? We actually started watching it yesterday. We didn't finish it. We were like at the very end. this is how much we had left. We still had there's about an hour left of yesterday's, when he took the stand. It seems like everybody lied. It does seem like everybody lied. I haven't seen the kids testify, the victims, but from people that have watched the trial, they told me those kids lied too. They say everybody lied. That's what I'm hearing. I wish that this guy that's on the stand, or the guy that's being accused of murder, would have just told the truth. I'm not sure what the reason is for lying. I don't know if in the moment you freak out, if you truly feel it's self-defense, do under control for the fam. Oh, we could watch that video too. It's a 10-minute break. Hold on, let me pull that up. We could watch the I wanted to play the YouTube version, which is probably the same one, but and just a graphic content warning for those, even though the demographics is 18 plus here anyway, but just a warning,
That's cracking. What is he on? Whoa! Where's the way? Oh, God! We up! What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? Get away from us! What? What's going on with y'all homie? He's on camera. Guys, let's tripping. He's on 4K. Yo, the new iPhone got that good quality. What do you say?
That's Palm right there. You got Tupac playing. Ooh, what's up, motherfucker killer? I'm not a killer, but to push me. That's the best, sweetest taste better. What's it? How's it go? The sweetest thing next to getting revenge is something sweeter than pee is revenge. I don't know, something like that. What's up? Ride on my killers.
Yeah,
what's up?
Who is this? Yes. For the culture. Who is that? For the culture. Who is that? Who the hell is this? Go. It doesn't matter. He said he was looking for little girls. You're looking for little girls? Yeah. That's exactly what he said. Weirded us out. I didn't have that part on camera. Some young ass kid. What the hell is this guy?
I mean, the accusations are wild, and them saying that they have it on camera. Lindsay L, thank you for the 2 months. Says, I really want to serve as a juror, but not sure I would want to be on this jury. I haven't seen all the testimony, but could see it being hung. I really think it's an experience that everybody should have if you can do it. Because some people are just like, you got to work. I couldn't right now. I don't think I could take off like 7 days. I mean, it would hurt me. A lot of people can't take off a long period of time. I was on a case years and years ago the first time they called me for jury duty when I moved to Florida. I was put on a case for James Leyritz, this baseball player, Yankees baseball player. He was driving under the influence and he killed somebody, but that person was also under the influence, so I don't really know whose fault it was. He got charged for DUI, but not like manslaughter or something like that, or murder. And he had a really good lawyer. But I think it's an experience. If you can do it, you should do it. It's really, really interesting. It's way different in person than it is just like sitting here kind of watching,
Problem, bro. We're trying to have fun. If he's gonna claim you, he's gonna claim you. We don't want this
I mean, I don't know. At this point, I mean, just looking at this and without anything else objectively, like if people are doing this shit to me, beating me, I mean, I don't think my first thought is going to be to stab people, but I would feel under threat for sure at this point. I mean, if you're just looking at the video.
Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes. For the culture. Who is that? For the culture. Who is that? Who the hell is this? Go. It doesn't matter.
It would have been better just to leave, of course, you know, but.
He said he was looking for a little girl. You're looking for a little girl? Yeah. That's exactly what he said. Weirded us out. I even have that part on camera. Did I? Some young ass kid. What the hell is this guy's problem, bro? We're trying to have fun. He's gonna claim you. He's gonna claim you. We don't want this motherfucker.
That's when he pulled out the knife.
He hit a woman? He hit a woman?
He legit cut that girl after that. He swiped her. And now this guy's cut too. So that guy, this guy, I think his name is AJ. He got cut. I'll show you in a moment. Right there. He went after he was pushed on the ground. He tries to get back up. AJ comes and pushes him back down. Right there. That's at that moment he had like he stuck the knife and fell back. And I don't even think these people for a minute or a couple of seconds don't even realize what's going on.
He hit a woman? He hit a woman?
Yeah, he's like swiping people. He's swiping people like that.
What the fuck? He's dying! He's dying, bro! What? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Are we serious?
And just a minute ago, these people were instigating, cheering, laughing. Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Is this real? Oh my god! Who is that? Oh my god! Oh my god! Is this real? Is this real? Oh my god! Oh my god, what the fuck? Is this real?
Yeah, it's for real. I mean, what the fuck?
That's not bad!
You're the main one instigating this shit. Yeah, it's for real.
That's not bike! That's not bike! That's not bike! That's not Isaac! Oh my god! Oh my god! This isn't real! This isn't real!
I don't know, man. I mean, maybe at that age and stuff. At that age, I don't know. You know, you're fearless. You know, I don't know.
They had asked during questioning throughout the trial. And so they're going to try to paint this as someone who was traumatized, someone who was confused, and an incident that happened so very quickly that he didn't have time to process that. So they will do their best to try to dance around those lies and to explain them. And they're going to tell the jury, watch that video. The video is what mattered. You have to.
Which lies? I just want to rewind real
Those
quick.
they did wrong or they did not have justification?
an individual's conduct after an incident is something that can be considered. And so the state most certainly is going to point to that, and you can't blame them for doing that, because that's some of the strongest evidence that they have here. Again, the defense is going to try to paint this as a traumatic individual, a victim of a violent crime, as they had asked during questioning throughout the trial. And so they're going to try to paint this as someone who was traumatized, someone who was confused, and an incident that happened so very quickly that he didn't have time to process that. So they will do their best to try to dance around those lies and to explain them. And they're going to tell the jury, watch that video. The video is what mattered. You have to put yourselves is that he used.
They're back now. Okay, they're back. I feel it's really tragic for somebody that young to lose their life.
So, ladies and gentlemen, in his opening statement, Attorney Nelson said to you, one of the things you're going to have to determine is what happened on July 30th, 2022. Well, what happened on July 30th, 2022 is a group of drunk teenagers led by the ringleader, Juwan Cockfield.
That's the guy that thinks
saw an opportunity to torment a man who was by himself. They taunted him. They called him names like raper and pedophile and predator. They did this for no legitimate purpose. When they did this, they're yelling and carrying on. It attracted the attention of another group, right? Led by Madison Cohen and Dante Carlson. 6 drunk teenagers quickly turned into 13. 13 against 1. They got in his face. They screamed at him. They called him names. They swore at him. They put their hands on him. And the group of 6, they became brave. The group of 6 became brave to the point that they circle him and start taunting him. They do this to a man who has done nothing, absolutely nothing to them. Then, when that man, Mr. Miu, tries to create some space between him and Madison Cohen, they pounce. They punch him. They push him. They slap him. They hit him again. They choke him from all directions. And Nick Miu acts in self-defense. That's what happened on July 30th, 2022. I just want to give you guys a little bit of an indication as to kind of where I'm going to go, and more importantly, what I think you need to think about when you are back there thinking about the evidence, okay? First is the law. 1, there is no duty to retreat, period. That is the only requirement. In this state, bullies like Madison Cohen don't get to tell us where to go. Bullies like Madison Cohen don't get to get in our face and require that we leave. That's not a requirement here. Keep that in mind. 2, subjective beliefs, okay? When you're listening to or contemplating the evidence and replaying it in your mind, you are to do that and consider the beliefs, not the actions, but the beliefs of Mr. Miu. And when you do that, you are to do that from his perspective at the time that the events were occurring. So while we have a video, that video is from the perspective of Juwan Cockfield. The video perspective that the jury is required to consider it is as Nick Miu is holding the camera. I'm going to address this a little bit later, but the idea of provocation. Whether or not Nick intentionally caused harm to Madison Cohen. That is something that you should consider when you're considering provocation. And the other main one I want to talk about is what it means, because it's different here, beyond a reasonable doubt. So normally, beyond a reasonable doubt is this hurdle, and the state has to jump that hurdle in order to prove a case. It's a little bit different here, okay? Because in this case, self-defense has been alleged. Remember when you're back there, Nick Miu doesn't have to prove he acted in self-defense. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he didn't act in self-defense. They have to prove that his beliefs were unreasonable. Okay? So, the way that I look at this video, the main video of Juwan Cockfield, we've all seen the 9-second video where he's screaming at Mr. Miu, calling him a raper. I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about the video that you've seen probably more than you want to. But I'm breaking that up into really 3 parts, okay? 0 to 149 is the first part, all right? Before anything actually happens in terms of the attack. And what is in dispute in that first minute and 49 seconds? I think 2 things were raised in the case that were in dispute. And that is, first, whether or not these drunk teens were actually afraid of Mr. Miu, right? I think to a person, they testified, yeah, we were really concerned about Mr. Miu. And you get to use your everyday experiences in life when you decide what to believe. Does that look to you like teenagers who are afraid of that person? Is that what that looks like to you? Does this photo of drunk teenagers taunting him, does that make you believe in your experiences in life that they're afraid of him? Or is this what drunk teenagers who are terrified, is that what they look like? Does that make sense to you? Because you heard this. As the numbers rose, as the number of people grew, their fear, it decreased. And you've heard Mr. Anderson say over and over again, all Nick Miu had to do was walk away. Well, you heard from each one of those tubers, those drunk teenagers, we could have passed. When he walked over by Madison Cohen, we could have passed. And you heard Owen Pelican. I didn't want to pass. I wanted to see how this was going to play out. Why? Because Juwan Cockfield was recording this entire incident. They wanted to see what was going to happen. They're not afraid. They want to see how this is going to play out. And Juwan Cockfield said it best of all. It's for the culture. He wanted to put it on the internet so other people could see it. And when you're using your everyday experiences in life, ask yourself this. Do people who are afraid of other people, do they walk up on them? Is that what people do when you're afraid of someone? Or do you try to get away from them? If you're afraid of someone, do you taunt them? Do you call them names? Do you circle around them? Those are questions that you all can answer. Or an alternative hypothesis to them being terrified is, do they do those things because they're drunk teenagers and what they want to do is make a video and put it on the internet? Which one of those two things, based on the evidence that you've seen, which one of those things makes more sense to you? The second thing that I think is in dispute, or was at least raised in the first minute and 49 seconds of that video, is whether or not Nick Miu's looking for little girls. Now, Mr. Anderson gets up here and says, no, he wasn't looking for little girls. But he also says, the boys didn't invent that. No, they pretty much invented that. And why do we, or how do we know that? So that's not on video anywhere, right? They don't mention it, they don't say anything about Nick Miu telling them that, right? Every one of them who speaks to the police provides a statement about what happened. Zero mention to the police that he said he was looking for little girls. This gentleman over here, Investigator Schultz, I think he said that he was a sensitive crimes investigator. He saw some of this stuff come across his desk, and that would have interested him. Investigator did testify. Said he would have mentioned, if any of these kids would have mentioned little girls, I would have taken note of that. So, what's the alternative? Why did they say that? I would submit to you that what kind of person does what these kids did to him, and what would they look like as people if all they did was pick a guy out and start to torment him? What do we think of people who do that? What do we think of people who call grown men rapers and pedophiles and predators for kicks? What do we think of those people? They had to come in and say that. Because if they don't, we know what we think of them. That's the reason they came in, and they said this to you guys under oath. They got on that witness stand and swore to tell the truth, and they told you that he said he was looking for little girls. Well, the cops got up under oath and told you, no, they never mentioned that to me. What are the odds? What are the odds that that actually happened and nobody mentions it to the police? What are the odds? Two other little points on that. In your everyday experiences in life, would you expect a man that you never met to walk up to you and say, if you ask him, how's your day? What are you doing? Oh, I'm looking for little girls. Would you expect someone to actually do that? Does that make any sense to you? He's with his wife. He has lunch with his wife and his friends. In order to believe what these drunk teenagers are saying, you have to believe that he has lunch with his wife, he's with his friends, they're having a fine time. Ariel loses his phone, and Nick goes, this is my chance. My wife's right over there, but this is my chance to go look for little girls. And I'm going to tell a bunch of drunk teenagers I've never met before, that's what I'm doing. Tell me that makes sense to you. Because you get to judge the credibility of what people have said to you. Okay? But I want to talk about what we know in that first minute and 49 seconds of the video. What do we know? We know, based on the evidence, that Nick's looking for a phone. We know that. Ariel said that, Nick said that. They find Ariel's phone in the river, so we know that. We know that Nick comes up to the teenager's tubes, and we know that Cockfield's looking for a phone, and Cockfield's holding a phone. Joanne Cockfield's holding a phone. We know that Nick Miu walks away from them as he passes them. We know that. We know, right, that the drunk teenagers move toward him and start confronting him. We know that. We also know that Nick sees what he believes to be a reasonable, rational adult. So he heads over there to talk to her. And what we know is you can see his thumb. He's motioning back, trying to explain what happened. And we know that Madison Cohen, who knows nothing about what happened, zero, starts screaming at him to leave. We know that Madison Cohen feels comfortable enough to put her hands on him for the first time and move him because, well, she's queen of the river and she decides where people go. So she's moving him. We know that. We know that Nick is uncomfortable, so he waves for his group to come over because the state can say whatever they want. He's by himself. So we know Nick does that. We know that when Nick waves to his group, so does Madison Cohen. But there's one big difference here. Her group shows up. And they show up in numbers. We know that the group of teens are brave. And as this is going on, they start taunting this man who's done nothing to them. We know that. We know that Riley Madison comes over and now she thinks it's necessary because she's been anointed something in the river and she gets to tell him where to go. So we know that she puts her hands on him. We know that Nick's uncomfortable enough that he waves the group over a second time, trying to get someone to come to his aid. We know that. We know that Madison Cohen pushes him, puts her hands on him again. He tells her not to touch him, but she does it anyway. We know at that point it's 13 against 1. The other thing that we know, because we heard it, was someone in the group, the brave group of 6, tells Nick Miu, you got 10 seconds. In your everyday experiences in life, when someone tells you that you have 10 seconds, what normally comes after that? If we have children, I'm going to count to 3. You got 10 seconds to do this. Nothing's good is coming after that. It's reasonable in our experiences as adults to take that as a threat, right? And if you think about it, they all blamed. They didn't know it, but the guy holding the bag is Isaac. We know it's not Joanne Cockfield, and everybody else denied it. So who's left? Their buddy Isaac. They all blame, without saying his name, they're just like, wasn't me, wasn't me, wasn't me. Well, they're saying it's the one person who isn't here. Right? That's what we know. We know everything here I just told you is what we know in the first minute and 49 seconds. And why does that matter? What does...
Judge, I can't see the exhibits. We do a rebuttal.
And step up and move over to the side.
What does that matter? Why does this matter? Because one of the things you have to consider when you consider self-defense is Nick Miu's reasonable belief that there is going to be an imminent interference with his person. And when you add all of these things together, he has to subjectively believe that. As a jury, as you sit here today, we don't get to look at it and say, what would an objective, reasonable person do? Does Nick feel that way? Does Nick feel, with all of these things listed here, that there is an imminent unlawful interference with his person? And I would submit to you, he does. He told you he did. Right? We're going to see the video one time, promise, broken up into those parts.
All right, let's see. Now.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away! Oh God! We up! We up! What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? What? Get away from us! What? What's going on with y'all homie? He's on camera. Guys, tripping. He's on 4K. Yo, the new iPhone got that good quality. What did he say? Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes, yes, yes. For the culture! For the culture! Who is that? For the culture! Who is that? Who the hell is this? Go! Go! It doesn't matter. He said he was looking for little girls! He said he was looking for little girls! You're looking for little girls? Yeah! That's exactly what he said! Weirded us out! I didn't have that part on camera, did I? Some young ass kid! What the hell is this guy's problem, bro?
Miu.
We trying to have fun. He's gonna claim you? He's gonna claim you! We don't want this motherfucker! Get it on camera! Get it on camera! Get on camera! Oh God! Oh God! He on camera! Oh God! He on camera!
The second part of the video that I think is important, and Attorney Anderson's talked a little bit about it, is really the 1 second that we don't get to see, right? The 1 second where the state is insinuating and is claiming that Madison Cohen was punched, and where Nick Miu has testified that he raises his arm to get her out of his space. So those are the two possibilities as to what happened in the video that you don't see. And I am, once again, asking that you use your everyday experiences in life when you make this determination, okay? And I understand. that people in stressful situations don't get everything perfect. I get that. I'm not holding anybody to this exact standard. But what have we heard in order to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this happened? Well, you heard A.J. Martin say that he grabbed her by the back of the hair and was slugging her from behind. Okay? No one else says that. You hear Alex Vang say he slapped her with a right hand in the face. Then I say, Mr. Vang, how can that happen? He's got a knife in his hand. And he says, you're right, that can't happen. He punched her. You hear Juwan Cockfield, who's not looking at it, holding his camera in another direction, says he threw a hook at her. I saw that. Right? Madison Cohen says, she said on direct examination, he hit me with a left hand to the left side of my face. And it sat there. Then when I asked her questions and I said, can you explain how that's humanly possible? And her response was, you're right. I get lefts and rights wrong. He hit me on the other side. Okay. But the state says she had a heartbeat in her cheek. She should remember what side of her cheek the heartbeat was in. She doesn't get that right. But how about the things when you use your everyday experiences in life that the state, they didn't talk about when he was up here talking about her injuries? He talks about her falling back and people seeing things. Okay, people can be wrong. How about things that make sense, though? We know that she's wearing sunglasses, right? We know that. Her sunglasses are not broken. She doesn't have a mark on her face from being cut by sunglasses. None of that. Is that what would happen if a 250-pound man squared up on a woman and threw a hook to her face? She doesn't have redness on her face. She doesn't have swelling on her face. She doesn't have puffiness, a bruise, or a mark. How do we know that? Investigator Schultz told us, I saw her shortly thereafter, and she didn't have a mark on her. He says, if I would have seen a mark, I would have taken a photograph of that mark. Makes sense, right? She doesn't drop her drink. She doesn't drop her vape. Her cell phone doesn't leave her bathing suit. Is that what happens when a 250-pound man squares up on a woman? She doesn't drop a thing, and she doesn't have a mark. Does that make sense to you all? Or does it make more sense that Nick Miu pushes her out of his space? Attorney Anderson said she's not in his face. Well, most of her friends said, no, she was. She was in his face. She was in his face. She was in his space. Right? If he makes this motion, she's not going to have broken sunglasses. She's not going to have a mark on her face. She's not going to have redness, puffiness, swelling, a bruise. She's not going to drop her drink because he doesn't hit her. Which one of those two things in your everyday experiences in life makes more sense? You get to decide that. And I want you to think about this. She knows the seriousness of the case. She tells the police she takes a photograph or photographs. Then she claims to have deleted them in a homicide case. Then the police say, that's okay. That happens. You give us your phone, we can get the pictures. Right? Wrong. Oh, they do a Cellbrite downloaded extraction of her phone. Investigator Schultz doesn't do it, but he reviews it and says, there's no deleted photos that I saw in there. He even goes so far as to reach out to Madison Cohen's mother, because maybe she either took the photos or were sent the photos. No, not there either. You get to judge the credibility of people and whether or not that makes any sense. That is not provocation. And just briefly on retreat and provocation. I told you when I started, there is no duty to retreat. And that is true. That's the first sentence in the retreat instruction. If you want to, it says you may consider whether or not when he was retreating, or if he had to retreat, whether the defendant reasonably believed the amount of force used was necessary to terminate the interference. You may consider whether he had the opportunity to retreat. Okay? Now you don't have to, but when it starts, when it matters, is when he's using the force. And when he's doing that, he's surrounded. He told you he was surrounded. I asked Lieutenant Hart, do you have any information that would be contrary to Nick Miu's belief or statement that he was surrounded? She said, no, I don't. Where's he gonna go? So he doesn't have to go anywhere. We don't let people dictate what we do, and the loudest voice in the room doesn't have to win. Madison Cohen doesn't get to make these decisions for people. He doesn't have to leave. The drunk teenagers don't have to leave either. They told you they could have left, but they wanted to see the show. He doesn't have to go, and there's nowhere to go. That should be the beginning, middle, and end of that evaluation on retreat. Same analysis, same result on provocation, okay? You have to find that Nick Miu committed an unlawful conduct against Madison Cohen to provoke this attack. He wanted her to get out of his personal space. Crazy. The bully in the room doesn't get to yell at you and tell you to leave, and then when you don't leave, doesn't get to get in your personal space because you are not leaving. That's not how this works. The last part of the video is the 150 to 205 mark, okay? Now, you heard yesterday, the state wants to break this video, this last 15 seconds or so, down into stills. 1/24th of a second. No one lives their life in 1/24th of a second. And you're not supposed to in this case, because you're supposed to look at this case through the eyes of Nick Miu. And if you've watched that video, the first time I saw it, I didn't see what happened. I didn't see him pull a knife. I didn't see some of these people getting injured. Because it's moving like this. When you break it down to 1/24th of a second, it's just not how we live our lives. You have to look at those 14 seconds through Nick Miu's eyes as he was standing there in the river. And remember, he told you yesterday that he believed that he was going to die. But he doesn't have to believe that. He just has to believe that he's going to suffer serious bodily injury. That's what he has to believe, okay? And before I start this video, I'm going to ask you this again. What do we know in those last 15 seconds? We know that Anthony and Dante Carlson were asked by their dad to go over there. Why? To help him. Quentin Carlson testified that he was concerned that Nick Miu was going to get the brakes beat off of him. So Quentin Carlson wanted his boys to go assist. I would submit to you that Quentin Carlson was concerned that Nick Miu was going to suffer serious bodily injury if someone didn't help him. Alex Vang told you Miu's getting his butt kicked when this is going on. And Owen Peliquin said those guys got on his ass. Right? Anthony Carlson is yelling, stop, stop, stop. He's not yelling it to Nick Miu. Nick Miu's tail down in the water. Presumably, he's telling it to the people who are beating him. Right? That's what we know.
He ain't a woman? He ain't a woman? You ain't a woman!
Now, Juwan Cockfield found that to be funny for quite some time. You can hear him cackling on how he thinks it's funny that Miu's getting punched in the face and knocked in the face, slapped, okay? But what we know from that video is a 250-pound man, 250-pound man, has been knocked clean off his feet backwards into the water by getting punched in the jaw. That's what we know. We know that in 1 second, Dante Carlson, who throws that punch, runs around to the other side of Nick Miu while he's still on his back, kind of on his on his butt, kind of on his lower back, and he cracks him across the face. We know that. That's not in dispute. We know that AJ Martin, who says he's the peacekeeper, that's what he said. He runs up from behind and shoves Nick Miu while Dante Carlson comes in for thirds and smacks Nick Miu in the face again. I would submit to you at this point, it's coming from all sides and from multiple people. And this man, who had heart surgery, is terrified as to what's going on. We know, well, let me just remind you of this. At this point, after he's been punched, slapped, pushed, slapped, he hasn't stabbed anyone. Right? And if you listened closely to what AJ Martin said in his testimony, when he was shown the picture of him making contact with Mr. Miu before Mr. Miu stabbed him, he said, he got me before I got him, I guess. What does that tell you about what AJ Martin's intention is? He's back in the water now for a third time after getting pushed down by AJ Martin. And what do we see next? That's Anthony Carlson. He walks right by Miu. Miu doesn't do a thing to him. Mr. Miu doesn't do a thing to Anthony Carlson as he walks by. You will then see, and what we know is Anthony Carlson comes up from behind him, appears to be yelling at him and putting his hands on him. So now Miu has been touched at that point, punched, pushed from behind and slapped. And now Anthony Carlson comes up to him. We know that. And then we know 1 second later that Isaac Schumann comes up to him. You guys get to make the decision on whether or not he's choking him around the neck. You get to make that decision. I'm not telling you what that is. You get to decide if that looks like a choke to you or not. So at that point, 4 people have attacked Nick Miu. And why does it matter? Why does any of that matter? Because if you find the following: Nick Miu is not guilty of all the charges, okay? If you find that Nick Miu believed that there was an imminent unlawful interference with his person, if you believe that he believed that was coming, the 19 or 18 reasons that I put up there supports that, and he told you that. And that's his subjective beliefs, okay? If he believed the amount of force that he used was necessary to terminate that interference, okay? So if he believed that he did what he had to do, right? I would submit to you there's only 2 answers to that. Only 2 possible answers. He either did what he had to do to survive, or this man who you watch the video, who's never got a speeding ticket, who decides to go out with his wife that day, who's floating down the river and having lunch, decides, you know what, today's the day I'm going to start stabbing people. I'm going to leave my group, I'm going to go over and I'm going to start stabbing people. Mr. Anderson says he snapped. If he was in fear, he would have left. I think anybody would dispute that he was in fear. So when you're determining whether or not what he did, if he believed that he had to do that to terminate that interference, I would submit to you, why else would he do it? He either believed that or he just lost his mind. Right? This 52-year-old engineer who's married just lost his mind that day. Those are the 2 options I think that you have on that. And the final thing that you need to decide is whether or not his beliefs were reasonable. And the standard is, would a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed standing in his shoes at that moment. Okay? Quentin Carlson is about his age. And Quentin Carlson is concerned enough for his safety that he sends his boys over. Quentin Carlson tells the police that after his boys have been injured. He tells the police, I get it, they're injured. I sent them over there because I was concerned for the old guy. Brandy Hart. Did you watch that video yesterday? There's a point in that video where Nick Miu puts his hand in his head and says something like, my life is over. And Brandy Hart says, I don't know about that. They're self-defense. She says, I don't know what I would have done. But I can tell you I would have been scared shitless. She's been a police officer for 25 years. And that is her response. State never followed up with her on anything after that. That was her statement to the police. Or that was her statement on the tape. And as I mentioned, Alex Vang and Owen Pelequin say he's getting his butt kicked. They're all over him. Are those reasonable people? You get to decide what a reasonable person would do in that situation. But I would submit to you, you've got something to work with. You've got something to work with. Briefly on the charges, okay? Before you even get to self-defense, you get to intent. You have to find intent on the homicide charges initially for Isaac Schumann, and you have to find him for the others involved, okay? And the question on intent is mental purpose. Can you watch that video and say that Nick Miu's mental purpose is to kill Isaac Schumann? Or is his mental purpose to get another person off of him? You get to decide that, okay? Under those circumstances, you heard everybody say, anybody who never touched him, he never touched. Right? People were like, I didn't want to get near him. They didn't touch him, he didn't touch them. He didn't say anything. You get to consider all the facts and circumstances. He didn't say anything to Isaac. Right? Isaac grabs him by the throat and he stabs him one time. Is that an intent? Is that his intention to kill Isaac Schumann? And when you started this case, you heard that was the charge. Well, those charges have changed. Now you get to consider all other kinds of charges, with all other kinds of mental states too, right? Maybe it was intentional. Well, maybe not. Maybe it was reckless. Pick a theory. Don't let them just throw things against the wall and hope that you guys let something stick. They're telling you they thought it was intentional. Now it might not be. Now it might be reckless. They don't have it. Nick Miu wanted to get Isaac Schumann away from him. He didn't chase Isaac Schumann down. He didn't move toward Isaac Schumann. Isaac Schumann moved toward him. And on the attempted homicides, read the instruction on attempt, you guys. In order to convict someone of an attempted homicide, the state must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that demonstrates unequivocally that Nick wanted to kill these people and would have, except for the intervention of another person or some other extraneous factor, okay? And unequivocally means there can be no other inference which can reasonably be drawn. No other inference. And an extraneous factor is something outside the control of Nick. You heard D.A. Anderson say, but for medical intervention, some of these people would have died. Well, A.J. Martin would have. Dante Carlson had a hernia. He repaired a hernia. I'm sorry, the medical intervention doesn't prevent him. He's not going to die from that. Anthony Carlson gets 2 stitches. He's certainly not going to die from that. And Riley Madison could have got an infection, they said. And I understand that. But if he wanted to kill them, why didn't he? If you believe Attorney Anderson, he's alone with Dante Carlson. Why does he stab him one time if he wants to kill him? Why doesn't he smash him up? He wants what he wanted all along, to get away from these people. He's leaving, and Dante Carlson, who has beaten him up, has hit him in the face repeatedly, confronts him again. What does he think? What does Nick Miu believe is about to happen? You don't have to let somebody beat you before you respond. Doesn't that make sense? And because they don't have the attempts here, because there was no outside extraneous factor, they also say might not be attempts. Take a chance on reckless. How about that? Again.
Oh, damn. There you
not
go.
really a
828
theory,
Carolyn, Ian Thomas, thank you.
but you get to make that decision.
It's raining up in this bitch.
I'm going to comment on the video because I think it's appropriate that was played, the interview with Nick and Brandy Hart.
Oh my
He
God,
lies about the
Kayla!
knife.
Oh, you guys are amazing.
He lies about the knife. What he and what Lieutenant Hart said is he's never wavered on is that this was self-defense.
Holy ish. Everybody's gonna be a member
That
by
he
the end of
was
the live.
fearful and that he was being attacked. Okay?
Yeah, drop
He's never
20. Thank you
wavered
so
on it.
much.
He said it over 20 times in the interview, and it's the first words out of his mouth when he's interviewed by Lieutenant Hart. Some people get some facts wrong, some people lie about stuff. He's not telling you the truth about the knife. But does it change one thing that you saw on that video? That's the reason we want there to be a video. Is so you're not taking the word of 13 people who don't get it right. That video is not subject to change. Attorney Anderson's right. It is what it is, right? What has persevered through this case is Nick Miu's fear, how he felt, the shock. You heard people testify about that. The whiteness, the wide eyes, the ghost-looking color of his skin, that has persevered through this case. He lied about the knife. Doesn't change one thing that's on that video.
I don't like the lying stuff. That's what really gets me is the lying stuff.
You should.
I don't like a liar.
Feel sympathy for Isaac Schuman's family. I have a 19-year-old son. He would be in Isaac Schuman's grave right now. Everyone feels sympathy for Isaac Schuman's family. I'm sure he was a wonderful kid. And I know that his parents love him. But you don't get to decide this case based on sympathy. The judge tells you that. You decide this case based on facts and evidence. That's what you are required to do. And put most succinctly, in terms of the burden of proof and what the state has to do, is they have to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt it's not self-defense. And what does reasonable doubt mean? Well, the judge read it to you. You'll get to hear about it again. But it's a doubt that would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when deciding the most important affairs of life. And I would submit to you the most important affairs of your collective lives are your health, your family's health, loved one's health. When you're thinking about that and you have to make hard decisions on those things, if there is a pause or hesitation about what you need to do because you're getting information from various places, and you say, I need a break, I need to figure this out, that's reasonable doubt. Okay? It is a doubt for which a reason can be given. That reason is self-defense. And I just want you guys to know this. When you go back there and you have those verdict forms, if you believe it's self-defense, he's not guilty. If you believe it's probably self-defense, he's not guilty. If you believe it's possibly self-defense, he's not guilty. If you're like, it likely is, I don't know, not guilty. If you believe it might not be, not guilty. If if you believe it's probably not self-defense, not guilty. All of those considerations that you would have require a verdict of not guilty.
Even if if you're unsure,
Because the
not
state has
guilty.
to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that it wasn't self-defense.
Yeah.
So, as I go to sit down, we, Attorney Nelson, Nick Miu, and I appreciate all of your time. The time that you've taken away from your families and friends to do this. The attentiveness that you've given us. And I think it's time for people to go home when you're done. And what we're asking that you do is that you send Nick Miu home. That you find him not guilty on all of the charges. Thank you.
Now, I think they got a rebuttal. Yo, thank you so much for the membership,
While we swap
guys.
people out, if you'd like to stand and stretch for a moment, you may do so.
Stretch out.
And then we'll hear a brief rebuttal from Mr. Smithstone.
Rebuttal. 828 Caroline, thank you for the 10 memberships. Ian Thomas, thank you for the 5 memberships. Kayla, thank you for the 20. Thank you for dropping the bomb. Miss JMD, thank you for the 5 memberships. Amazing. Yo, if you're a new member, I hope that you resubscribe. But if not, anyway, make sure you check out the front page on YouTube and go to the members video. Scroll down. All right, scroll down to the members section, members only videos. The good ones are Ask My Girlfriend About Me. And then if you scroll all the way down, somewhere in there, there's my LSD story from 2010, the craziest time of my life.
Mr. Tropsy say his entire defense is based on.
There's a story called Deal with the Devil. Really good too. I watched those videos.
During his testimony was thoughts in his head.
Officer Mullen, thank you for the 11 months and all the support. What do we
know about Nick Miu?
All right, here we go.
I know he's smart, speaks multiple languages, has a couple of degrees, one's in math. He's a calculating person. He's a cunning person. He's a skilled and prolific liar. We know that because every word that came out of his mouth, practically since he started walking away from this group, was a lie, including to his best friend, who he said they took my knife while the knife is still on him. The things he said to Sheriff Knudsen, where he pretended to not know what was going on. And then everything he said to Investigator Hart, Lieutenant Hart. He is skillful at crafting a story that matches what he needs to say to avoid the consequences for his actions. We all know that. It's undisputed. He told you himself he's a liar. All right? He did not just not lie about the knife. He lied about all kinds of crazy things, bizarre things. Why would he say that these boys pulled his pants down? What a bizarre lie to make up, right? Why would he say that 2 boys pulled knives on him? He's got to say that because he knows what he did wasn't justified. He thinks to himself, if I say 1 boy pulled a knife, that'd be good, but if it's 2, that would be better. So he crafts this elaborate story. His entire defense rests on you believing what he said on the stand yesterday. His testimony was a disaster. He got caught in several lies on the stand. He changed his answers a couple of times when he realized that what he said wasn't helpful to his defense, right? He consistently remembered details from July 30th, 2022 that benefits his defense, but doesn't remember anything about what he did, any of the facts, any of the stories that he told Lieutenant Hart. How is that possible? That he can only remember the facts, the beliefs he had that assist his defense, and nothing else? How many times did he say on the stand, I don't remember, I don't remember, I don't remember? He repeated it over and over and over again because he doesn't want to answer questions about what he did because he knows dang well it wasn't justified. He's lying. He's lying. One of the many things I'm going to be grateful about when this is done is that I never have to hear again that the actions he took that day was the fault of these boys. That's ridiculous. It's despicable. There's never been any explanation from the defense as to why Nick Miu ran up on these boys. Why he grabbed their tubes. Why he was groping around where their legs were.
Oh, shit.
They don't even respond to it. They didn't bring it up. There is no explanation. That behavior is inexplicable. He's a bizarre person. He made bizarre choices that day. It is not their fault. It is not their fault. I'll say it 100 times. It's not their fault. These boys have beat themselves up every day since this happened. You saw the raw emotion on the stand. Their best friend was murdered by this guy. And to say that it's their fault is despicable. Nobody's responsible for Nick Miu's choices but himself. He chose violence at every turn. There's been some question about whether he's fragile. Part of him is fragile. His ego is fragile. As his attorney had said early last week when he's questioning these boys, you were trying to humiliate him. You were trying to insult him. You were taunting him. He was humiliated. He was insulted. He didn't like these boys treating him like that. He certainly didn't like Madison Cohen getting in his face, so to speak. And eventually, he did just snap. He pulled his knife out, getting ready for violence, pulls it out, holds it down where nobody can see it, holds it at his side, and then hits her. That started the violence. He prepared for the violence before he started it. He felt humiliated, and he wasn't going to let it go. I asked him, did you ever take a step back at any time when she was yelling at you? No. With no explanation. We're dealing with what we call false narratives in this case. Things that the defense repeats over and over and over again, hoping that you think it's fact, okay? One of these is this 13-to-1 narrative, okay? We've heard it 100 times in this trial. This is not a 13-to-1 situation. We've got the 6 teenage boys standing on the side by their tubes. He's confronted by the 2 girls. Everybody else is in the background. He hits Madison Cohen when he's only got 2 girls standing in front of him. After the fight, it's one-on-one to start. It's Dante hitting him, and then arguably 2-on-1 when AJ comes up and pushes him in the back. Tony breaks it up. The fight's done. He gets off. And AJ, of course, is already tore open, so he's laying in the river. But that's the end of the fight. Mr. Miu continued violence. He chose more violence after that part of the fight was done. Tony, who did exactly what his dad told him to do, came up to try to break it up. You can hear him telling Dante, his brother, get away, get back. Mr. Miu turns around and stabs him, and Tony blocks it and stabs him again. He chose violence at every turn. There's another false narrative. They circled him. They surrounded him. Baloney. You've seen the video how many times there's open water everywhere. That he was attacked from all directions. False narrative. He said that Owen Peliquin testified that they stuck around because they wanted to see how it played out. That's true, but what he didn't mention is that Owen also said he wanted to make sure he didn't do anything to this woman. And you know what? Those instincts were exactly right. Those instincts were right. He keeps talking about how these boys wanted to make a video. Well, they were making a video. But what does that matter? They didn't start the violence. None of those boys laid a hand on him, despite the fact that he touched both Joanne Cockfield and Landon Wire when he ran up on them in their tubes. Nobody laid a hand on him until after he had already stabbed a number of people. Isaac Schumann tried to stop him. He got killed for his efforts. He seems to be arguing, the defense seems to be arguing that Isaac somehow deserved it. I don't understand that argument. He's trying to protect people. He calls Maddie Cohen the queen of the river, and he calls her a bully, calls her a number of other unkind things. Her testimony was, and it's clear from the video, she was trying to protect these boys. She saw that he was over there doing something, that it was freaking them out. She tried to protect them. You know, maybe if we had more people on the river trying to protect people, the world would be a better place. They've made, over and over, they've argued that Maddie was never punched because she has no marks on her face. Nick Miu, who, as Mr. Trosty said, was lifted off of his feet by the punch from Dante, punched in the jaw and fell in the river, gets up and there's no marks on his face. We have pictures from him. We have the video. We have his interview with Lieutenant Hart later. We have the pictures that the jail nurse took 5 hours after. There's no bruising. There's no puffiness. There's no swelling. The fact that they're arguing that Maddie had no mark doesn't matter because he didn't either. It happens. They're trying to say that he was terrified. His face tells a different story. He has expressions of anger. He has expressions of, I guess, humor. He's smiling. He's smirking. Well, after he has his knife out, he clearly feels comfortable. There's no look of terror in his face at any time. A.J. Martin was not armed. He pushed Mr. Miu in the back. We know that. He didn't kick him. He didn't punch him. He didn't hold his head underwater. He pushed him in the back. And for that, he got a incision on his body from his belt line all the way up. You saw the pictures. It's horrible. He used no weapon against Mr. Miu. They made a big deal about Lieutenant Hart telling Mr. Miu in the interview that she would have been scared too. Well, she made that response after he'd been feeding her a load of BS about all this stuff that supposedly happened. About having 2 kids pulling knives on him and pulling his pants down and all the baloney that he fed her. Based on that, she said, yeah, I would have been scared too. They're arguing that he had no intent to kill Isaac. Isaac weighed 134 pounds at the time. He's 250. He rams his knife up, not down, up, severing 2 of Isaac's ribs right into his heart. All right? If he didn't intend to kill him, why not stab him in the belly? Right into his heart. We've heard no explanation whatsoever as to why he stabbed Riley Madison. We know from the video she's standing off in the background after Tony's trying to break it up. He just walked over and stabbed her. She wasn't attacking him. They don't explain that because there is no explanation. None. He wasn't in fear for his life from Riley Madison. She said she was 110 pounds now, might have been 115 back then. There's no fear for his life. He just was mad because she touched him. They've talked a little bit about the extraneous factors. It's not just medical attention that can be an extraneous factor. As we know, multiple people on the river stopped to help these folks. Putting compressions on. One witness said they used a sandwich bag to try to make a chest compression. There was a lot of interventions for these folks. We know with Riley Madison specifically that Larry and Davis and his brother, we saw it on the video, got her to shore on a tube. People went out of their way to help these folks. These are extraneous factors. But another extraneous factor is he just got unlucky. You know, if he, as Mr. Anderson had said, we've got arteries, we've got organs. Dr. Meyer said, you know, whenever you have an abdomen wound, you have to check all those things. It's kind of a miracle that more people didn't get killed. It's not by anything he did. He just got lucky. Missed major organs and arteries.
Wow.
The bottom line is he had 4 hours from the time that he was arrested to the time that he concocted this ridiculous story about the boys pulling knives on him and pulling his pants down and all this other bizarre baloney. He used his intellect, because we know he's smart, to craft this story. And he was very deliberate and detailed because he wanted to come up with a story that he thought would be sufficient to convince people that he acted in self-defense. We know he lied about all of it. So now today, he's saying, well, sure, I lied about everything I said when I talked to Lieutenant Hart about what happened, but now I'm telling the truth. So now believe me. No, no, no. You have my full confidence. I know you're going to return a just verdict of guilty and deliver justice to Isaac Schumann and everybody else who got hurt by this man. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, members of the jury, the duties of counsel in the court have been performed. The case has been argued by counsel. The court has instructed you regarding the rules of law that should govern you in your deliberations. The time has now come when the great burden of reaching a just, fair, and conscientious decision of this case is to be thrown wholly upon you, the jurors, selected for this important duty. You will not be swayed by sympathy, prejudice, or passion. You will be very careful and deliberate in weighing the evidence. I charge you to keep your duty steadfastly in mind and, as upright citizens, to render a just and true verdict. You are to decide only whether Mr. Miu is guilty or not guilty of the offenses charged. Any consequences of your verdict are matters for the court alone to decide, and they must not affect your deliberations. Multiple forms of verdict will be submitted to you concerning the charges against the defendant, Nicolae Miu. For count 1, 5 forms of verdict will be submitted. They read, as to count 1 of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged. Another form, as to count 1 of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of second-degree intentional homicide as submitted. Another form, as to count 1 of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of first-degree reckless homicide as submitted. Another form, as to count 1 of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of second-degree reckless homicide as submitted. Lastly, as to count 1 of the information, Isaac Schumann, the jury finds Nicolae Miu not guilty. Return only one for your verdict. If you return a guilty verdict, you must also answer this question.
Oh, shit.
Did Mr. Miu commit the crime while using a danger as submitted? Another form, as to count 2 of the information, Alexander Martin, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of second-degree recklessly endangering safety as submitted. Finally, as to count 2 of the information, Alexander Martin, the jury finds Nicolae Miu not guilty.
I touched the button.
Again, return only one for your verdict. If you return a guilty verdict, you must also answer the dangerous weapon question. As to counts 3, Dante Carlson, count 4, Anthony Carlson, and count 5, Riley Madison, the court will give you 5 verdict forms for each count that are worded similar to the ones given to you for count 2. As to count 6, Madison Cohen, 2 forms of verdict will be submitted. One reading, as to count 6 of the information, Madison Cohen, the jury finds Nicolae Miu guilty of battery as charged. Next, as to count 6 of the information, Madison Cohen, the jury finds Nicolae Miu not guilty. Again, if you return the guilty verdict, you must answer the dangerous weapon question. It is for you to determine whether Mr. Miu is guilty or not guilty of each of the 6 counts submitted to you. You must make a finding as to each count of the information. Each count charges a separate crime, and you must consider each one separately. Your verdict for the crime charged in one count must not affect your verdict on any other count. This is a criminal, not a civil case. Therefore, before the jury may return a verdict which may legally be received, the verdict must be reached unanimously. In a criminal case, all 12 jurors must agree in order to arrive at a verdict. When you retire to the jury room, select one of your members to preside over your deliberations. The presiding juror's vote is entitled to no greater weight than the vote of any other juror. If you need to communicate with the court while you are deliberating, send a note through the bailiff signed by the presiding juror. To have a complete record of this trial, it is important that you communicate with the court only by a written note. If you have questions, the court will talk with the attorneys before answering, so it may take some time. You should continue your deliberations while you wait for an answer. The court will answer any questions in writing or orally here in open court. When you have agreed upon your verdict, have it signed and dated by the person you have selected to preside. After you have reached a verdict, the presiding juror will notify the bailiff that a verdict has been reached. Everyone will return to the courtroom. The verdict will be read into the record in open court. The court may ask each of you if you agree with the verdict. At this time, please administer the oath to the bailiff.
Do you swear that you will, to your utmost ability, keep all jurors on this trial together in some private and convenient place, subject to the direction of the court, until they have agreed upon their verdict and that they are discharged by the court, and that you will not, before they render their verdict, communicate to any person the state of their deliberations or the verdict they have agreed upon?
Just like I swear on the oath, I promise.
The bailiff has extra copies of the jury instructions. I imagine you'll probably want to consult with them during the course of your deliberations. I believe he has 4 or 5 sets. If you need more, let him know, and I will print more for you. He also has the verdict forms in each of the manila envelopes, 1 envelope per count. If you reach a verdict, please put that verdict, signed by the foreperson, back into the envelope. The other forms that you don't use can be discarded, but there only should be 1 verdict form returned back in each envelope. Now, members of the jury, as I mentioned to you at the beginning of the trial, only 12 jurors can deliberate. 2 alternates were seated in the event that we lost jurors due to health, emergency, or some form of misconduct. The alternates have been determined by lot by the clerk of court. The alternate jurors are not released from jury duty. Alternate jurors may be called upon to deliberate if we happen to lose one of the 12 jurors during the course of deliberations. So basically, the alternates are needed to be at the ready and stand by in the event that they are needed. The alternate jurors will be free to leave the building, but you may not talk about this case with anyone. You may not research or investigate the case on your own. You may not read social media posts. You may not read news reports about this case. If we need an alternate juror to participate in deliberations, the clerk of court will contact you, so we'll need a phone number before you leave. You will be expected to return relatively quickly. So please stay close to home or close to your place of work if it's nearby. We will keep your personal notes safe in a secure private location in the event that you're called upon to deliberate. At this time, I'll ask for the envelope.
What now? An envelope for what? Send it else to the back. That's it. What else?
The 2 alternate jurors are Darren.
What the? What's that? Oh, they muted it because they're reading names out. Damn. Are they letting them go? Because
You may. If you'd like to have a private place where you can eat it here in the courthouse, we'll provide you with that facility. But the alternate jurors may not eat with the other 12 because the other 12 may begin their deliberations once they are back in the deliberation room. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
All aboard! All aboard!
When should I start the clock? I want to give it a couple minutes. All my settings reset, so I went to go set up the clock, and somehow, I don't know, the whole app closed out. I was like, oh shit, I almost lost the stream.
Please be seated.
Okay, I guess we can start it.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any objection to the manner in which I read the jury instructions?
No.
Mr. Trofasi, do you?
No, sir.
All right. The alternate juror forms, or the alternate, I don't know what you call this, the jurors selected for 12 the 12 jurors selected for deliberation are listed on the form. If either of you need to see it, the clerk has it. You may look at it. Before we adjourn, attorneys, please stay close by in case there are questions. I do want to compliment both of you, actually all of you, on your conduct and demeanor during the course of this trial. It is difficult subject matter. It is difficult law to get your mind around. These were tragic events, traumatic events, and I thought you carried yourselves with dignity during these proceedings. And I think your clients, the victims, and the community should be proud of the way that you have administered justice today. You both have given this jury a lot to think about. We stand in recess.
All right. So I got 30 minutes before I got to go get the haircut, so I can hang out with you guys for a bit. Once the haircut thing, once I leave for the haircut, then I'll leave something running in the background, and I'll leave the timer running. My thing, again, I haven't watched the whole trial.
And good afternoon from our Fox 9 streaming center.
My thing is the lies, though I get everybody lied. I feel like if this guy would have just been like, or even called the cops. But let's look at the, I think there was like a police interview. Or like there's one where he's hanging out of the car. Which was this? Was it this one?
I'm gonna pause.
Where's the one where he's like hanging out of the car? Damn. Like they're interviewing him in the. Let's see if I can find it.
Gentleman sent home.
He was like pretending like, who? Somebody got stabbed? What do you talk about? What? The stabbing? What? Which one is it here? Let's see. Videos. What? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're... What? Let's see. I don't speak... English is my fifth language, so I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, that one is new video from the Miu's group. I'm really on the fence. I'm on the fence. I'm leaning towards not guilty, though I feel like the jury is going to find him guilty for the lesser charge. It's a tough one. I know some people, maybe it's cut and dry. Body cam released. Let's see, is it this one? It's a little tough. I don't know. Not this one. Damn, where's the one where there's one where he's like hanging out the car and they're talking to him and he's like, I don't know what they're talking about. Stern, it was a stabbing. What? Stabbing? Where's that at? I had it up the other day and I lost it. Let me just type it in the search. Apple River. Boom, boom, boom. Body cam. Okay, hold on. Let's check this out. Body cam footage. Witness released. 5 minutes. All right, let's take a look at this. See what this is.
Thing on you?
Yeah. 8111, 8816. I'll head over there.
I'm gonna keep searching for the one I was talking about.
Is it in your cooler?
8111.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Go ahead.
No, maybe.
We're probably out of people, but if you do have any other investigative resources to assist.
Okay.
Over here at the incident location, I have a lot of witnesses here also.
Okay.
10-4, 22 has checked on, and dispatch, can you send a TTY to Polk County? They have 2 investigators that are...
Can I see her ID too?
Oh, he lost his cell phone.
Is it your wife?
No, this is my wife, that one.
Whose ID is that one?
My sister.
Is that her right here?
Yeah.
That's hers. All right.
Okay, my wife have over there.
Not violent, but yelling.
All right, I'll talk to you over here.
Northwest, but they need an option first.
They post a lot of videos. I don't know if any of the mods know the video I'm talking about. There's like a body cam, yeah. But he's like sitting in the police car. It's a short video too, so I thought it'd be good to watch. This one.
All right. Can you kind of tell me what's going on today?
So we was outside, you know, in the corner of the river.
All right.
So he's looking for our friend looked at the phone. You know what I mean? And he's all away by the group.
Who did?
What?
Who drove? Who went by the group?
No, the guy you take it.
Yeah.
He's looking by the phone in the river because we started here in the corner by the group of the people.
All right.
And I saw he there looking for the phone, and he was saying he's in trouble. What am I in trouble? I saw people attack him.
People stay in their homes.
You know, a bunch of people attack him, and then I don't know what's going on.
Negative. You cancel the rave.
I go in the middle of the river. Hey, come on!
What is it, a sanctuary city? Nobody speak English over there?
This way, come on this way. And right away, the problem, he said that somebody take his knife in his pocket. Right. He got a knife for carry the thing in the river.
Cancel the rave, cancel
and,
Minnesota helicopter.
I don't know anything.
Washington County units may return to Minnesota.
I came in, get out there. But one people have a problem here, one over here, he was here. I saw one lady coming from here
and being transported.
with blood.
We still have able 6
and
here.
He was here. He said, they taking my knife. That's what he said. And they punched it, he was in the floor, in the water. And when I crossed, not too close, on the man of a river, he said, get out of there because we don't know what's going on. And he ran this way. And he said, they're taking my knife. That's it.
So you never saw him with the knife?
No, never.
No, did you see any?
That boy ride or die. This guy stabbed like 5 people. No, I don't see no knife, no.
Anyone with the knife?
No.
No?
I'm not going back.
No,
You're not sending me back.
That's what I said. There's somebody here with blood, somebody here with blood.
You just saw a bunch of people with blood?
Yeah.
You're not sending me back.
So
I don't know what's going on.
All right.
They punching him. He told me they're taking my knife.
So people were punching him. Where were they punching him?
It was like right here, outside by the rat.
Yep.
By the rat.
Yeah, you did.
They punch it.
Yep. Where were they
Put
punching? Where were they punching him on his body?
He punching. I don't know, in the face or here. They're punching down. And when he get out, that's when I tell him get out there because I don't know. I'm in the middle of the river. And he goes, hey, get out there because I don't know what's going on. And when he coming around to us, he says, they're taking my knife. And later we find out what's going on.
All right. So did you see anyone get stabbed or anything like that?
No, because that's what I say. They say they're taking my knife. I saw some people here with blood. And one lady in the middle of the river with the blood too.
What does his knife look like?
This is a little knife, like a...
So like a pocket knife, it folds out?
Yeah, like a pocket knife.
A foldable one?
Exactly.
Sir, is that your cooler there?
Yes.
You mind if we look in it?
You can get it.
Thank you.
No, you're not looking at my shit.
That's
You got
weird.
the goods in there. You ain't looking at
because
that shit.
we never have problem. Never. He's this guy. No, we always no problem. Nothing. But a bunch of
How do you know him?
Oh,
Kayla. Thank you, Kayla.
Works
The right
here.
one.
He works
That's it,
for you?
Kayla. Kayla, thank you. Amazing. Send it to me on Twitter. Okay.
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature? Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I hear somebody got stabbed. And I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep, so we're working through that now. Did you see that fight on the river?
I heard about it.
You heard about it.
I heard about that fight. I don't know what you're talking
So
about.
we're working through that now. Did you see that fight on the river?
I heard about it.
You heard about it?
Yeah, and I seen people gather around it.
Okay. All right.
And I went over to talk to see if somebody saw anything, but that's about it.
Okay.
Our whole group was pretty interested in finding out what happened.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Some guy leaking with his guts out. A couple of the kids. That's the only thing. I don't know what I would do in a type of situation like that. My thing would be to like, and of course this is hindsight. Everybody's different, but I just like tell the truth and get me an attorney. I need my attorney. Yeah, I did this shit in self-defense. The lying is the shit that gets me about this guy, and I get everybody else lied. The lying is what gets me about
Okay. And that's your whole group over there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I don't know. Okay, well.
Did you see anybody injured?
No.
Bruh.
See anybody injured?
No.
Did you see anybody fighting?
I heard people screaming at each other, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Screaming in anger or screaming in pain, do you know?
Everybody's drunk, so I don't know. I can't tell the difference, but I would say, I don't know, just screaming.
Okay.
You know, yeah, calling each other names, but, you know, that's, I've seen that all day. And we've all been drinking a lot. I'm sure they're drunk. I'm sure they're doing, I don't know, kids being kids.
Kids being kids. Where are you? Where's your group from? Where did you drive from today?
Oh, I drove from Prior Lake.
From Prior Lake.
Yeah. Actually, we didn't drive it. We came here alone.
Your wife and you?
Yeah.
And you met the group here?
Yeah, but we know each other.
Okay.
This guy left several kids bleeding. One guy with his guts spilled out. Another kid died. And he sailed off into the sun. That dude just walked off. Could I just walk off? After like wreaking havoc? I would maybe step away at a distance and then call 911. Just if I was really worried for my life, I'd get away from the immediate area, but then call 911. You know, just like hindsight. That's the thing about carrying too, man. Like, you know, like I got my concealed and all that stuff, but like you could find yourself in a situation where it almost doesn't really need to get to the level that it needs to get to, but once you pull out a gun or a knife, then it's to that level. And even if you don't want to shoot someone, even you just pulling out your gun, well, anybody else that's in the vicinity could be like, shit, well, I'm in fear for my life too. I'm going to shoot this motherfucker. You know, it's just such a sticky situation. But I don't like the lies. I don't like the lies. I was watching this documentary the other day of this serial killer, guy that's like killed and raped women and all this kind of stuff. And Piers Morgan was interviewing him. I thought it was so interesting to me. Piers Morgan, serial killer, was interviewing this guy, and this guy that like, guy over here, boy, don't look like he looked like just a regular whatever, whatever. Nah, this motherfucker allegedly killed multiple people, and they were mostly prostitutes. It almost reminded me of the California serial killer, the Grim Sleeper. The Grim Sleeper. Lonnie something? Grim Sleeper. California. This guy who was responsible for at least 10 murders, but it's way more than that. The guy literally had like a photo album of his victims and stuff. Lonnie, the Grim Sleeper. California. Grim Sleeper. Infamous serial killer. But now I was watching this guy, and he still denies some of the killings, even though they found his DNA evidence. And one of the things that like Piers Morgan was at, like, what don't you like? What do you least like? And he's like, I don't like liars.
The
Look at some pictures here. These are some of the people. They showed you the pictures. Same.
That though.
See, this picture here is Sheila Ingold. Now,
that's the only person that actually.
You did know her?
No, I didn't know her, but
she was a friend of the woman you were seeing at the time?
Right.
You'd never met her?
Never met her. Never seen her.
Do you recognize her now?
No.
No, just my sperm was found there on her body.
Bingo. And I don't want to discuss that. What happened with that?
In 1980, you assaulted and threatened to shoot your wife, who then divorced you. The next month, you assaulted your ex-wife twice. You beat and pistol whipped her. Is this true?
No, she lied.
But was it an abusive relationship? Did you hit her?
No.
You never hit her?
Oh, well, she hit me, yes. I guess I ain't gonna lie. I did. Yeah.
You did hit her?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a stretch. I'm jumping to something completely different. A serial killer, right? Different things. Way different. But I just thought it was interesting that even the serial killer that's raped and allegedly murdered multiple people, he's like, I don't like liars. And what gets me about this guy is the lying. Now, I haven't seen the kids testify, and I heard that their testimonies are kind of lying too. Cringeworthy. Bullshit.
The clock. What we have done is given all the body camera footage that came in through the various law enforcement witnesses we heard from today. We've gone ahead and edited a thread, if you will, that just takes you to the scene that day, that afternoon. It will be sound fully up. You can watch it here now for the next 25 minutes or so. But I promise you, as soon out, because I did.
We got someone who can't move. Yep, come on up. We got someone who can't move. Go help him. Please.
This body cam.
Where'd the suspect go?
I don't know.
No, but we got.
She got stabbed. Her right there, she got stabbed.
Okay. And there's two down there yet, too.
It's shallow water. So you can
we're going.
It's shallow. It's shallow.
Y'all can step.
And the guy is still walking up the river.
The suspect?
Yes, he still had a typhoid. He was still stabbing people.
4502 dispatch. We just received information. Suspect still has the knife and heading upriver on foot.
You know, it's the things that he did after for me, like getting rid of the knife, lying multiple times. I don't know what it's like to be in that situation and freak out. I'd give it a chance, Cobalt. When I get back from the haircut, they're probably still going to be deliberating. We could watch some of the kids' testimony. That's why I think it's important for me to preface. I haven't watched everything of this trial with people that have. I guess we can't see much. Like this. Did Kyle Rittenhouse lie? I never watched the trial. I wish I would have watched it, and I wish I would have covered it. Did he lie?
EMS is clear to get up here.
For anybody that watched the coverage.
They know suspect's still large.
He stuck to his story, didn't he? Or did it change up?
We got officers up there at our entry point. If we can get a boat, that'd be great. Yep. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I don't know either. That like killing somebody, stabbing somebody.
Okay.
Did he freak out?
You see who the suspect was?
I mean, I guess he didn't know the person died at the time, but I think Kyle stuck with his story too. about what happened. I wish I would have covered that because it was such a huge trial. I don't think I was really doing trials back then.
Okay, have him hold it. He'll hold it. AJ, you hold my hand. Squeeze my hand, man. Squeeze my hand. You're doing so good, AJ. You're doing so good. So good. Squeeze my hand right now. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. Right now. Right now. So good. So good. So good.
And the polls almost 50-50, almost. 22% say guilty, 35% say guilty of a lesser charge, and then 33% say not guilty.
Go up for 19.
10% say hung jury.
Do you want me to go upriver and start coming down, or I'm at the bridge right now?
You want to start looking for the suspect. I'll work on a description. I heard one person say scuba gear.
You're doing so good, AJ. AJ Martin, huh? What a good name, right?
45 through dispatch. We're doing CPR.
Hold on to me.
45 CPR.
Did you guys see what happened? Who did it?
45 through dispatch. You know you're busy with.
Do you know who it is?
No, it's just some rando on the river. He looks 5'9", 5'10", Russian-looking guy.
Russian.
Short.
What was he wearing?
Hey, you see him? Hey! I think they just went after him. I think he's up there. You get out of there!
Get out! Get out!
Hey, where you guys go? We need to know what it looks like. We got a lot of cops in the area. What does he look like?
Maybe.
Hey, we got a canine coming. We can't track him if you guys tear up the whole scent trail. 36.
What's our furthest downriver casualty point?
64 bridge.
Create.
That part believed to be going downriver. I can head straight down there.
Negative. Suspect went under the woods at the initial location, a quarter mile upriver from the 64 bridge.
10-4. Did he go off on the north or south bank?
South bank. The cider cars are on.
Chase, do you want me to continue up to you, or do you want me to take my squad up the road further into the woods?
Yep. Up the river. Or correction. Eric, just go to the woods. We need this EMS here. Get these people out of here.
10-4. I just talked to rescue. They're working on getting the boat into the water and up to you guys.
Okay.
Okay. Great. Okay, when you hold his hand.
Oh, man.
21 to 29.
Careful, please be careful.
The road is the up along the riverbank. If you can get guys,
Wash it out, buddy.
head that way. The road isn't that far from the river.
Just hold that there, okay? Just leave that there.
AJ, you hold on, okay?
Give me 1 second. I'm making that just a playlist. We'll finish this one, and then we'll add interrogation. And then after the interrogation, I want to play this guy's testimony. I don't know if we should do AJ's. I guess AJ. I want to see the guy that was holding the camera too. Do that one. Add video. Okay. I want to see the guy that was holding the camera. A couple of people said you should check it out.
10-4. Still have to squeeze past their squats and stuff.
7 minutes. Okay. Let's play this.
Do you know who it is?
No, it's just some rando on the river. He looks
10-4. I just talked to rescue. They're working on getting the boat into the water and up to you guys.
And the one thing I want to...
21 to 29.
Careful, please be careful.
The road and the bridge you up along the river.
And it's up to you guys. I don't know if you want to watch parts of the trial or you just want to hear these people talk.
We've queued up in our newsroom for you, and this is about getting at the changing charges that Miu now facing, the lesser included. Let's listen back to Corey Giraffi here and get your response, Debbie.
This case.
I don't know. I could just let the commentators go, or if you want to just go with this playlist of this one and then the interrogation.
If you can get guys.
Wash it out, buddy.
Jawad, right?
The road isn't that far from the river.
Just hold that there, okay? Just leave that there.
AJ, you hold on, okay?
10-4. You'll have to squeeze past their slots and stuff. Copy. I'll point that way.
What the suspect wearing? Swim shorts, clothes?
Swim shirts and a t-shirt.
Okay.
A white t-shirt. I know, he had a t-shirt on for that black belly.
Older man, he's in his 50s, 60s. He just has a knife.
46 to 29.
Mr. Tika.
AJ.
I'm just coming through the ridge.
Grab hold pressure on his stomach.
Perimeter.
Hold what? Pressure.
I could do a poll. I don't know what you guys want to do.
Yep, I'll go to the end of the Sunrise
Playlist?
Trail and we'll link up there.
8819
Do a poll
dispatch.
real quick
Suspect
before I leave.
information.
8819, go to the suspect.
Being told a white male, swim shorts, shirtless, armed with a knife, possibly 50 years old. This person described him as Russian looking.
Do we have a color on those swim shorts?
Negative. Can't get that yet. Also, two of the friends of the person ran into the woods are looking for the suspects. We have some other people contaminating the area.
For adult male, approximately 50 years of age, shirtless, wearing unknown color swim shorts, with a knife, and two friends of victims are out looking for the suspect as well. 1608.
8819 dispatch.
8819.
Disregard. Where did the suspect go into the woods at?
I didn't see that. I had
This way. We have a canine coming.
Okay, 80% want.
I'm sorry.
I know.
Just keep playing the playlist. Okay.
I saw him before the fight started.
I have a rag. I don't know how much it's going to help,
And then he
but if
punched
it's going to
one of the
help
girls in the
anybody,
face.
Okay.
if you want to apply it with another rag.
One here, one there.
8844 to 8829.
They don't know.
What kind of haircut,
no one
Chris?
knows. They said this region. They don't know exactly where.
I'm gonna get the one I got last time.
trauma
Like that. A lot of people like
I got
that.
a tournament and some quick clot, Z-bolt.
You can-
His guts are hanging out. The other one, I haven't been over to that one yet.
Let's throw that on his
Here.
head.
8844 to 8829. I don't know if that was fraud. We're just getting out at a 6. Where did you need us?
This random Russian guy just
29
attacked
up the road here farther, try to set up perimeter.
At the end of Sunrise Trail here, it's pretty thick. I'm not going to be able to see much down here. I would say go to the highway and start looking on that way.
Hold on, we're up there somewhere.
10-4, we'll be rough the highway.
Yeah, I think so too.
26 dispatch, some for you want to know, cover stuff.
My hand, AJ. Here we go. You're
26 routes.
Hold on to me, okay?
8819 to the dispatch.
You too?
8819.
Our two most critical patients are up here, upriver. Is this?
No. You guys see him?
Copy. 8819 has two critical patients upriver. Do you have a team to go to extract them?
I didn't catch that. We're a quarter mile upriver from the bridge. We can see the squads. One, no vitals. CPR in progress.
I believe I have EMS in the area.
Do we have any helicopters en route for Lakeview or Lifelink?
Affirmative. 2 helicopters at this time. 8821 dispatch. About a tenth of a mile upriver from the bridge. We have a male subject with a abdominal stab wound and a laceration to the leg. We have another male subject with a lateral slash across his abdomen. And we have one subject with a stab wound to the chest. CPR in progress. Central 3 victims, 1/10 of a mile upriver, leg stab, open abdomen, and a chest stab. CPR in progress.
Tell me I'm annoying. I know I'm annoying. I know.
1680-19.
Go ahead.
Do we need additional agencies to assist with perimeter?
Yes. And I don't know, State Patrol's helicopter was in the area from Minnesota. I don't know if that's something we can utilize.
Hey, 16 dispatch. If Nurseman's available and see if Polk County can send some deputies down.
Keep talking. You're doing so fine.
And for Nurseman, cars copy.
Keep going. All right? You got this, baby.
We have to take the river down.
He punched me in the face.
Please. We're going to help.
We got a gentleman down there.
Bueller, thanks. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the 5, man.
All right, I'm stopping at 3 minutes 30 seconds. I'm gonna jump ahead.
How far at?
Right there by the yellow shirt.
One individual slit from here to his chest. Right. His guts are exposed. The other one is slit, stabbed in the chest. There's one stab in the kidney area.
3 down there?
Yes, sir.
We got 3 individuals down the river. Significant stabbing.
The other person, their lung is popped.
Okay, how deep? Not deep? Alright.
It's bleeding bad. The person's balls are out. He's about to lose consciousness.
Alright.
They're doing CPR on the one whose lung is popped. Right here. The one.
Is he on the other side of the river?
No, on this side. Right down there. Right there. Come on, we're right next to each other.
Alright, you want to help me out here?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna pause.
Where's the guy? Okay, where's the stabber?
I don't know. I'm gonna have some questions. Nobody knows. Yeah. We all got into it.
What's your dispatch? Iron Death is going to be off Sunrise.
Yeah. Can't go fast.
Witness says that the male appears to be wearing a camel-colored shirt.
Put your hands in the back. Yes. Just talking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. No,
You're just being detained at this point, okay?
Yes.
What do we check now? What do you check?
D6 dispatch, believe we have the suspect detained. Believe we have him detained at the time.
No weapons or anything like that.
Number 36 has the possible suspect detained at
Okay.
1649.
Everybody hold where they're at. We need a photo so we can confirm this. I got it. I'm coming up on across the bridge right now.
Like I said, you're just being detained at this point, okay, boss? Okay.
I got a photo on my phone. I'll be there in a second.
Yeah. Chain matches.
Yep,
Shorts.
What's your name?
Nick.
Nick what?
Nick Miu.
Okay.
Take him in the bus. Why? Bring him over my... What did they do?
This way.
Bring him over my squad.
He's not double locked at this point.
All right, we'll worry about it over here.
Yep. He's got a silver chain.
It matches.
On him. Silver block chain.
Same shorts.
Yes. So. Let me double lock this quick.
Number.
Like I said, sir, you're just detained at this point, okay? We'll explain anything in a second here. You got some pretty good markings on his hand, too.
Alright.
Someone wants to take a picture of that? Yeah, we're on his thumb.
Want to advise him he's under arrest? Have we done that yet? Last I heard was
Nothing that's going to poke me, prick me, stick me, hurt me in any way?
Absolutely.
So right now you're being placed under arrest, okay? You're being placed under arrest for homicide and attempted homicide.
I work at Ricci Engineering as a mechanical engineer.
And what kind of engineering? What was
Mechanical engineer.
Yeah, what's the name of your employer?
Oh, Ricci.
R-I...
T-C-H-I-E. Engineering. In Blooming. 55427, I think it is.
Okay. What was the last grade that you completed?
I have a bachelor's and I have actually 2 degrees, one in engineering, one in mathematics.
Wow.
And I'm a class away from a master's in both. I'm not a dummy and I've never had a run with the law except when I got Will Joe into that.
So where did you get your degrees from, your undergraduate
South
degree?
Dakota State University.
The Bison?
No, the Jackrabbit.
Okay.
In Brookings.
And how about your master's degree? Where are you working on that?
I'm not working on it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I did pass the EIT so that I could work for the state as a licensed engineer, but I haven't had a chance to do that. For many years I worked as a contracting engineer. And then for the past 16 years I've been working with Ricci Engineering where I met Sandy.
Okay. What does Ricci Engineering do? Like what do they manufacture?
What we do HVAC service equipment.
Okay.
Basically we're the top tier of HVAC. We're like the top brand. And top brand for that is Yellow Jacket.
Okay. And is that for the parts?
The brand of everything we make there, we make it under the Yellow Jacket brand.
Got it.
But the company name is Ricci Engineering.
Okay.
So what I do everything from hoses, recovery machines, all the electronics. I talk to customers, I get business, I do the documentation, the design. It's a small company, so I like to do everything. Testing, evaluation, you name it. You know, 16 years over there, and that's not even scratching the surface.
Really?
I have bigger dreams now, shattered, but anyway, I don't want to talk about them right now.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what happened, I just don't. I can't talk about it. I need to go one step at a time.
Yep. And if you have any questions along the way, Nick, just stop and ask me, okay? Or if you need to take a break, just...
How bad is it?
Well, can we get through this form and ask each other questions?
Yes.
I want to maintain the integrity of this investigation and your rights, and So I want to get through this form and then we can ask questions, okay? So I'm going to turn this around. I'll give you this pen. What I'll have you do is I'm going to read each. You seem to speak excellent English.
Yeah.
You can read.
Yeah, and
I would imagine.
Miranda rights,
Yeah.
which have not been read to me when I was put in the car. Is that right?
And that's okay, as long as they weren't asking you any questions, they don't need to.
Oh.
But I'd like to ask these questions, so that's why we're going to go through this right now,
All right.
okay? So I'll let you have that pen, and so I'm going to read these to you, okay? You have the right to remain silent.
X, or just V?
You can check mark it, or some people put their initials. We'll have you sign it at the bottom, so that's however you want to do that. Anything you say can be used against you in court or other proceedings. You have the right to consult an attorney before making any statement or answering any question, and you may have him or her present with you during questioning.
Okay.
And also, stop me, I talk kind of fast.
Yeah, I was going to
Okay.
ask you about this one.
Okay.
So,
Yep.
when do I see one? When do I get one assigned to me?
You would get one assigned to you, the soonest would be on Monday.
Oh.
So that would be the soonest. And
Working hours,
working hours, yeah, pretty much, is how that works.
Okay.
So if you cannot afford to pay for an attorney, you may be eligible to be represented by an attorney from the office of the state public defender. If you desire an attorney from that office, you should contact their local office.
And that information would be provided to me, or?
Yes, so what happens is, the jail provides that information every day to the public defender's office, like here's who's on the list.
Okay.
So some people come into jail and they either have a lawyer already because of other things, or they know a lawyer, or they're gonna find their own. So these guys will let you use the phone if that's
I'll ask
kind of where you're at.
Candy to look for me, if
Okay.
that's okay.
Oh gosh, yeah, absolutely.
Because I'm not gonna see you and talk to
Yeah,
anybody.
no, that's fine. If you decide to answer questions now, with or without an attorney, you still have the right to stop the questioning at any time, or stop the questioning for the purpose of consulting an attorney.
Yeah, I'd like to do that at some point.
Okay. You can just check mark that, we went over that. However, you may waive the right to remain silent, and you may answer questions now without an attorney. You can just check mark that I read that to you. You're not agreeing to anything right now. This is just that I stated these things to you. So this says the above rights have been read to me. I have initialed each paragraph, or in your case, check mark, to show that I understand each of my rights. I have received a copy of this form. So you sign it, and then I'm going to sign it, Nick, and then I'm going to give you a copy of it. All right, I'll sign here. And at 8:01. All right, okay.
Military time.
Hi, sorry, do you want me to write it regular? Okay.
No.
I get so caught up in used to that.
Yeah.
My friends don't like it because in my vehicle, my own vehicle that I drive, it's military time, and so they're always asking me what time.
Everything I have is military because I came from Europe. And
Oh, sure.
everything
Yeah, yeah.
is they call it military, but it's not military. It's
Right, it's the
the proper time.
exactly. Well, good. At least then you know what it means then when I put the time on there like that. So I would like to ask you questions about your day today. What happened? Like how you guys got to be on the Apple River today, and then like what your day was like. It's up to you if you're willing to answer questions. If you decide that yep, I'll answer questions right now, and in 10 minutes you don't want to answer anymore, you just need to tell me that, okay? And if you don't want to answer questions right now, then that's fine too, and I will leave. It's up to you.
All I can say, it was self-defense. Self-defense. There were lots of people that came on to me. Self-defense, and they produced 2 weapons. One I took from them.
Okay.
That's the only thing I can tell. And they hit me, and they were on top of me, and I don't remember anything after that. I just remember I ran away. I ran away to my group. There were actually people coming over from my group to see what was going on. I said, nothing, just get back on. And they kept asking, and I said, nothing. I didn't explain to them anything because I I was so fearful. I didn't know what these people would be doing to us. I've never been in a situation like this, where people produce weapons and they were saying, they were calling, I don't remember, but they said, don't run from us, don't do this, you're a child molester, you're this. And he said, are you people drunk? Or you're a child molester. I said, the only thing I remember is, in my mind is, if I'm a child molester, should you be drinking? Should you be drinking alcohol and doing what you're doing to people that you don't even know, attacking them? And I said, if I'm a child molester, you should be having alcohol, you know? And they took my, I was snorkeling, so they took my snorkel away, they threw it in the water. They grabbed my pants, one wanted to pull my pants down, and I grabbed onto him, and I don't know who that kid was, but he had a knife on him. And then there was another knife, a longer knife, looked like a kitchen knife, kitchen or something, I don't know. And I don't know what happened to either one of them. I just know that when the kid attacked me, I took that from him.
The kitchen knife or the other
No,
knife?
the smaller knife.
Okay, what did that knife look like? Do you remember?
I don't even remember.
But it was smaller?
Smaller, yes. So, that's all.
How did you get to be by them? Or who are these people?
So, Ariel lost his phone.
Okay.
The phone was in the floor.
One of those bags? That
Yeah.
Okay.
And everyone had one, but his phone was in the floater, so he says, well, let's go look for it. So I put my snorkel on, and I looked, and this guy found something. And they were talking about it, and I said, okay.
This group of people?
This group of people,
gotcha.
yeah. I went over and I said, did you guys find the phone? And if you did, can I see it? Can I identify it? And they started calling me names. They got off of their tubes. They came at me. So I said, all I need. And they were calling me all kinds of names, insulting me for being in the water with a snorkel. And I said, all I want, guys, did you find the phone? And I saw they had found something, all right? And I don't know if there was a phone or something else they found, but they wouldn't talk to me about what they found. And we were looking desperately to find this phone. And I know somebody found it, but I thought it was that group.
Okay.
You know, and then they went over, they came to me and they grabbed my snorkel and they threw it in the water. Well, the water was so fast, it went under. So I went out after it and they started, another group of mostly girls came over from the other side, yelling at me or calling me child molester and something with, something like that. And I went back. I actually, after this incident, I don't even know what happened. I just know that they attacked me, and I was in self-defense. I went into self-defense mode, and then I went over to my group of people. That was it. And they asked me what happened, and I wouldn't tell them. I said, I can't tell you. Let me calm down.
Okay.
I was shocked. So nobody on that knew exactly what happened. The only thing they said was, look, somebody got in an argument over there, like, yeah, let's just leave that alone. Don't go there.
Are you able to draw for me, like, where you were looking for the phone, like, and where was Ernesto and Sandy, and where was the school? Maybe it would help me kind of understand. Yep.
These guys were here. I don't know how many. There were quite a few.
Okay.
We were upriver about 100 feet. Our group was here.
So you guys were in the water?
Yes.
Okay.
So we were in the water. And then there was another group of people over here that came to attack me. So there was this group of people here, this group of people that attacked me. They attacked me here.
So your group was floating down the river like this?
Actually, we're stopped. But yes, this is the
That's the direction you were going. Okay, so your group is stopped.
Yeah.
And who's looking for the phone besides you? Like, how do you know the phone's missing?
Oh yeah, we talked about it. I yelled.
Oh, okay.
I lost my phone. And so, well, you didn't lose it. It's floating down the
Because it's
river.
in that bag.
Yeah, so let's go find it, you know. And he was over here pouting that he lost his phone, and I said, that's okay, I have my snorkeling gear. And then I heard this guy said that he found something. And when I was snorkeling down, I passed him. I kept looking, and then I came up, I came looking, and then they started yelling and screaming, and I said, did you guys find something? And I thought they did. And I know they did, because they were hiding something from me. And then I went over there and they grabbed my snorkel, they threw it down. They got off their tubes, they came after me, they pushed me, one of them hit me, and then there was a girl that came from here and hit me in the back of my head. And I was about right there.
You said right here?
When she hit me, yes.
And that's when the female hit you?
Yeah. And she was coming from another group over here. I don't know how many people were in there. But
Were these guys stopped?
yes, in very shallow water.
Okay, so it's really shallow over here.
Shallow there.
Okay.
Pretty much the two sides are shallow. Yeah.
Was it, how deep do you think it was when you were like snorkeling around with the phone?
4 or 5 feet.
Okay.
Not very deep. And the water was very murky, so I could not see anything.
Really?
From my goggles. But those goggles are lost. They took them, they grabbed them off my face and threw them in the water.
We found the goggles.
Oh, good, thank you.
And the snorkel.
Yes.
Yep. Are they connected?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And they're just like regular snorkel goggles, right?
Yeah, I had them over when I went to the Caribbean.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do they look like, just to make sure we have the right ones? White?
Well, transparent plastic with the white snorkel.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Is that it?
I think we have them. Was there any? Did it seem like these groups were together?
After they came after me, I don't know. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think so. I mean, I feared for my life. Tell you the truth, when they started hitting me and pointed a knife at me, and then another kid pointed a knife, I thought that was it for me. Luckily, I took it from one of the young kids, and I think that's when I swung back.
What did you do with it?
I don't even know.
Okay.
I don't know. Absolutely, I don't know. I don't know if he got it back. I have absolutely no idea.
Did you hit him? Like, did the knife make contact with him?
That I don't remember.
Okay.
You were so close.
Sure.
And one had it in his hand, so I took his hand and I bent it and I poked him with his own hand. And then I took it from his hand and then I went and swung like this. So I don't know who I hit. I just know that I took the knife from one of the kids.
Okay.
The other one, I don't know what happened to. I didn't get hit. Because as soon as this happened, I started running across. So I went across to my group, and then my group was wondering what just happened, was it? And I didn't want to tell them anything.
Just because you didn't want to...
I didn't want to get anybody aroused. I didn't want my group to go say, well, we're going to go talk to those kids. No, they were too drunk, I believe. They were too drunk and too set on going after people, I think.
What were these guys doing? Did they know anything was going on?
No.
So they didn't know you were getting punched or...
Well, they saw the scuffle because at one point Ernesto was coming towards me like, hey man, did you find anything? And I said, no, I didn't. I don't know. These guys must have it or something. I don't know. And he says, okay, well, he will just get another phone on Monday. You were concerned about getting the phone. And like, okay, so what are you doing? I said, I don't know, I'm just gonna go late to sit in my thing. And then Sandy said, okay, are you okay? And said, I don't want to talk about it. You know, and then they asked me, hey, what do you want to do? You want to stay here? You want to go down? And I said, I want to go down. And then some girls from my group heard that something was happening over here, and they said, well, we're calling the police. And I think they called the police.
Okay.
1 or 2, I don't know.
Did you see any of that? What was going on?
No.
When they decided to call the police?
No.
Okay. Did you have a knife with
No,
you?
no, absolutely.
Okay.
I had one earlier that I used to cut, but right at the beginning, and I left it I don't even know what I did with it. I think I either gave it to one of the people, or I put it back in my truck.
Okay.
Yeah. So it may have been. I tell you the truth, I don't even know.
And that was after you cut the string?
Yeah, we needed to have something to cut the string over there. They don't have any knives. So.
But you have them with you today, right?
The what?
A knife to cut. How did that?
I think it's in my car.
Okay.
Yeah. I think.
Did you drive or did Sandy drive?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know where it's at, to tell you the truth. It may be in one of the bags we had with us. It may have been in I don't know. Maybe I left it, put it back in the car. Because I went back with a bunch of, I had straps. I didn't want to pay for string. But they say string is cheap.
Well, they probably don't want you to have straps.
But they told me, they said, if you have straps, there was a kid over there. If you have straps, no problem, but the string is free. So I said, okay, I'll take the string.
Okay.
You know, and then I took the straps back. So, because straps can puncture the...
Yeah.
So I had a whole bag of straps that I took back to my car.
Okay, and so maybe the knife was with the straps?
Probably.
Do you have any cuts or marks on you? Have you had a chance to look at your torso or?
Somebody was telling me that I'm bleeding from my ear, from my left ear.
Who told you that?
Oh, I think it was Amy. They said, Nick, you're bleeding from your left ear. I went like this, and I went in the water, I cleaned, and I don't see any blood. You know, and I don't know if you see any cuts, but I
don't.
Yeah, so I don't know why I was bleeding from my ear.
But Amy saw blood?
I think she says you're bleeding from your ear, Nick. And then I cleaned and I said, look, there is nothing. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it was blood or if it was weeds she saw. I have no idea. We were like, she was on the other side and I was just...
Yeah, so she's over here, right?
She's over here, yeah, right here.
Oh, so she's closest, Amy's over here, closest to the shore?
Yeah.
Okay.
With their nestle right here. And I was over here somewhere in one of these.
Okay, and you got back in that tube then when it was time to go?
Got back in my own tube, yes.
Okay. Did Ernesto come and get you?
No.
Like, did anybody know that you were getting punched or?
No. No.
Was anybody?
They wanted to talk to me about the phone, if I found the phone, and what did those guys say, and I said, they probably did, they don't want to give it up, they attacked me, and that's it. And then I said, let's go, I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
So they don't know what happened here.
You didn't tell anybody?
No.
Okay.
No. You're the first one to know.
Okay.
That's why probably Amy and everybody else is so surprised.
Well, they're worried about you.
Yeah.
I mean, and even Ernesto was like, I don't know how the hell this happened.
They don't know anything because I didn't know what to tell them.
Yeah.
I really don't know. Everything happened so fast. I really don't remember why they attacked me. I don't know why they took my snorkel away. I don't know why one of them wanted to pull my pants down. I don't know why they were being so mean. I just don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't know. And why did they want to scare me with a knife? I just don't know why they're scaring people on the river. It's a family-oriented river with knives and you know, what they did.
So was it 2 males that had knives?
I saw 2
men?
males,
Okay.
yes, yeah.
And were they both from this group, or do you even,
No,
do you even know?
well, that I don't know.
Okay.
One of them was from this group. The one that I took the smaller knife from, I think was from this group.
Okay, so you took the smaller knife.
From one of them.
And is that the one that you said that you kind of went,
Yes.
basically like...
Oh, I was going like this. I wanted out. They were coming and they were punching me and they were circling me and they came really close. They were pushing me in the water and I just grabbed the kid's knife. I didn't even know if I was holding it right. I just grabbed it from him because he tried to poke me with it. So I feared for my life.
It sounds like...
I was very shocked. I was extremely shocked. I couldn't even say anything to anybody. I had locked jaw. I don't know. Right now, I don't even know how this happened, how I got away from all that.
So when they were pushing you in the water, did you go underwater, or did you remain standing?
No, I tripped.
Okay.
I tripped and I fell in the water a couple of times, yes.
Where on your body did they hit you?
In the back of my back. And I know one of the girls came over and slapped me right over my right ear. I couldn't even see what they were doing because I was tripping over the stones, and I was falling down and they were just jumping on me.
I'm going to show you a picture and see if you...
I was fearing for my life. I'm still fearful that they're gonna find out who I am and go do something to Sandy. And possibly some of these people over here. I fear that somehow they're gonna find out who I am and continue their whatever that was. And I don't know why they're so hateful. And I just don't get it. I mean, this is the second time I come to the river, the first time for my wife, and I promised her it was going to be a beautiful outing and nothing to fear. We had lots of booze. She didn't drink because she was the designated driver. But most of us did. And there was another girl that didn't drink on the other party because they wanted to drive home. We ate well, we had music, everything was so good, so good, so good. Of course, I had a lot of alcohol. Who doesn't? You know,
Well, you had a sober ride. So,
yeah.
And I don't smell it on you. Were you drinking beer or vodka or what?
No.
Okay.
We don't do hard liquor because then we dehydrate too fast and we get cramps.
Okay.
So after my quadruple bypass, I still have cramps.
Oh, yikes. Quadruple bypass? How long ago was that?
A year and a half ago.
Wow.
Yeah, so if you see any wires in my chest, in my sternum, that's from the wire.
Really? You have a pacemaker in there too or anything? No?
Mm-mm. I tell you the truth, I'm scared because I'm not in the best of health, okay? Yeah. I'm just going down the river. Probably should not have even drank that much beer, but the doctor never said don't drink.
Sure.
You know, especially beer, you can have as much as you want in moderation. I was in cold water, you know, so, but, you know.
Yeah, yikes.
And then missing vein here, and then from my leg.
That's what they used to...
Yeah, take it here, take it from here, cut it in half, that's two. The same thing from my leg, cut it in half, use the other two, so it's quadruple bypass.
Wow.
Yeah, I was dead. My heart stopped 5 hours.
Wow. Have you had a heart attack that prompted that? Okay.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So I was in pretty bad shape.
It sounds like it.
Yeah.
I bet Sandy was pretty scared.
She was, because I was in the hospital for quite some time.
I bet.
At Methodist Hospital. But they did a great job, you know, and Methodist Hospital is probably one of the best hospitals for heart surgeries. If you know somebody, I'll point them to Methodist.
Yeah, my father-in-law had heart surgery there too. He had a heart attack a few years ago, and that's what he
So, yeah.
Do you need some more?
No, that's it.
Are you sure? I got an extra fresh bottle here, so you want it?
Yes, please.
I can't travel without one. It's brand new too. I didn't drink out of it yet. So,
thank you so much.
I probably am going to drink out of it now. So you can have that, and this is going to be my
I
part.
really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I take a medication that makes me really, really thirsty. So I have bottles of water rolling around in my back seat. I've got them in the door pocket.
I'm supposed to take mine, but they're at home, and I don't know when I'm gonna take them.
Okay, so you have medication that you
Oh
need?
yeah.
Okay.
5 medication.
Because I can call Sandy and see,
Oh, I'm not gonna have her drive over here.
well, I might be able to send somebody to go get them,
Oh.
just so that they get back here. And I mean, I'm
She's so
sorry.
shaken right now. She is probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but we need to make sure you have your medication.
Yeah. But like I said, I wouldn't have her drive.
Yeah. Yep. I might be able to send somebody there to get them. What medications do you take, Nick?
Oh my God.
Are they all heart related, or some do different things?
2 of them are heart related.
Okay.
Yeah. One is aspirin.
That's heart related, right? That's
Yeah.
blood thinning?
Yeah.
Yep.
Potassium, because I'm getting a lot of muscle cramps.
Okay. That's 4.
There is one. There's another one. I'll tell you when I remember.
Okay, no worries. Were you on your phone at all during your day today? I know that Sandy didn't bring her phone.
I took some pictures.
Okay.
Then I put it away. Sandy does not like to take a lot of pictures because then they get posted on
Facebook or Instagram or something?
Yeah. But I'm okay if they take them, if they post them. Yeah. I did take a few, didn't have a chance to do anything with them.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was not on the phone, I didn't call anybody.
Okay, did you use your phone around the time,
No.
like right before, you were looking for the phone or anything like that?
Not me.
Okay.
Not like these guys, they're constantly on their phones. That's why I lost his.
Because he was on it too much?
People can't enjoy life nowadays going down the river without being on their phones. Of course, they take a lot of pictures, but the picture is not the same experience as being there. So, I don't know.
So do you think the pictures that you took were like at the beginning of your journey, or where do you think?
We did take, I took a couple of group ones where they have that music place in the bathrooms.
Okay.
We made a stop there to eat sandwiches. There were a lot of people over there. That beach was completely full. Lots of people there, lots of people. It was a beautiful day, except this. And this now, we'll probably close that place down.
You think so?
Yes. Well, I don't know what resulted of it, because I don't know.
Is this you?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think was happening at that time?
They were fighting me. They pointed the knife at me. They pointed the knife at me. Both boys pointed the knife at me.
Okay. Did you see anyone take this picture of you?
No, God, no. I was actually very scared.
Yeah.
I was very scared. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what they were doing and why. I mean, I understand they were drunk, but you get drunk, I get drunk, we all get drunk. We don't do that kind of stuff, especially on a family a river like this, family outing. We don't do that kind of stuff. But I was very, very scared. I didn't know what was going to happen next.
Did you see the woman that hit you in the ear? Did you see her at all?
No. I turned around, she hit me again.
Okay. Do you remember what her bathing suit looked like?
No.
She was wearing?
She was just yelling at me and calling me child molester. That's how it all started. They kept calling me a child molester. I don't know, out of the blue. And then they wanted to beat me up because they said I'm a child molester. And then my argument back to them was, if I'm a child molester and you're children, you shouldn't be drinking. You should not be out here drinking, okay? And doing what you're doing. Where are your parents?
Did they look like they were young?
I don't know. I think they look pretty young to me.
Okay.
I don't think they were of the age of drinking.
Really?
Yeah. I think. I mean, I don't know. I don't hang out with people like that. My generation and people I hang out with are much older people.
Like Ernesto and Sandy?
Like Ernesto and Sandy and Amy. Yeah. Yeah, Amy's probably one of the youngest ones there.
Sure.
45, and Sandy is 61.
Yeah.
So I'm younger, you know.
So you said that they were standing really close to you?
They were on top of me. They were pushing me, shoving me. I tripped. I fell down. I got up, and that's where I saw the one of the kids there. It was the closest kid with a knife, and I grabbed it from him.
And that was the smallest?
Yes.
And he was in front of you? Was he as close as we are? Or
he was closer. He was closer. But as soon as he came with the knife, I grabbed the knife from him. And what I did then, I mean, I shouldn't show you, but I grabbed, twisted his arm and poked him with his own knife. Then I took it from him and I started swinging.
Okay.
So I swung. I don't even know who I hit. I don't know if I hit the girl that hit me twice in the head from behind. I don't know if I hit another kid. I don't know. They were just on top of me. They chased me, hitting me, and yelling at me, and calling me, insulting me. That's it.
Okay.
So I don't know what knife they had. I don't know. I just saw 2 knives. That's it. The longer one and the shorter one.
Okay.
I don't know where they are. I don't know who's got them. I don't know.
So what I'd like to do is I'd like to get a sample of your DNA, because if these knives don't belong to you, I would imagine your DNA is not going to be on them.
Well, I touched one of them.
Yeah, you touched the one you grabbed.
Yeah, from the kid.
him.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to give me a sample of your DNA? Okay.
Yeah. Is that the good thing?
Well,
I mean, I don't know. I don't have a lawyer over here to ask.
Yeah, and certainly. So.
Should I wait?
Well, I've got a colleague that's in the process of writing a search warrant, so we're going to get it one way or another. I just thought if I could ask you, and we could just do it right now, I'll show you how to, what we would do.
I know what it is.
I would just get your DNA sample. Yeah, instead of a Q-tip.
Yeah.
We'd also like to do an exam, have a nurse examine your body.
That's absolutely okay.
Okay, and I want her to look in your ears, and I want her to look at your back, and the people that are in these groups, we're going to try to collect evidence from them, because they might have your skin underneath their fingernails, or, we're going to do our best to get any evidence to, we still don't know what happened.
Yeah. I mean, and I know everything that happened in the river, so.
Well, there's that part of it too, but.
Definitely.
Okay.
Yep, yeah.
Okay.
You can solve me.
Okay.
I just don't know if I had a lawyer present what he or she would say.
Well, I just want you to know that we would get it anyway. Okay. I've got a coworker that's writing a search warrant.
If you would get it anyway, then let's do it.
Okay, with the court order, or just let's do it now and get it done?
No, let's do it now and give you what you need to start your proceedings or your search. Yeah.
Well, and if you sound like you were really afraid.
Yeah, I have a quadruple bypass. I have been out of shape. I have been in bed for a long time, for 6 months at least. I couldn't go to work. I'm not in the best. I was just floating down the river. Nothing much. Every once in a while I got up so I could pee, because I can't pee in the tent there. Shouldn't tell you that on camera, but yes, most people have to get off the thing. So I got out. I would get up and then hold on and then get back in. I don't do anything to stay in shape. I'm a guy that wants to survive and keep working at Rich Engineering, and why these things happen, it's beyond me. I don't understand. Why would that many people come down on one person that didn't absolutely do anything, take his goggles, almost one wanted to put my pants down. So So
Did your trunks have like a drawstring?
Yeah.
So they didn't come down?
Oh, no. They came down a little bit, but no, because I have a drawstring on it, so yeah, they couldn't pull it down. But why? All of a sudden, they were like wolves around me, and they were attacking me from all directions, and I truly feared for my life. I didn't know what to do. I mean, these guys were talking over there. I didn't know what to say. I mean, I was just.
Which guys are you talking?
My guys. So, and they were quite a bit distance, so they didn't see anything. I don't think they saw anything. And.
So when you go back to your tube, do you guys get the hell out of there, or
No.
do you like? What do you do?
We stayed there.
Okay.
Yeah, the girls called the cops. We didn't know what to do. And we stayed there for a long time. There were people coming. We even saw the sheriff coming, and they kept saying, "Oh my God," they didn't know what happened. So they said, "Oh my God, what happened?" There was a fight. And I said, "Yeah, I don't know what was going on after that. I thought they were still fighting." Personally, when I came back, I saw a whole bunch of people coming over there and yelling at each other, and I thought they were still fighting for some reason. I didn't know what was going on. So I personally wanted to stay and watch to see if the cops get them for fighting, for whatever they were doing.
Sure. Okay.
So I wanted to be a witness to them fighting.
Gotcha.
Or if the cops needed a witness, I wanted to sit there for as long as possible. And then the group said, "Well, there's so many people there. I don't know. Let's just get going. We don't want to get involved in this." I was just in there. They attacked me. Yeah, but look at them now. They're attacking each other. I don't know what they're doing. So cops came, and we stayed there for, I don't know, another 10, 15 minutes.
When the police were there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we decided we'll go. And nobody asked me anything, and I said, I kept my mouth shut, and down the river we went.
Okay.
So I was very shocked. I didn't know what just happened, really, to tell you the truth.
Well, Sandy said that you were quiet
I was very quiet.
and you didn't really talk.
I didn't know what to say.
Yeah.
I mean, I get excuse my French, my ass kicked by a whole bunch of kids. What am I gonna say? I just got my ass kicked by this kid, now the police is on top of them. Well, I think something's gonna come out of it. Yeah. So I thought the police was there because they were fighting, because these were just boys. And they were being obnoxious, not only picking on me, then these girls came over and hit me.
So these are girls over here?
Well...
Mostly?
Mostly.
Okay. And this was all guys?
Yeah, I didn't know who was in this group, but I know these were all guys because I was snorkeling back and forth, and I asked them if they found something, and they said, well, they started calling me a molester. Then I got up, and one of them took my goggles, threw me in the river. I went after them. One of them wanted to pull my pants down. And there you go. So what happened? Can you tell me what happened?
Yes. 4 people went to the hospital with injuries.
Oh my God.
And 1 person died.
Oh no.
I don't know any of their names, and I don't know any genders, so I don't know.
Was that because they fought each other, or is that
I don't know. I don't know what their injuries are. I was with Sandy the whole time, and then when I kind of turned Sandy over to Ernesto and Amy, then I came here. So I have no idea what their injuries were.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
So we just need to be able to piece this together. In your statement.
What other pictures did they give you of me?
It's just that one. That's the only one I have.
They didn't take. They have lots of cameras. You should take the
Yep,
camera.
yes, and so I have colleagues,
Yeah.
investigators that are talking to all of those, you know, the people in the group and the other witnesses. So yes, we are trying to collect. And I told Ernesto and Amy, because they said that Rosie was taking a lot of pictures.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think she took any pictures of those guys. There was at the stop up here.
Yes, but you were snorkeling. They might have been like taking a selfie or something, and we could get these guys in the background that they don't even realize they have it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So I asked them to go through their photos so that we would be in contact with them.
Got it. Well, I was all of a sudden you say that, like, why would they take pictures of me going over there?
No, you just never know what you get in a picture. If they're sitting here waiting for you and Ariel to find the phone.
Did you find his phone?
I don't know. Again, I've been with Sandy pretty much the whole time, and now I came here with you. So I do know I did get a message that the goggles and the snorkel were found. So that's all the information that I have about like items that were located.
No, my whole life is down the tubes.
Well, I don't know if that's the case. Because people have the right to defend themselves.
I know, but this is Wisconsin.
This is Wisconsin.
Okay. You continue on. I usually know that people that defend themselves, they end up being accused of being this and being that.
Well, I think if you'd asked me what I would have done,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's not safe.
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know.
I don't know. I would have been scared shitless, I can tell you that.
When that many people tried to pull your pants down and hit you, and two boys had knives on them. They didn't find any of those two knives?
I don't know. I don't know, but we're looking. And, you know, we're looking before it gets dark out. Okay, right now it is 8:40.
I'm glad I actually took that kid's knife. He would have stabbed me. He was not there to scare me. He was there to harm me. At least I'm here. But I'm sorry for how it ended up. Still scared, like I said. I'm scared that they're gonna be finding out where I live, and they're gonna be hunting us at night, and they're gonna be hurting my wife.
Well, I will call Sandy as soon as I leave here, okay? And just check in on her. Find out about your medications. Have you had any medicine this morning?
No, I take them in the evening.
Okay, you take them in the evening. What would happen if you don't take them tonight?
Nothing. I'm not even hungry to tell you the truth.
Okay. But if you don't take your medication tonight, is that life-threatening?
I don't think so. No, I mean, granted what happened today, I was shocked. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think so. I just can't believe what happened. They need to maybe do sobriety tests on minors on that river. Maybe they need to put an end to drinking, underage drinking and doing drugs. That river over there is turned into a sewer. My second time, and I have dragged my wife out of there, pretty much against her will. I promised her it was going to be the best day. I made promises. We're going to have a great time with this.
But she didn't want to go?
No. She always says, places like this, all they do is smoke pot and do this. Yes, there is a lot of pot smoking over there. We don't know who's legal, who's illegal. I don't know anything about Wisconsin laws, but you can smell it. It was everywhere in the air.
Yeah.
And I don't know what people do to you do the DNA, you could find out, you know, what type of drugs are in my system. I've never done any of that stuff, so I don't know. I'm very clean, as clean as they go. You looked at my criminal record, you can keep digging, there is nothing there because I don't have anything, not even one parking ticket, not a speeding ticket. You know, I'm as a law-abiding citizen as they come. But I fear for my life too. I mean, I went through a very serious surgery to be alive, to be knocked down by a bunch of kids on the river.
Yeah, no, I understand.
And I'm not blaming the police. I believe that's a private land. They have to have their own security there, and they need to do better.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to rub these along your lower bum line and kind of inside your cheek. I'm going to do them both at the same time. It shouldn't hurt at all. If it does, let me know. I'm going to put them in this box, and then I'm going to seal this bag while we're sitting here so you can see that I sealed it, okay? So I'll just have you open up your mouth. Let's see here. Shouldn't, like I said, shouldn't hurt. All right. And you're okay with having the nurse do the exam on you? Give me pictures if you have any marks on the body. You're okay with that?
Yeah. These actually are from trying to get out of the tubes in shallow water.
Okay.
You know, I had a hard time trying to stop the drain.
Yeah. Can I just, I know the nurse will too, but can I take a picture of it?
Yes.
Okay.
But this was not from the confrontation.
Oh, this wasn't?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood that.
No, these are from scrapes on the river bottom when I was
When you were snorkeling? I got you. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, please don't use that, yeah. I didn't touch those kids. I did not. I didn't swim, nothing. No.
Okay. I'm gonna seal this up, because I told you I was gonna do that. And then I'm gonna go call the person that has the nurse kind of on standby, so that we can get that taken care of. I'm also gonna give Sandy a holler. Oh, look at that, the tape just went.
Oh, no.
For the love of God.
Is this good?
Well, I didn't like it, because it's all, and it's not gonna be big enough to do what I need to do here, so we'll try it again. Worst case scenario, I can always bring it to my office next door and do it in the evidence room. But I'm gonna try to take care of it here.
Probably dries up. When it dries up, it's probably...
Well, and then it's real sticky and it's real finicky, so if you get it stuck on something, it's, you know, it's meant to not be able to be tampered with. So, I'm gonna get ripped on my fingers. So I'll just...
It dries so fast.
Okay. So I'm gonna go call my supervisor, who had been in contact with the nurse, and just let them know that we're gonna do that. And then I will be back. Do you have any questions now?
I just not gonna need to go potty.
You need to go potty. All right. I can make sure that happens. I'm just gonna write your name on here so that. Today is 7/30/22.
MIU.
Yep, that means no middle initial.
Oh,
I
see.
Oh, did I spell it wrong? It's
No,
MIU. Yep, I did.
yeah.
It's MIU. There we go. Okay, that's yours. I will be back in a minute. In the meantime, I'll have one of the jail staff bring you to the bathroom. And are you still doing okay? Do you need, how's your water there?
I have plenty for now.
Okay.
It's going through a lot faster than I thought.
All right. Right back, Nick.
Thank you.
Memory is spotty?
I wouldn't say spotty. I would say I remember everything up until I got stabbed pretty well, at least everything that I saw.
Okay.
For the most part.
And fair to say that's not what you told the police when you first met with them?
I mean, it was days after and I was on a bunch of pain meds. It's pretty understandable, I think, to not have the greatest memory at the time.
Maybe. I'm just trying to establish the fact that at that time you didn't tell the police of certain things that you remembered. Agreed?
Sure, yeah.
Since that time, what you're saying is your memory is improved, correct?
I think that shock has worn off and I was able to remember things that I might have subconsciously blocked off, yes.
Okay. And so again, I understand you have your reasons to explain why you think your memory got better, but we can agree your memory has changed from when you first talked to the police to what you're telling the jury today. Correct?
Yeah, I just said that in different words, but yes.
And in that time frame, I would imagine you spoke with your friends and family about what happened, correct?
I mean, a little, I guess, you know.
I mean, yeah, this is a life-changing event for you, correct?
I mean, it was posted everywhere. People knew before I said anything, so.
Imagine probably a day doesn't go by where somebody asks you questions about it, right?
Maybe not so much now, but when it happened, yeah.
And amongst your group of friends, it sounds like you're really close with Tony Carlson, right?
I mean, yeah.
Do you live with him now?
Yeah.
Okay. And as a result of living with Tony now, I imagine you also see his brother Dante Carlson, correct?
A few times, but he lives in Wisconsin. I've only seen Dante maybe 3 or 4 times since the incident.
Okay.
And that includes yesterday.
All right. How about Madison and Riley? Did you know them before July 30th?
I didn't know Maddie, Riley, Scotty, Janelle, Sheena. I didn't know any of them before that day.
Since then, because of this shared experience, have you talked with them about it?
Maddie, not so much. She's kind of hard to reach. And Riley, again, not so much. It's pretty traumatic for both of us who didn't really want to, you know.
Understand. But you've definitely talked at different times with other people that were out on the river there with you that day, correct?
Yeah.
And you've seen other than today, had you seen the video that's been marked as exhibit number 2 and entered into evidence?
Yes.
How many times did you watch that?
2 or 3 a month ago or so, and then, excuse me, another few times going frame by frame, and then, yeah.
Okay.
And then all yesterday too, I guess.
You were here in court watching what was happening here, correct?
I thought I was gonna be up here yesterday, so yeah, I was here.
Yeah. So I want to just make sure that when I'm asking you questions and you're giving answers, if you can do everything you can to say what you remember, the image that's in your head, as opposed to necessarily just something we can all watch the video of. Make sense?
Yeah.
What we know is when you spoke with the police on on August 4th, you spoke with the police that day, is that right?
I think it was that day. All I really remember is saying that Biden was the president. I don't know the date.
Okay. Do you remember this young man over here in the gray suit sitting off to the side with a computer on his lap?
Yes, sir.
That's the investigator Schultz who you spoke with on that day?
Yep.
Whatever day that was in August, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what you told him was, quote, the suspect had one of the girls, Maddie, by the head with his hand, and then I watched him pull her hair. That's what you told Mr. Schultz, correct?
I'm pretty sure that somewhere in there I had mentioned a punch too, but...
I want to read you if you said this sentence to him, all right? Did you say to him, the suspect had one of the girls, Maddie, by the head with his hand, and then I watched him pull her hair, and then I looked back and I was like, Tony, we got to do something now. And so I just wanted to go over there and break it up, and by the time I got over there, Maddie had gotten away.
Okay. Then
that's what you said, correct?
Sounds pretty accurate, yeah.
So when you first said that to the police, You don't mention in that sentence anything about a punch, correct?
I didn't in that sentence, no. I might have later on.
You said that he had her by the head and then he pulled her hair, correct?
Yeah.
And as you sit here now, can you describe to me how he had her by the head?
Well, from what I remember, she had already kind of started to walk away, and then he grabbed her by the ponytail and pulled, and then punched with his left hand. Okay. And that was how he hit her in the left cheek, and why the glasses weren't affected. It's because he was from behind.
Okay. So your memory is she's turned and walking away. I'm just trying to break this down. And she's got her essentially back to Mr. Miu, correct?
That was what I remember seeing.
And again, all you can do is tell us your memory.
Yep.
And as she's walking away, your memory is that he reaches out and grabs the back of her hair, correct?
Yes.
And do you know which hand he grabs the back of her hair with?
I would have assumed the right, because I believe he punched her with the left.
Okay. So did you know that at that time, when at 1:49 in the video, the knife had already been shown at 1:45 in the video?
I didn't at the time, but after watching the video, yes, I.
But your memory is that whatever he had in his right hand, he still managed to reach out his right hand and grab her by the hair with his right hand.
Yeah.
And then he pulled her back?
Yeah, he pulled back and punched.
So he punched her as she's facing away?
Well, when you pull someone's hair back, their head moves, so her head turned towards him, and then he punched.
No, this isn't fair to Mr. Trofficy, but if I'm pulling him back, if I'm Mr. Miu and this is Maddie, the punch is coming from this direction?
Okay, but he wasn't pulling her like that.
I understand. Mr. Trofficy does not look like Maddie for lots of reasons we're not going to talk about, but, right? His hand's up here?
Yeah.
And the head's coming back?
Mm-hmm.
And then the left hand comes around?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's the manner in which you said that he hit her?
That's how I remember it.
And then it would be upon her left side here?
It's probably in this area right here.
Okay, and you're
maybe
making
up to the jaw or the cheekbone, but in this area.
And I'm just trying to make sure we get what you said down. And so you're describing an area to the front of the ear, correct?
Front of ear area, like sideburn area.
Sure. Where on you have some sideburns coming down, correct?
Yes.
All right. And where on you wearing glasses, it was below the frame of the glasses, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
That's all right. So that's your memory of what you saw, is in pulling her hair with one hand and punching with the other, correct?
Yeah, but also when you were pulling back on him, you have to remember she had, not trying to be rude, but she has the hair, Yeah. And so you also have to remember too, though, that her ponytail might have been not centered. So when he pulls, she's not necessarily going straight back.
Yeah.
She could be going to the side. She could be going to the other side.
I'm not trying to be, if it sounds as if I'm trying to be critical, Mr. Martin, I'm just trying to gather the facts.
No, I don't think that. I just felt like I wanted to or needed to say that.
Okay, that's fine. Fair to say that the description you just gave now isn't the description that you gave to the police back in August of 22. Agreed?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Another sentence that you told to the police, you were talking to the police about your understanding that the suspect, Mr. Miu, had been making advances on one of the girls there. Is that right?
I didn't really know. I didn't know if that was what was happening. I had heard the other comments that the other group was making, so I didn't even know if there was a girl in their group at that point in time. I was just going over there because I didn't think that it was super smart to let two girls go and approach a 250-pound man by themselves.
So just a lot to unpack there again. Lots of things were said and you didn't know what to believe. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
But when you're describing this to the police, I'm just trying to set this up where you say something to the police. Does that make sense?
Okay.
You say, I heard they were making advances on one of the girls there. Make sense?
Something along those lines, yeah.
And then the police officer says, they're like, yeah, the guy's hitting on her, she's not of age. The police officer says that to you, and in response, you say, I saw him grab the other girl by the head, so it didn't really matter at that point. Those are the words that you told Investigator Schultz, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Other things that you said on that day were that you didn't touch Mr. Miu, correct?
I said that that was a possibility. You read that earlier.
You were asked, were you touching him when you were getting stabbed? The answer, no. Do you remember? Answer, I don't think I ever did. If I did, like my hand was on the shoulder, maybe, but it wasn't forceful.
Yeah.
Those are the words that you said?
So I had said possibly not, but I also did give credit to the fact that I could have touched him.
I understand that. I'm just trying to gather what you exactly said to the police.
Yeah, I answered.
And the third thing that you said to the police regarding those things is you said that you saw, I think you said in your words, the black guy hit him, correct?
I thought it was him, but I wasn't sure.
Okay. And you've learned since then that it's your roommate's brother that hit him, correct?
Yes.
But that's not what you told the police, correct?
It's not what I remembered.
Do you have a memory of the black guy hitting him?
That's what I thought I saw, but there was a lot of people standing close to each other, so
Okay.
it was pretty, I think understandably, pretty easy to get confused.
Understood. So you thought you saw him pull her hair and punch her with his left hand, right?
Yes,
You
I did.
thought you didn't touch him at all, right?
I didn't think that I didn't touch him. It was, I could have possibly not.
And you thought that the black guy punched Miu, correct?
Yes.
Those were the memories that you shared with the police in August, correct?
Sure, yes.
Fair to say that all those memories are wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I would...
Yes, you agree that those memories are wrong?
I would say, no, I wouldn't say that the second one is wrong, because like I said, I gave credit to both the possibility of me hitting him or pushing him and the possibility of me not touching him at all.
Well, let's pull that one out, and let me just talk about the other two. So you agree the memory that you told the police that you had of Mr. Miu pulling Madison from behind by the hair and punching her with the left hand, that's wrong?
I mean, I guess I can't say yes or no because it doesn't really show that in the video, and I mean, my memory about that hasn't changed, so.
Okay, that's still how you remember it?
That's how I remember it, yes.
Okay. And the memory about the black guy punching Mr. Miu, that's still how you remember it?
It's, no, not, I mean, I don't know exactly what I saw. I saw him close to him, and it could have been his arm that hit him, but I really didn't know what I saw at that point, so.
Okay. All right. I want to go through a portion of what I think is on the video to just ask if that is what you remember happening, okay?
Okay.
Because as I think you told the police during your interview, you said to the police, I wanted to get the guy away from us, but I wasn't going to try and like punch him. I'm not a fighter. I'm tiny. That's what you told the police, right?
Yeah, I was the biggest I'd ever been in my life, and I was still not a super big guy. He had 80 pounds on me.
I understand. I'm just trying to, again, the words that you said to the police were, I'm not a fighter.
Yes.
All right. We saw in the slides there that at some point Mr. Miu goes down into the water from Mr. Dante Carlson punching him, right?
Yes.
And just to put it into context. And then we see in the slides, your leg, you kind of approach and stand over him, correct?
I wouldn't say over him. I would say I'm to the side of him, and then he starts moving, and
okay.
My body position plus where he moved himself would make it appear that way.
Sure. He's on the ground, correct?
Yep.
In the water, correct?
Yes.
You're standing on 2 feet, correct?
Yes.
You weren't leaning over him, but it might appear that way if somebody is down in the water looking up, correct?
It could, yeah.
And when that happens, you don't push your friend Dante away, do you?
I didn't even know that Dante was there at the moment. I didn't see the second hit or slap or the third one. I had wet hair. My hair was hanging down. I was looking down. I wasn't focused on other people. I was focused on getting this man away from everyone else.
So this man,
Nicolae Miu.
Yeah, this man at that point you knew he had been punched and knocked to the ground and he's in the water, correct?
Yep.
And you're telling the jury that what you were trying to do is you were trying to get him away from other people while he's down in the ground in the water.
Get people away in some way, shape, or form. It didn't need to be him. I wanted him to stay down so he couldn't go and punch another person. And then I was going to tell everyone there to back away because, you know.
So there's a lot to unpack there again. As you said, you wanted to get other people away, but you didn't go to the other people. You went to Mr. Miu, correct?
Yeah, I went to the guy who was punching people first.
Correct. Again, based upon your memory that he pulled someone's hair and punched them from behind, correct?
Based on the memory that I know that he punched someone, yes, okay. It doesn't matter how he punched them. I know he punched them, and he shouldn't have.
Okay. And you were going to make him pay for that?
No.
So when he's down in the water on the ground and you're standing there trying to be the peacemaker because you're not a fighter, you thought it was going to be peaceful to you to keep him down in the water?
I mean, it was shallow water. His head wasn't below. All we needed was an extra second to get people to move away from him, and then he could get up and we could possibly have a conversation, but I mean, he hadn't used any words up until that point, so probably not.
So when you're standing there next to him when he's on the water, you don't see your friend Dante come up and smack him across the face a second time. You don't see that.
I saw him get dropped into the water, and I was looking down at him. My hair was over my eyes here. I mean, it was shorter than it is now, but you can imagine.
So you didn't see him go back into the water the second time in response to Dante hitting him? You didn't see that?
He went down into the water, and then he never got up.
Sure, because Dante hit him when he was in the water, correct?
Okay, but you said the second time he was in the water. That's the first time still. The second time came after he stabbed me.
Okay, understood. His first time was in the water was extended for a longer period of time because Dante smacked him when he was already down in the water.
Sure, yes.
And you were saying you were standing right there, but you didn't observe that.
No, like I said, my hair was in the way, and I wasn't really focused on Dante. I didn't know where Dante was. I was focused on the man who was...
Okay. I'm back. Tell me what you guys think about, first of all, the interrogation. What was up with the interrogation? And then also, what was up with this guy here? So I'm making threats in the chat right now. Okay, well, I don't know. Some other chat. What am I going to do, bro? What do you guys think about the interrogation and this testimony? Joe went back to the chambers. Let me check real quick to what's going on over here.
Oh. Playing the two videos. Cockfield shot about 9 seconds of Miu initially going by, snorkel, goggles, looking for the cell phone, and then the subsequent, the 3 minutes and 20 seconds that really escalates big time in those 20 to 25 seconds when the Carlson group of tubers arrive. With that, I want to take you up, give you a look now at our jury graphic that we've created, because we now have gotten word from our we have Rob Olson, our reporter out at the courthouse today. He is telling us now now that 2 of the alternates, we have lost 1 male and 1 female juror. So the numbers now are 7 and 5. I don't know the age demographics that were sent home for now. I do want to point out, if you weren't with us earlier, in Wisconsin, what he is doing is he is keeping the alternates on standby, in reserve, if you will. So if something happens to the 12 deliberating jurors while they're deliberating, 1 or both of these alternate jurors can come back in and start up deliberations with the rest of the panel. But for now, we'll lose 1 male off the top, 1 female off the bottom. We're at 7 and 5. That is your jury makeup. Again, age demographics, we will have to wait from word from the courthouse. I do want to point out one other thing, just something interesting that I had observed in listening in to the playing of the Jawan Cockfield video. There was a female voice, obviously, on the jury there. When Judge Waterman asked if they wanted to watch it one more time, she said, "I don't need to see the very ending," and the judge stopped it well short of sort of the blood running in the river, Cockfield turning the phone on himself in disbelief. And I would just point out, it's interesting to note that once upon a time, coming into this trial, the defense had asked for the court not to even show the last 45, 50 seconds of that video, and if they decided to do it muted to sort of get rid of any prejudicial, aftermath type video where the injuries.
I didn't get to watch the interrogation, unfortunately, because I was getting a haircut. I missed the whole thing, and I didn't get to see this guy right now taking the stand. And I really wanted to take, I wanted to watch the guy with the camera. I think his name was Jawan. What do you guys think about what you've been listening to so far? Is it truth, lies, BS from the testimonies? Thank you.
And the significance of what has happened took place. So I would just note there the juror speaking perhaps for the jury. She could have been the foreperson or maybe just one individual who wanted to watch that video closely. She had noted she did not need to see the ending of that video. The defense believing really the crux of it is the first 2.5 minutes or so, and that the final 45, 50 seconds, near minute, was really sort of the aftermath portion. What this means 1 hour into their deliberations, that they want to watch it again, we just do not know. People have asked how long I think this deliberation will go, what my leanings are. I have no idea. There's no way to have sourcing in that room. There's a deputy guarding it outside. We wait, and when we hear from them, they want a question, they have a question, they want to watch something, see something, get clarity. Clearly, Judge Waterman is right there. The parties are right there in the courthouse. It's a small courthouse in Hudson, Wisconsin, St. Croix County. They jump right into court. So to explain what we're doing this afternoon on our live stream, because I know so many of you are standing by waiting on a verdict, we are going to go back to some key moments in this trial. And as soon as some activity occurs in this courtroom, I will join you and we will get you right back to Judge Michael Waterman's courtroom.
Yes. All right, so what kind of poll do you guys? We need a poll. Has your opinion shifted? I really want to see Jawan. Let me see here. Where's this shit at? Oh, this is almost over. Yo, I was gone for a long time. The only thing about this barber that I have, he takes a really long time. He does a really good job, but takes a really long time. Guilty, not guilty? All right.
Hitting people. Who was hitting people, not.
At that point, the man that was hitting people was Dante Carlson, right?
Sorry, I will rephrase. The man who started the physical altercation.
Okay. That's what essentially your opinion is, correct?
I would say that the first person to throw a punch would be the first person to be aggressive, regardless of if There are other people slightly touching his shoulder. I mean, even you were talking about the consent to touch thing, and he touched other people without their consent too. So, I mean, if you want to go that way, we can, but it just doesn't make a lot of sense.
I'm not trying to go anyway, sir. I'm just trying to gather the facts. So the person that's punching Mr. Miu, you don't see that, correct?
I saw Mr. Miu fall into the water, and I didn't see anything after that in terms of him getting hit.
When you saw him fall in the water, you went up to him from behind.
No.
I apologize, but I'm going to need to show some slides.
Yeah, I mean, I can explain what I did.
It's good. I'm going to just go through some slides.
And not guilty.
Please show my screen, please. Showing you what's 2705. That's Mr. Miu in the water, correct?
Yes.
That's Dante Carlson swinging to hit him, correct?
And my leg in the bottom.
That's your leg in the bottom, correct?
Yep.
You're moving towards Mr. Miu, agreed?
Yes. I'm moving at him from what would be his front left side.
And then eventually you come to be behind him, correct?
When I would still say I'm at the midpoint of his body, he just sat up. That wouldn't necessarily constitute being behind someone. I mean, yes, I was, I guess, technically, but he wasn't there when I walked there. He moved himself to have me behind him.
You moved yourself, correct?
No, he moved. I moved over, I walked over there, yes, but I was standing right at about his hips, and then he sat up.
So is it your testimony that in some way Mr. Miu was aware of your presence and intentionally turned to have you behind him? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying he did it intentionally. I'm just saying that that's what happened.
Okay. So again, you're behind him, correct?
In sort of on his side until he starts.
This is you with your left hand on his back shoulder and his right hand on his back shoulder. You're behind him, correct?
Yeah, I have both hands on one shoulder. I'm not completely behind him. You can see I'm somewhat on the side. But yes, I am somewhat behind him due to his repositioning.
You're pushing him, correct?
Yeah, that's where I had said that I thought I'd push him in the front left shoulder to keep him down, but I was there too late, so I didn't get that shoulder. I guess I got the back of it, and...
You said you're a peacemaker, right? You like to mediate?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
You could understand how somebody who'd been down in the water and hit 2 times, getting pushed from behind, may not understand that you're trying to mediate. Goes to his mindset.
Overruled. You can answer the question if you're able to.
Sorry, what was the question?
Sure. As somebody who likes to mediate and was attempting to mediate, you can understand how a person in Mr. Miu's position who'd been hit twice in the water might not understand or appreciate your intent to try to de-escalate by pushing him in the behind.
I guess.
Might misunderstand that, right?
He could misunderstand that.
Sure.
I mean, could have been solved if he tried to use words at all, too.
Could have. And let me just go from 2745 to 2747. Do you see that? That's you still, that's your body behind him, correct?
Yes.
That's your right hand on the right side of his back, correct?
Yeah.
That's your left hand on the left side of his back, correct?
I'd say right's more in the middle, but the left one is definitely on his left shoulder.
And that's your roommate's brother, who is your friend Dante Carlson. That's his hand that we can see underneath your underarm there that's hitting Mr. Miu, correct?
Like I said, I didn't see it, but the video showed it, so, I mean...
So your
based off of memory, I can't say yes.
Okay. Your face is right there, and you're saying you didn't see Dante hit Mr. Miu there?
No, like I explained, my hair was down in front of my eyes. It's wet. My hair's thick and black, so it's not super easy to see through.
What you did say is Mr. Miu wasn't saying anything. You could agree that in this position, with somebody pushing him from behind and somebody hitting him in the front, it might be a difficult time to use your words to make peace.
Yeah, the right time to use your words would have been before he punched a woman in the face.
We can get to that later.
I'm gonna walk the dogs. I'll be right back. You gonna come?
You extend your body in an attempt to push him down, as you say, correct?
Well, I was pushing down and then he got up and I fell forward, so.
I was asking about your intent. Your intent was to push him down in the water, agreed?
It was to push his shoulder down so that he stayed down and I could tell everyone to back up, yes.
So you agree, your intent was to push him down and keep him in the water?
To keep him down, if the ground was there, I would have done the same thing. I wasn't worried about there being water or not. It was shallow, his head wasn't going below. He was gonna be okay.
You could understand how perhaps somebody in the position getting pushed from behind in the water might not appreciate that you were trying to protect him and keep him okay, right?
I guess.
His head appear to be getting wet there?
Not his face. That's where your mouth is. I see maybe the right cheek dip in a little bit, but as soon as go a few slides further and you'll see his head sit back up again.
Sure. Safe as can be, right?
I don't know.
It is. Yeah, please, let's focus on the facts. Just clean Q&A, please.
Just back up a little bit more here. When you said his head didn't go in the water, fair to say that's his head making a wave, correct?
I would say that's his back making a wave and his head still not in the water.
Have you ever fallen back after getting laid out in the water like that?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. Did it feel like maybe the water was coming up on you even if it technically didn't?
No, I mean, water usually has a pretty distinct feeling on your skin. I mean,
and when you had that experience where you got laid out and fell back into the water, did someone come up and attack you a second time in that situation?
Check on relevance, Judge.
Sustained.
So I'm going to go forward back to the position where we were before. I apologize. So again, you'd said here at 2754, you're attempting to keep him down and he manages to move away from you, the person who's pushing him somewhere in the back area, right? Yes?
Yes. I was trying to push him in the front left shoulder and I got the back left shoulder.
Sure.
Because he was getting up and I was not fast enough to get the front left shoulder.
And I'm going to go through some other photos here that might be difficult. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
In this position now, that's you in the yellow shorts, correct?
Correct.
And to your right is Dante Carlson, correct?
I believe so. I don't know. I don't remember seeing anyone else there. I remember pushing down and feeling strange.
Sure. Is this person, you knew what Dante looks like, correct?
Yes.
Is that Dante in the two-tone gray shorts with the Truly in his hand?
I believe so, yeah.
And then that's the same person that's legs are right there, correct?
Correct.
So you and Dante are standing very near Mr. Miu as he's beginning to try to get up out of the water, correct?
Correct.
And as he begins to get up out of the water, you move towards him, correct?
Yeah.
You didn't know that he had a knife, correct?
No.
You were going at him, correct?
I don't know. I don't remember anything after your first push.
This is where you're trying to, you push him down again, correct?
I would say we kind of attacked each other at that one, if anything, but I mean, I don't remember this, so I can't tell you. I didn't, he got me before I did anything to him, so.
This is your hands on him, agreed?
Okay, maybe my hand is on his arm, yeah.
This is you, as you said, attacking him, correct?
I didn't mean attacking, sorry.
Those are the words that you used to the jury.
I mean,
You were attacking him?
I wasn't attacking him.
Okay. You were trying to push him down in the water?
I was trying to separate, or get him isolated so that we could separate everyone else from him. So we could get everyone away and then we could figure out what was actually going on. Because you hear teenagers asking for help, you hear people yelling that he's a whatever, and at that point, and you see minors, you're gonna be more worried about getting him away from them before you ask the questions.
And you chose to do that by using your hands on his body to push him, correct? Yes?
I tried to keep him down with my arms, yes, and then I was going to tell everyone to back up and give him some space.
So as you said, you're not a fighter, correct?
Yes.
You were trying to mediate, correct? All right.
Sister, we've been through this before. Let's move on to a new topic, please.
You'd heard that people calling him a predator, correct?
I don't know what I heard. I heard them saying stuff about a little girl, and I don't know what else it was. I don't know. I didn't know, like I said, I didn't know if there was a girl in that group. I wasn't worried about whether or not there was. I was worried about getting the person that they were calling a pedophile or a raper away from the minors. You can have a conversation about that later.
You agree that even though you're not, as you say, you're not a fighter, you pushed a man from behind while your friend was smacking him in the front. Agreed?
I would.
Hold on. Sustained. We've been through this before many times. Please.
You have
Please. I am speaking.
I'm sorry.
Please move to a new topic.
I apologize, Judge. I thought you were done. Do you have any explanation as to why you pushed him while your friend was hitting him if you're not a fighter?
Objection, Judge.
I already answered this.
Please.
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Was it because you got caught up with the crowd?
It was because I couldn't see the person in front of me because my hair was blocking my vision, and I was focused on the man who had just punched a 23-year-old or 22-year-old girl in the face.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
Nothing else.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Martin. You may step down. Is he released?
No.
Okay, please see the witness coordinator in the back.
County prosecutor who's also been appointed as counsel on this case. We are holding hearings on various motions scheduled for this morning. Before we get started, the court will note there is an order governing courtroom conduct that's in effect in this case. According to the terms of that order, other than what's been specifically authorized by the court, there's not to be any unauthorized photography or recording of these proceedings. And if you have any personal devices that will go off or make a sound, please make sure those are silenced. If they do go off during the proceedings, I'll instruct the bailiff to take those and hold them until we're concluded with our motions this morning. So scheduled before the court are various motions, including a motion as it relates to a reconsideration of the court's previous order on video and photographic coverage of the trial in this case. That's scheduled to be heard this morning. We've also got the state's motion to amend the indictment, the state's renewed motion to reconsider change of venue. We've got the defendant's motion in limine, requesting a motion in limine to limit the state to consistent arguments. There's also two additional motions filed by the defense relating to a request to strike the death penalty in this case. So we'll take these matters up in the order I just announced them. So let me just inquire first, starting then with the reconsideration of video and photographic coverage. Is the state ready to proceed with that motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
And who will be arguing that?
I'll be arguing that motion.
Very well. And then is the defense ready to proceed on that motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'll note also on that motion, the court will permit and has considered briefing that was submitted by interested parties. Wendy Olson representing those interested parties who will be allowed to submit argument for today's hearing. Is Ms. Olson present here?
I am, Your Honor.
Thank you. And you'll be presenting argument today in addition, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the court will permit that as well then on the motion. So we'll start then with procedurally on the motion. The court had entered a order in the what used to be the companion case of 22-21-16-24 State versus Lori Vallow, and that applied to both cases. The court thereafter had concluded that when that trial was complete, the issue of coverage would be reconsidered here, mostly for the reason that there was a mutual request in the Lori Vallow case, which the court considered, and the parties are in a different posture here where the defense has requested that the court permit photography or video of the trial here. Mr. Pryor on behalf of his client, and we're at different proceedings, a different case now, and that other case has been concluded. So based on that, the court mentioned to counsel in a status conference that we would address the issue today, and then I issued an order on October 11th that we would hear argument on the issue today concerning camera coverage of this case continuing, as well as the trial that's scheduled for March of 2024. So at this time, the court would note I have reviewed the briefs. I'll begin with the state's argument on the issue here. After that, I'll hear from the defense, Mr. Pryor, and then finally after that, Ms. Olson, if you'd like to make any argument on behalf of your clients, you can do that. Mr. Wood.
Your Honor, respectfully, I'd actually ask that we reverse that order. This is technically the defendant's motion, and the interested party agrees with the defendant. The state is in a responsive posture. We'd ask to be able to go after them to be able to respond. That being said, if you want me to go first, I can go first. I just think that would be the appropriate manner to proceed in.
All right, and I don't mind switching the order given that. Mr. Pryor, your thoughts?
Well, Judge, my thoughts are simply this, is that unlike the change of venue, which was the prosecuting attorney trying to have a court reconsider a motion without any lawful authority, because in the venue there is no lawful authority for them to cure a motion to reconsider. In this particular case, it was the court's own initiative that said that given the posture that they would do a motion to reconsider, and the court is well within its right to do that. In essence, what it is, Judge, is it's a first-time motion to allow cameras, and as such, I think that it's proper that the state go first and followed by the defense and Ms. Olson.
All right. Quite frankly, I'm not sure that the order matters that much in terms of how persuasive the arguments would be. I would note it was the court that raised the issue sua sponte in its order to review the issue given where we're at. Mr. Wood, I'll hear your argument at this point, and then I will hear the response from the others. I'll allow a rebuttal, however, after they've made their arguments. So if you'd like to present argument now, you can.
Very well, thank you, Your Honor. So the motion before the court is whether or not we allow live broadcasting or cameras into the courtroom. And I want to start out, I understand these are adversarial proceedings. We do not, the state does not see the media in any way as an adversary. We are grateful for the media. We respect the media. There's a reason why the right to a free press is in our Constitution and one of the first things mentioned in the Bill of Rights. We understand they have an important role in preserving government transparency. They have an important role in informing the public. And so we do respect them. This argument is not at all about whether or not the media should be allowed in the courtroom. They should be allowed, and we're glad they're there. In terms of broadcasting the trial, and the state at least is going to address broadcasting the trial and broadcasting any further pretrial hearings. We shouldn't fix what isn't broken. This court made a very good decision I believe it was in September or October of preceding of last year. And we think the court was correct when it made that decision. We think that that decision led to more professional proceedings and helped in preserving the rights to the parties, the rights of the parties to a fair trial. Again, we're not arguing that the media should not be allowed in the courtroom. In our brief, we talk about that. The right of the public and media is important in the courtroom. This specific issue is addressed in an Idaho Court Administrative Rule 45. This court has sole discretion over this matter. It's not even appealable by any of the parties. So the state has raised these issues several times. We actually raised this in the previous case before a preliminary hearing. Our concern, I'm going to talk quickly about pretrial hearings. Pretrial publicity can impede the ability of the parties to a fair and impartial trial. This cannot be denied, and it rose its head in the last trial. Individuals who had seen specific media programs were automatically cut from the jury. We expect that issue will be raised again. And while the state doesn't necessarily agree with a wholesale cutting those individuals out, we understand the concern of when someone has consumed too much media about a case, that it may make it difficult for them to
My bad.
render a fair and impartial.
I started something else. Oh, okay, go ahead, open it. Sorry, guys, I was dealing with some nonsense. Let's see for a second here.
Punched or anything like that. You had that knife ready with these
All
two
right,
girls.
I want to
standing
find
in front of
Jaquan's testimony.
you. Women.
I think we'll do that next.
Right?
Wait. Kayla says I want to now to play Larion Davis' testimony. Who's Larion Davis? Hold on. Larion Davis. Who the heck is that? Ooh, they're talking about removing cameras from Chad's trial. Oh, Chad Daybell, right? What's his name? Chad Daybell? Oh, Lord. All right, Larion Davis. Let me see here. This is pretty short. Okay, let's see. Larion Davis. Oh, crap. Larion Davis testimony. I was being a little bad. I'm sorry. I got to behave myself more. Apple River testimony. Boy, working on your low ticket sales that you got going on, buddy. Instead of being a hoe, being on all these YouTube channels. All right. Okay. Isaac's best. Ooh, but wait. Isaac's best friend testifies. Is that the one? Because I see a white guy and then I see a black guy. So who's who? Okay. Damn.
Done some things differently that day.
It's the black guy. Okay. But there's somebody else here.
Yes.
I feel like aren't you talking about like the Daquan guy? Let's see. Video testimony. Apple River. Let's see. I thought his name was Jaquan. No? Oh, thank you. Emailed you Jaquan's testimony link. All right, amazing. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, here it is. Perfect. All right, let's check that out. So let me close out this. Oh no, actually we need this open though, right? We'll close that out and we'll do this here. All right, let's do this.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give us tonight shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Going on 2 hours. Let me just tell you, realistically, I don't think they're gonna have a verdict today. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Mr. Smestad.
Will you please state your name for the record?
My name is Jawan Cockfield.
How do you spell your last name?
Cockfield.
How do you spell your first name?
Jawahn.
How old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
Are you a student or are you working or?
Yeah, I'm a student.
Where are you a student at?
St. John's University.
What kind of activities are you involved in at St. John's?
I'm a member of the football team and the wrestling team, and I study global business.
That's your major field?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the person named Isaac Schumann?
Yeah.
How did you know Isaac?
Isaac's one of my best friends.
How long did you know him?
Since middle school.
Were you with Isaac the day that he was killed?
Yes, I was.
Were you with the group of boys that were with Isaac on the Apple River on July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Back on July 30th of 2022, how old were you?
I was 17 years old.
Had you finished high school at that point?
No, I haven't started my senior year yet.
Was it the summer before your senior year?
Yeah.
Oh, Javon.
That's my understanding. Folks all rode over with Alex Bang to the river?
Yes, sir.
Did you ride twos at River Edge?
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yeah, sorry.
Did you get on the river?
Say it again?
Did you get on the river after you rode the twos?
Yes, sir.
You folks drinking alcohol?
Yes, sir.
What kind of alcohol did you have?
I had a few beers.
Do you remember how many?
Probably like 3 or 4.
Were you drinking any hard liquor at all?
Not that I recall.
Did you use any other substances?
Yes.
What kind of substances?
We smoked some marijuana.
Did Isaac Schumann smoke any marijuana?
No, he did not.
We've heard from other witnesses that your tubes are all connected together. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
At some point, I'll strike that. Did you end up taking some video recordings of some things that happened on the river that day?
Yes, I did.
How did you take those recordings?
My cell phone.
Did you specifically record interactions that your group had with Nicolae Miu, the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Are those recordings in 2 separate segments?
Yeah.
One short, one long?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we're going to play this short 9-second video here.
Grown man trying to have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck? Out! He's a raper. Whoa.
Yeah, that was my mistake on the screen blacking out. Once you went to your desktop screen, I closed it.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask her to play it again.
That's fine. It's my mistake.
Grown man trying to have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck? Out! He's a raper. Whoa.
Mr. Cockfield, is that the first video they recorded of Mr. Miu that day?
Yes, sir.
Is that your voice?
Yep.
At that point, were you sitting in a tube?
Yep.
Why did you start recording this?
Because he was just kind of looking suspicious from what I was seeing.
All right. Was he? You saw in the video that he was standing away from your group.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
Had he been closer at some point when you started video recording?
Not during that recording, no.
Right.
Like the first one.
Okay. Did Did you hear yourself say he's a raper?
Yeah.
What was that all about?
He had said like a weird comment. That's kind of why I started recording in the first place. Like, because he was having his snorkel and it was like 2 feet deep water. So like, what are you doing? And then he just said like a weird comment, something about like some little girls. And then,
did you have any girls with you in your group?
No, I did not have any girls in my group.
Did you see any other girls on the river near where you were?
Yeah, there were some girls on the river.
And I wonder if it's like what that other person had said earlier, that like maybe he somehow misheard. We've listened to that video multiple times, and they've searched this guy's entire phone, and that was never said. I don't know. Trying to give the benefit of the doubt if we're gonna do that. I guess maybe this guy had heard that, but I really think that this guy was clout chasing. A clout chaser. Now wants to come on and, you know, like a lot of these people online do, throw stones and then hide their hand. Now, I don't know. I'm not sure. But we all heard the video. Homeboy turning up, going crazy.
Child age girls or
not that I saw, no.
Did you know Mr. Miu at all?
No.
Did you know whether he was a pedophile or anything like that?
No, I didn't.
Were you making some conclusions based on what you saw him doing?
Yeah.
Person leaving. Sustained.
After you said he was a raper, did he come closer to your group?
Yeah.
Did you restart your recording?
Yeah, because after I said that, I like looked away and was like, whoa, whoa, because he looks really scary when he looked at us. And then I like refloated a little bit. And then
you say he looked real scary.
Like when I said that, like you could see like his face look at me, and like you could see me go like, oh, and then I got scared and then stopped recording.
Did he appear angry that you called him a raper?
Objections to the commission.
One at a time, please.
Objection sustained.
All right. When you saw the look on his face, did you start recording again?
Yep.
And the second video, was it how long after the first video?
Probably like 10 seconds. We had just floated a little bit further.
I played the second part of the video.
Oh, thank you. Again, just keep it off. You have to tell us when you want us to play, or display, rather.
All right.
All right.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Whoa!
Mr. Cockfield, is that the second video that you took that day?
Yes, sir.
Is that your leg in the screen?
Yeah, it is.
Now, for the record, the video is paused at the 6-second mark. John, do you see Mr. Miu's hand grabbing onto your tube there?
I do.
Is it touching your leg?
A little bit, yeah.
Did that cause you concern?
Most definitely.
Did he say anything when he came running up and grabbed onto your tube and by your leg there?
I guess I didn't hear him say anything specifically.
All right. Do you recall who you were sitting next to in the tube?
Yeah, I was sitting right next to Landon Wire.
Landon Wire? Did you know whether he grabbed onto any of or made contact with any of Landon's body parts?
Yeah, definitely.
You saw that?
Yeah.
Once he grabbed onto your tubes and was touching your legs, what did you do?
I stood up.
Were you concerned that he was reaching out for you?
Yeah.
Were you able to get away?
Not really.
Did you stand up and walk away?
No, I didn't walk away.
Did you get out of your tube?
Yeah, I just stood up in my tube so it didn't float away.
Did he make any further physical contact with you after you were able to stand up?
No.
Did you know this person at all?
No.
Do you remember how long you've been on the river when he ran up and...
I guess I'd have to take an educated guess and say like an hour.
Did you When you first saw him, was he alone or was he with a group of people?
He was alone.
All right, did he ever indicate that he was with other folks?
No, not from what I saw.
Did you say anything to him at the time that he grabbed onto the...
Yeah, I was just saying like, whoa, what are you doing?
All right, is that on the video?
Yes, sir.
Did you threaten him in any fashion?
I don't know.
Did you hear Isaac Schumann say anything to Mr. Miu?
Overruled. Can you say that again?
Did you say anything to Mr. Miu at the time that he ran up and grabbed onto your tubes?
No.
Did you and others start yelling at him to get away?
Yeah.
You remember the kind of language you were using?
Yeah, we were just yelling, like, saying, like, what are you doing? Get out of here.
Were you calling him some names?
Yeah, calling him like a pedophile.
Right, why were you calling him a pedophile?
Because he was running up on some kids, and he had said a weird comment earlier.
Did you grab onto or touch your part of your leg?
Yes, sir.
What's the proof?
Bleeding.
Sustained.
Fair to say you and your friends were making a commotion at that point?
Objection. Yes, sir.
Sustained. On leading.
Did somebody else in the river come over to see what was going on?
Yes.
You know those folks?
I did not.
Do you remember how many folks initially came over to look, check in on you guys?
Not.
What's funny is like his logic is like he's a pedophile because he was approaching kids, grown ass teenagers, 17 or whatever. He's a pedophile, and the supposed audio that he mentions was never recorded. So like I guess they're all lying.
Not like an exact number, but it was probably like 6 people.
All right. The first 2 folks over, were they males or females?
First one was definitely a woman.
All right. Did you see the woman speaking to Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Did you hear what she told him?
Yeah, she just told him like get away, like pointing and like get away.
Is that also recorded on the radio?
Yes.
All right. So we're going to play another portion, but before that, I'm going to ask you, as you're recording this, were you using your cell phone?
Yeah.
Were you holding it close to your face or out at arm's length?
I actually had it attached to my neck with like this, like there's like a tourist thing, kind of like you just put it in the pouch or whatever. Like it's attached to my neck, it probably go out like that far.
All right. Is it fair to say that your recording captured some things that you yourself didn't see at the time?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you're recording, some of the things you're recording, you weren't looking in that direction?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to play from the 6 seconds, Judge.
Tell us when you're ready.
Ready.
It's on the wrong setting. There we go.
It's going to be playing from 7 seconds.
We up! We up, homie! What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? What? Get away from us! What? What are you doing? What's going on with y'all homie? He's on camera. Guys, let's tripping. He's on 4K. Yo, them new iPhones got that good quality. What did he say? Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes. For the culture. Who is that? For the culture. Who is that? Who the hell is this?
Go. It doesn't matter.
He said he was looking for little girls. He said he was looking for little girls.
You're looking for little girls?
Yeah.
That's exactly what he said.
Weirded us out. I even have that part on on camera. Dead ass. Some young ass kid. What the hell is this guy's problem, bro? We trying to have fun. He's gonna claim you. He's gonna claim you. We don't want this motherfucker. He on camera. Oh God. Oh God. He on camera. Oh God. He on camera.
Pause at 150.
Oh, is that essentially more of the video you took that day?
Yes, sorry.
Is that your voice sort of narrating what's going on?
Yes.
Was that you saying for the culture?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
I guess kind of like for the greater good. It's like a
bullshit.
New saying, I guess.
A new saying for the greater good?
Sort of street slang?
Yeah.
As you're recording that, did you see Mr. Miu take a knife out of his pocket?
I did not with my own eyes.
You've reviewed the video a few times? Yes?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Are you aware now that your video shows him putting up the knife?
Yes.
But you didn't see it at the time?
No.
I mean, maybe that's how he believes it. I think this guy was the main instigator.
It's number 2524.
Stop!
We're ready. John, is this a still frame from your video?
Yes.
You see Mr. Miu in the video?
Yes.
You see what he's got in his hands?
Yes.
What is it?
Looks like his knife.
No. You didn't, was your testimony earlier, you didn't see him hold the knife or hold the knife?
No.
Did you, while you're recording, see him holding the knife down by his side with the blade facing up?
No.
Going back to still judge, this is 2533.
And by the way, I'm curious for when the defense comes on, and also, how long are their days going? I have the screen behind me. Oh, somebody sent me this too. This is a different one. Apple River trial. Witness changes story after police interview. Ooh, that's somebody else. Oh, that's who you were talking about. There's somebody else. LaRon Davis took the stand in the Apple River trial and changed the story he told police. Okay. Damn. So I think we can squeeze it in because this one's an hour long. And this guy's testimony is about 25 minutes. Okay. Kayla, I see what you were talking about. I got you. After this, we'll do it.
Juan, is this also a picture from your video?
Yes.
What do you see in that still?
See him holding his knife.
If you had seen him while you're recording the video holding that knife, what would you have done?
Objection, speculation, irrelevant.
Sustained.
At this point in the video, who's standing in front of Mr. Miu, if you remember?
I guess I don't really know her name, but her, I don't really.
Men or women?
It's a woman.
All right. Was there one or two women standing in front of him?
There was two.
All right. At some point, did you see Mr. Miu do something in relation to one of those women?
Yes.
What did you see?
He punched her.
Which one, do you remember?
I think it was the blonde one.
Well, you just watched the video. You're aware your video does not capture that punch.
Yeah.
But you saw it yourself.
Yes.
Sustained.
Were you looking in a different direction than the camera was pointing?
The camera was, yeah.
Speed it up. I mean, we can try 1.25. Let's see. Playback speed 1.25. Let's see.
And at the time that you saw him punch the blonde woman, that you handed the camera over to where your friends were?
Yeah.
Now it sounds like mumble.
After Mr. Miu punched the blonde lady, what happened? What did you see happen?
I saw all of her friends kind of like start going towards him and like try to, I guess, fight him.
All right, and did a fight break out?
Yes.
Did you know any of the names?
That's the real
folks?
betting?
No, I did not.
Did you see somebody strike Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Did Mr. Miu go down?
Yes.
Did you at any point touch him in any way?
No, not once.
Other than that, did you touch your leg earlier? You did not touch
No, I did not.
So Madison, the instigator, wanted privacy, no cameras or audio. Interesting.
Got to rip another portion of the video. Okay, we're ready here. We're playing from 150.
He ain't a woman! He ain't a woman! You ain't a woman! He ain't a woman!
Hitting a 206 yard. John, did you also record that portion?
Yes.
And as you watch it here today, you see Mr. Miu stabbing close to the knife?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
At the time you recorded that, did you know that was happening?
No.
Is that you laughing in the background?
Yes.
At one point, did you say you hit a woman?
Yeah.
Was that a reaction to what you described earlier?
Yeah.
Did you eventually realize that people were getting hurt?
Yes.
Did you realize that Isaac Schumann had been stabbed?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I kind of just looked down the line of people that were hurt. I saw the first person, like, that's not my friend. That's not my friend. That's not my friend. The last person I looked at was my guy, Isaac. Yeah.
As the fight's going on, did you see people bleeding?
Yes.
At some point, did you realize?
Olivia says Court TV has transcripts of Madison's testimony. She said he punched her on the left side of her face with his left hand, which is impossible. She lied. Oh.
What was happening?
Yes.
That when you stopped laughing?
Yes.
So we're going back to the video. It'll be from the 206 mark up to the end.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait. What the fuck? He's dying. He's dying, bro. Wait, what? What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are we serious? Is this real? Oh my god. Who is that?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Is this real? Is this real?
Oh my god. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Is this real? Is this real?
Bike, bro, bike.
That's not bike. That's not bike. That's not bike. That's not bike. That's not Isaac. Oh my god. Oh my god. This isn't real. This isn't real.
Do you want to set the final part of your video that you took that day?
Yes.
At the end, when you were saying that's not bike, who were you referring to?
Isaac Schumann.
Is that a nickname?
Yeah.
Were you able to see where Mr. Miu went after he stabbed these folks?
No.
Were you concerned about where he went, or were you?
No.
Did you make your way up to Isaac?
Yeah.
Were you able to see that he had been wounded? Did you try trying to get some folks to help.
Yeah.
Eventually, some people stopped to help.
Yeah.
Was a nurse one of the people that stopped to help?
Yeah.
Sustained.
Did you know the folks that stopped to help you?
No, I did not.
Eventually, you did police and medical personnel show up on the river?
Yes.
Do you know how long it took for them to get there?
No, I don't.
Did you see Isaac get transported off the river?
Yeah.
Did you follow?
Yeah.
Once he got up to the road to the bridge?
Yeah.
Did you speak to the officer? At some point, did you tell an officer that you had video of the incident?
Yes, I did.
And did you show that officer the video?
At the time, I just played it to the point where Mr. Miu was in it.
At some point, was the officer able to take a screenshot of a still from your video?
Yes.
That showed Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Approach?
Yes.
Isaac, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 38. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
That's my cell phone with a still frame of Neil on it.
Is that the still frame that the still picture the officer took of your phone that day?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
I'll move for admission of Exhibit 38.
Any objection? Received.
Once you got up off the river, did you speak to a police officer?
Yeah.
Pretty briefly?
Yeah.
You saw it happen?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
Eventually, was Isaac transported to the hospital?
Yes.
Did you follow?
Yes.
Did you speak to another officer at that?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell that officer what happened?
Yes.
Almost at the halfway point.
Did you see the person in court who you reported that day who did this?
Yes, I do.
What else did you wear?
He's wearing navy and gray pants with some brown shoes.
Mr. Trophecy.
So, Mr. Hatfield, you are currently a two-sport college athlete, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You play football and you wrestle in college?
Yes.
What position in football do you play?
I play defensive end.
Defensive end?
Sure.
Can I ask you, how big are you?
About 5'11", probably like 235.
5'11", 235 is what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that what you wrestle at, too?
Heavyweight, yes.
Back in 2022, about the same size?
I was a little bit smaller, yeah.
Wrestle at heavyweight still?
220 pounds, yeah, back then.
So you considered, back in July of 2022, you considered yourself to be a fit young adult, right?
I guess I'd like to think that.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you some questions initially about the interview that you gave with officers, okay?
Okay.
The interview that you gave with officers at the hospital, you indicated that Mr. Miu told you that he was looking for a snorkel. Is that right?
That is what I said.
Okay. You never mentioned to officers that he told you anything about looking for little girls, correct?
If that's what it says.
Well, in a situation where you say he's looking for little girls, do you think it would be important that you would tell officers that he told you he was looking for little girls?
Yeah.
But you never do that, do you?
I guess I didn't.
Did you think it was important?
I guess there was more things that were more important, but that is important in the grand scheme, yes.
Right, so more important was he was looking for a snorkel.
Not really.
Okay, but you mentioned that, right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you say, if I have it right, you had 3 to 4 beers and were using marijuana.
Yes.
Okay.
I honestly think that these people that make up shit about people with kids and stuff, oh yeah, kids, they should lock them up too. Just like people that lie about rape. It's almost on the same level. I think they should charge this guy after this trial or before. They should have dragged his ass out, taken him to a court, and charged his ass, or this guy that's on the stand, not on the stand, but the defendant.
There was
don't hold these people out
by your group. True.
Yes.
In Tito's and in like water bottles?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any of that?
No.
Okay. So just the 3 or 4 beers and some marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also, I guess to your credit, tell the police you guys were antagonizing Mr. Miu, right?
After the fact that he hit the woman, yes, we were.
Well, you don't consider calling him a raper antagonizing him?
I mean, based on what he was doing, and it looked like that really, like, that made him chase after us afterwards, so who knows what he was really doing.
My question to you is, do you believe telling him that he can't have sex with little girls and calling him a raper would be considered antagonizing?
Yes.
And you were the one who was saying that, right?
Yeah, but that's after he ran up on us and like was doing a bunch of weird stuff. Or like he looked weird, I guess I could say.
Okay, so
saying that, yeah.
This, and you know he's alone, right?
From what I see, he looks alone.
Okay, so and you know that he's, and what you see, he's kind of an older man.
Yes.
Not very fit.
Yes.
Okay, so you see an older, not very fit man walking alone, and you start calling him names.
As I'm sitting on my tube, like I'm saying, like, what are you doing with the snorkel in 2 feet water? And then he said something weird after that.
What business is it of yours on the river? What he's doing? He's not bothering you, right?
I mean, I was interacting.
Is this a defense already? Sound like it's a defense already or something. Okay. I don't know. Okay.
With every single person we saw that day on the river.
Okay, so
at least most people.
Joanne, my question remains, what business is it of yours to bother a man who's not bothering you?
I was just asking a question. What are you doing?
What are you doing? And he tells you, I'm looking for a snorkel.
At that point?
Yeah.
The snorkel was in his hand at that point.
Well, you tell him that, you tell the police that he told you he's looking for a snorkel. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you then say, grown man can't have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck? He's a raper, right?
Uh-huh.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You have no information as to what this older man is doing, do you?
No.
Okay. And you say, after you call him a raper, he looks over at you, right? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Mm-hmm. Or yes.
Wouldn't you suspect somebody that you called a raper to kind of look over at you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you surprised that he looked over at you?
At the time, yes.
When you were calling him names, you're surprised he glanced over at you?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled. You can answer.
Yes.
Now, can I ask you a little bit about this lanyard or whatever that you were holding your phone in? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's around your neck.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury how long is it?
It's not like that long. Like I said, I could probably pull my phone out that much and it's around my neck the whole time.
So can I ask you, in terms of when you're holding it, about how, I know it's not up to your face, okay, but how far away from your face or your chest do you think it would be?
Yes, I could say like 7 inches, 8 inches.
Okay, so you're not able to hold it like right now my arm is extended. You're not able to do that, right?
Not much.
Okay, so, and I won't get too close to you, but so you're holding it kind of like this.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you indicate to police in your interview, they say to you, are you calling him any names? And your response to the police is, there were a couple of us guys calling him a weirdo, right? You told the police that?
Yes.
Okay. You don't tell the police that you're actually calling him a pedophile initially and a raper.
I said on the thing that whatever else I said would be on the video. That's what I said.
Okay. And
yeah, if you care about the kids, why not tell the cops? Right? I mean, like that was another. You were alleging all this stuff against this guy. Why not? That's the same thing with these people that just make false accusations. Why not report it to the cops or something? Right? What?
You don't know what he's doing walking over by where you're at, right?
No.
Okay. So, calling him a raper and saying he can't have sex with little girls, you're doing that to humiliate him, aren't you?
Not necessarily.
Well, what other reason would you be calling him names when you don't know anything about what's happening?
Trying to figure out the situation.
So the way that you're trying to figure out what's happening is by calling a grown man names. Yes?
Yes.
And you are yelling at some point, get away from us.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And that's after he comes up to your group, right?
Yes.
And when he comes up to your group, you're holding your phone kind of like this, are you not?
Yes, I am.
Recording. Yes, okay. And he walks around your tubes and away from your group, does he not?
After engaging with us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have to be happy. You wanted him to get away from you, and he is getting away from you, right?
Not much. I mean, we're just standing there, and like, he barely walked past us at all, and like, pretty much in our path. We can't float past him. He's in our path.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. He walks past you guys, and you guys continue to move toward him. Is that right?
Not necessarily. Move towards him.
Yeah. So
what do you mean by that?
If you're Mr. Miu,
okay,
and at one point he turns his back to you guys, is that true? You saw that on the tape?
Yes.
Okay. So this person that you want to get away from you is walked away from where you're standing and turned his back to you. True?
Walked out of our path, like into our path from where we went from. We passed him, and then he ran up on us, and then went in front of us.
You and your group move toward him, like I'm moving toward you, right?
No. Well, I mean, like, the way you're describing it isn't necessarily how I would feel like we were doing it, moving towards him. It's kind of just, we were there, yeah.
You were moving, your group was moving closer to where he was standing.
After he had moved completely up to us.
I understand. Yes. You want him to get away from you.
Uh-huh.
He's moved downriver a little bit, and your group is moving in his direction. True?
Yeah, the way the river goes, yes, that is his direction.
Okay. And do you remember, Mr. Ryan Nelson testified, Mr.
Okay.
Do you remember someone yelling on you in your group? You got 10 seconds.
I don't recall that personally.
Okay.
Oh, really? Play it for
It's a 38.
Play it. Yeah.
I'm going to play it, and I just want you to listen. You don't have to watch.
Okay.
Just listen, okay? Yes. So, Mr. Kitefield, if you just listen.
Oh, that didn't play it.
What did you say?
Clearly.
Did you play it again? I'm not sure if I did. I'm sorry.
Give him some headphones. Give him some Sony headphones.
Good quality. What did you say? I actually did not hear it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
That's the thing. I just like the defendant. He's a liar. He has lied, and this person here is a liar too. I can't stand people like that. It's just like these people can make all kinds of shit without any kind of anything, but when presented with like video and like details or like facts like in front of their face, I'm not sure. I clearly hear it. I clearly hear it.
But you would agree at that point your group is moving in his direction, yes?
As the river would go, yes.
Right. You don't stop, but you're walking with your shoes in his direction. True?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And you say shortly thereafter, you were asked this, you're yelling for the culture, for the culture, right?
Yes.
And you were asked what that meant, and your response was something like for
peace and unity.
The greater good.
Yeah, along those lines.
What is the greater good of you recording that?
I mean, this guy was, like I said, ran up to our group as we were floating past him, and we were causing a scene, like, what is this guy doing? Get away from us. And then people come over to help us, so that's for the culture, for the greater good.
At that point, had the people come up?
Well, when I said for the culture, that's when the people came up. So if that's not at the point where, well, yeah.
Okay, and this is also...
I said it, yeah.
We try to talk one at a time, okay?
Sorry about that.
It's okay. So...
Well, the good thing about this defendant, as for trying to be objective, he's keeping his cool, but I think he's a fibber too.
This is something that you want to record, right? This incident, you want to record this, don't you?
I mean, not really sure what type of question that is.
Well,
you know what type of question that is.
You don't stop. Hold on. You don't stop recording, and and try to figure out the situation. You just keep recording what's going on. True?
Yeah, I mean, why would I stop it? At that point, it looked like it was like a weird situation. I just recorded.
I'm sorry, you said it looked like a weird situation?
Yeah.
Okay. And at this point, you see Mr. Miu walk over to this blonde girl.
Yes.
He's cleared a path for you all to walk through, hasn't he?
Yes.
So you have to be excited. You wanted to get away from him. You said he was standing in your path. He's moved out of your path. So your group can just go right by. True?
I mean, that group came over to help us, so why would we just leave them?
I want you to listen to my question.
Can I hear it?
He moves over so your group can go past.
Is that why he moved over?
I'm not asking you that.
Okay.
I'm asking you, you said you were yelling for him to get away.
Uh-huh.
You wanted him to get away.
Yes.
You said he was standing in your path, right?
Yes.
He moves over out of your path.
Yes.
So your group, you have to be excited because your group now can go right by, right?
I mean, we could float by, yes.
You could have floated by.
Yes.
But you didn't.
Yes.
You stayed.
Yes.
Okay? And you stayed as this other group comes over.
Yes.
Okay? And you, on tape, yelled to this blonde, he's looking for little girls.
Yes.
You don't have that information.
He said that. I remember him saying that. So
he said that. Hold on. You don't have that on tape.
Okay. True. It was not on my video.
And you never told that to the police. True?
True.
Okay.
Yeah, this guy's a total liar. That like to me, you're a fucking liar.
When she comes over and you choose to stay instead of actually moving on with your trip, you hear her yelling at him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Ryan Nelson described her as being in his face. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So, and her name is Madison Cohen. Okay, just so you know. So you would agree that Madison Cohen is in Mr. Miu's face, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you would agree she appears to be angry, true?
Yes, or concerned at least.
I'm sorry?
Concerned at least, yes.
You don't tell her what's going on. You just say he said he's looking for little girls, right?
Yes.
Okay. So instead of trying to explain the situation.
Yeah, this dude was like an agitator for sure, hyping everybody up. I mean, if people hear that, group of teens, people are drinking, anybody hears that, you're gonna get upset, and rile people around you.
You're just yelling at her, saying this is what he said.
Right? Yelling to her what the situation is, which would be considered explaining, kind of.
So what's the situation?
He said he was looking for little girls, so I told them that's the main concern of the situation. And then he ran after us, so yeah.
And he ran after you, and instead of passing, you stay and tell her that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, initially, it's the six of you and Mr. Miu. True?
Yes.
You'd agree when this other group comes over, now there's more people involved.
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, an additional 5 people come over to assist.
Yes.
Okay. So now we're at least up to 11 or 12 people against Mr. Miu. True?
Okay. Yeah,
right?
True.
Okay. And during this entire interaction, up to the point we are right now where Ms. Cohen comes over.
So I wonder why the prosecution keeps trying to deny, it wasn't 10, 11, 12 people, it's 5 or 6 people. Well, this guy just admitted and stated to eventually became 11, 12, 13 people.
Mr. Miu's not saying anything aggressively to any of you, right? No. He's not physically doing anything to show his aggression toward you, right?
No.
Okay. And you're not afraid of him at that point, true?
Because of the people that came to help, I was not afraid of him.
Right. So strength in numbers, right?
You could say that.
So the more people that are coming over, is it fair to say, as the number of people increase, your fear level decreases? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And 11, 12, 13 against 1, you're feeling pretty comfortable at that point, right?
Yeah.
And you, when I say you guys, your group, the young Stillwater people, you begin to taunt him, don't you?
What do you mean by taunting?
Kind of get in a circle around him and all start pointing at him that he's a pedophile.
Object to the characterization of being in a circle around him. That's not the evidence.
I'll be up to the jury to decide. Objection overruled. Cross-examination.
Right?
Can you say that again?
Sure. You guys form kind of a circle around him, are really close to him at that point, pointing like I'm pointing, gesturing, pointing at him, calling him a pedophile.
Yes.
Okay. And because of the way your camera is situated, you're pretty close to him as well, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. And the purpose of taunting him and calling him a pedophile and pointing at him in that situation is what?
Kind of just to let them know what he was doing.
You already let them know what he was doing?
Yeah, but I guess it was just still going on.
What was still going on?
What you just described.
Well, I know what you're doing.
Okay.
The question is, why are you doing it?
I guess I don't know. It was 2 years ago.
Were you doing it to taunt him and humiliate him?
Not necessarily.
So why are you doing it?
Sorry, I guess I don't necessarily know.
Any other explanation that you can think of as to why you would go around somebody, pointing at him, taunting him, calling him names, other than to humiliate him? Now, you had mentioned that he had punched the blonde girl, Madison Cohen.
Yes.
Okay. You agree that's not on tape?
Yes.
Are you saying that you saw it, though?
I did.
Okay. When you say that you saw him punch her, she's in his face, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens, if you know, what happens to her?
Like after he punched her?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you see how he punches her?
I kind of just see like a hand come over towards her face or at her face, and then I just see like the follow through, because I didn't really see anything after that.
Okay, can you tell me a little bit about that? And what I mean is, I don't want to mischaracterize what you're saying, okay? Do you know which hand he uses?
No, I can't really think about which hand he used.
Okay. And when I think of a punch, maybe you and I think of it the same way. I think of a fist and somebody kind of putting their weight into it and punching somebody in the face. Is that how you think of it?
I think there's a bunch of ways to punch people.
Okay. How do you see it?
Like a punch?
How do you see this punch?
Just like kind of like a hook.
Okay, so you see him and you use your right arm, right?
Yeah.
In that situation. So do you believe that he uses his right arm and throws kind of a hook across?
I'm not sure which arm, but it kind of felt like I saw a hook. Yes, a hook.
A hook. Okay. You don't see her go down, do you?
No.
Okay. And at that point, you see this group of people attack Mr. Miu, right?
Yes.
You see him get punched in the face and fall backwards into the river.
Yes.
You think that's funny, right?
After he had hit a woman, I think he was sort of getting what he deserved, yes.
So you thought it was funny?
Funny, yes. I guess I was laughing.
Yeah. And in fact, you had moved up. You got your camera. You're kind of right up in his face with this now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And as he's being attacked, you're laughing throughout that portion of the video, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. When he gets pushed back in the water, you're still laughing after somebody had already been stabbed, right?
Yeah, I didn't see it.
But you're still laughing. True?
True.
You agree that, from what you've seen, Mr. Miu doesn't stab anyone until he's attacked. True?
After he had punched the girl and then was attacked, yes, then he starts stabbing people.
Okay. Before that, would you agree the temperature kind of in what's happening is going up and up and up?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. More people are showing up?
Yeah.
She's getting in his face?
Yeah.
Right? It's feeling more volatile to you?
Yeah.
And you're feeling more comfortable because of the numbers, right?
Yeah. I was going to throw these away if I had a trash, but appreciate it. Thank you.
My last couple questions, Mr. Cockfield. There's a point on that video that you say, I'm paraphrasing, but you hit a woman. Right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. That's not at the point in the video when you believe he struck Madison Cohen, right?
What do you mean?
Well, there's two.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood what you were saying there.
You know there's two women involved in this?
Yes.
Okay. When you say he struck a woman, is when he makes contact with Riley Madison, not Madison Cohen. Do you know that?
Say that again?
Sure.
You said he made contact with me. Yeah.
There's two women, okay?
Okay.
If we're going to do this sequentially, you say he strikes Madison Cohen with a hook.
Yeah.
On that video, you don't say anything about him punching Madison Cohen.
No.
Right?
No, I don't have to. Like, as it happens, I didn't.
Right. You don't mention that on the video.
Not right away.
What you mention on the video is that at the time, sequentially of the video, he makes contact with Riley Madison. Then you say he hit a woman.
I object, Your Honor. That's not the evidence.
Sustained.
I don't have any other questions, Judge. Mr. Costco, thank you for your time.
Mr. Smithstein?
Juan, you were asked about how big you are, that you're a football player and a wrestler. Do you ever touch Mr. Miu in any fashion?
Not once.
Did you ever cock a fist at him or anything like that?
No.
Did you ever tell him you were going to give him a beat down?
No.
You told Mr. Trophecy that you told the police that at one point he said he was looking for a snorkel. Did he actually say that at some point? Mr. Miu, I mean?
I'm not sure at this point.
When he ran up and grabbed onto your tube and made contact with your leg, did he have his snorkel in his
Yeah, that is. It's like trying
Did he drop it out? So
Yeah.
you were asked about whether you heard someone say you got 10 seconds. You indicated you didn't hear that. Did you ever say that?
I never said that. Yeah. No.
Did you ever hear anybody in your group say that?
I did not.
Overruled.
Did you ever hear anybody in your group say that?
No.
Mr. Trophecy had asked you why you didn't float by him and get away from him, and instead you continued recording. Did you have any idea that any of this was going to happen?
No, I did not.
In your wildest dreams, did you ever think would happen?
No.
As you sit here today, are you glad you recorded it?
Yes.
I'm going to show still frame number 2593. We're ready. Do you see that, John?
Yes, I do.
Is that a still frame from your video?
Yes.
How many people are confronting Mr. Miu in that still frame?
2.
Males or females?
Females.
Do you see 11 or 13 other people encircling him in that photo?
I do not.
Do you see anybody behind him?
No.
What do you see behind him?
Open. Looks open behind him.
I'm going to scroll through some of the stills from after this picture. We'll start. This is starting at 2593. Stopping at 2640.
And there's one more witness we got to watch. I guess it's coming close to the end of day 5. I guess we'll be here tomorrow. And I want to play, I'm going to give it a minute. Once this is done, we're going to play this witness that says and Kayla asked about this person, Larion Davis. Witness changes story after police interview. So we got to check
43. That sequence of stills, is that when you panned over to your group of friends?
Yep.
Or your group of friends surrounding him?
Yeah.
And the photos you just watched, was your group of friends surrounding Mr. Miu?
No. No, it wasn't. Overruled.
What was your answer?
No.
Were you all standing in a line?
Yeah.
Sustained.
How was your group standing in relation to Mr. Miu in these stills that you just watched?
We were just standing kind of by our tubes. Fine.
When you spoke to the police, you told them that he punched a woman?
Yes.
Did you, when you spoke to police, what did you tell him happened with the woman?
That he had hit her.
And that was right after the incident?
Yeah.
Nothing further.
Mr. Trophecy?
You were asked, this kind of big guy. Did you touch Mr. Miu? And you said that you had, right? He never touched you either, did he?
Besides the very beginning when I was sitting down on my tube.
Right. But otherwise, in terms of being physically aggressive, you weren't physically aggressive toward him, and you weren't harmed in this at all, were you?
No, I was not.
Okay. And you were asked on redirect about, do you recall telling the police that you were looking for a snorkel, and you said you didn't really recall that, right?
Yeah.
Why didn't you say it?
No, I'm saying I didn't really recall telling the police that.
But you believe that to be true, that he told you he was looking for a snorkel, right?
I guess I don't recall that.
Well, if he didn't, my point is, if you don't believe that he told you that, why would you say it?
I don't know.
The picture that you were shown with the two females standing in front of Mr. Miu, you remember that?
Yes.
You'd agree there's approximately 11 people standing behind those two people, right?
At that very moment, I'm not sure.
You'd agree that there's a group of people, two groups of people, your group of people, and the other group of people have come together, right?
Not necessarily all together. They were like kind of on their way, I guess.
Okay, but there's your group, and then I think you testified, plus at least 5 or 6 others that come over.
Yes.
Okay, so overall, at that point on that video, that still that you were shown, it's 12 on 1, right?
In that still frame, no, it wasn't.
There weren't 12 people standing there?
In that still frame, it was 2 standing next to him. That's what you're asking me.
With 10 right behind him, right?
I don't know about right behind him.
Well, you saw the video, or you saw the still of you and your group moving forward once you say that Madison Cohen was punched, right?
Yeah.
You're all right there.
Like, they're right here, and then he's right here. Yeah.
Okay. And at that point, you were asked, well, it's open behind him, right?
Yeah.
There's a point in the video where you pan back. Do you see where Mr. Miu's group actually is?
No.
You don't know if he was by himself or with other people, right?
No.
You don't know if your group or the group that had come over had cut him off from getting back to his people, right?
I don't know.
Yo, Chris, thank you for the super chat for the 5. Says, can the entire chat say thanks to Juan, the new way of spelling Juan, right? Juan, proving Nico was not guilty. Oh shit, Mel, I want 5. I'm gonna try to do the 5. I'm out of shape. I mean, I was doing 20, and then after a couple of weeks, I slacked off, and we gotta get back up. Kayla, thank you for the 10 memberships. Man, you're dropping bombs. Really, really appreciate that, especially the people that have been riding with me for years. Appreciate the love. Yes. Yes.
So I'm just going to ask you a couple questions about things you asked on redirect. I'm going to show
Sam,
you
what's wrong with you, Sam?
2623. Okay. And that's a picture of your friend Alex Bang and a picture of Isaac, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you looking at them when you're running this camera?
At this point, I'm just like panning around and like looking all around, I guess.
What I'm interested in is your head, your face, your eyes looking at where your camera's looking?
No.
Okay, so
I guess I don't recall technically exactly where my eyes were looking while I was panning around right at this still frame.
Okay. But you'd agree that at this point, Mr. Miu and Ms. Cohen, there would be I'm looking at it, they're to the right of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And your camera's, you're holding it like this, right?
Yeah.
Like this?
Yep.
And do you know at that point, in order to see what's going on over there, you're holding the camera straight and you're turning your head, like I'm turning my head to the right? Yes?
Can you say that again? Sorry.
Well, what you testified to was that your eyes aren't necessarily in the same place as the camera.
Yes.
Okay. What I'm asking you is, you're holding the camera, showing Mr. Vang and Mr. Schumer.
Yes.
Okay. You're not looking at the camera. You're not looking where your camera's being pointed. Is that what you're saying?
Not at every second. No.
I understand. There are points that you're moving around.
Yes.
Right. But your head, in order to see what's going on with Mr. Miu, your head is turned in this direction in order to see this confrontation that's going on.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
While you're keeping your camera here.
Yeah, like I guess I can move my camera, move my head, everything can move.
It's 20, by the way.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Hatfield.
Thank you. You may step down. Is he released? No. All right. Please see the coordinator. She'll give you further instructions.
Judge, in case I didn't already ask, I'm moving for admission to 38. I think we might have already done that.
Boy, I walked out quick. All right, let's bring in this other one. I'm out of breath. I'm trying to save myself, my life. I want to see this other testimony. I want to see what's up with this. I believe I can.
Have you state your name for the record, please?
Valerian Davis.
Mr. Davis, how old are you?
No, my niece down.
What city do you live in?
Minneapolis.
Were you tubing on the Apple River near Somerset, Wisconsin on July 30th of 2022?
Yes.
Were you with a group of your friends?
Yes.
How many folks, if you remember?
It was 4 of us in total.
Were you drinking some alcohol that day?
Yeah.
Do you think you were impaired?
No.
At some point, did your group have contact with a group of teenagers having a confrontation with an older male?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was?
I don't remember the specific time, but it was during the day while we was on the river.
All right, and your group of folks, do you remember how many tubes you had?
We had like 4 strung together.
All right, I'm going to show you, we have a video from parts of the river. I'm going to show you a still frame from that video. It's number 2670.
It's gonna pop up right here.
It will in a second once they're ready.
Sandwich said, even though her comment was deleted, just a separate question. How'd you feel if an old man was snorkeling by your daughter? Sam, obviously you have not watched this trial. You have no idea what you're talking about. You came in for a second, but you pretend you're here all the time. He wasn't snorkeling. He wasn't snorkeling. There was nobody next to like these underage kids. So you haven't been watching. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. I know you're trying to get a moment. You've been doing that with your caps lock. It's just not even a factor in this trial. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. And Barnes, thank you for the 10. Appreciate that. Gracias. You haven't been watching. You're lost. You come in once every couple hours. You're not.
Mr. Davis, if you can look at the monitor on the jury box there, showing you still 2670 from our video. Do you see yourself in that still frame?
Yeah, right there with my hand up.
All right, is that you standing up?
Yeah.
Blue shorts?
Yeah.
Is that your group?
Yes.
In the foreground, do you see a gentleman who's splashing down into the water?
Yes.
In this particular...
Kelly said Sandwich has been trolling for days. Yeah, it's just like you're asking questions that's not even like, it's not even a conversation. What are you talking about?
Still frame is your back to the person going in the water?
You're part of the problem.
Yes.
People like you that don't research or look at anything.
What are you holding up in your
believe
hand?
everything.
My phone.
Were you taking a picture or something?
Yeah, I was recording a video.
Of yourself?
Yeah.
At some point when you were recording that video, did you realize something was going on
Damn.
behind you?
Yeah. Rachie says feels like she's been trolling for a year. Holy shit.
Yeah, when I was recording the video and I was showing the whole, like when I was recording my video, I was showing my whole view, and that's how I noticed what was going on in the background.
All right. Did eventually you turn around and start actually recording what was happening?
Yes.
Do you remember when you first started recording, how many seconds or minutes was it after that picture where you're doing the selfie?
I say it was like right after that because I was on Snapchat, so I saved that video and then I tried to take another video.
All right. I'm going to show you another still frame from our video. It'll be 3093, Judge. We're ready.
I want to see what they're talking about with this guy. Oh my God, Ronnie's legs. God, I'm
Larry, and still 3093, do you see yourself in that photo?
Yes.
Are you standing or sitting?
Standing.
What are you doing in this particular frame?
I'm recording the incident.
All right. We're going to play Mr. Davis's video here. It's exhibit. Oh, pardon me. Did you get a chance to come to our office and review the video that you took?
Yeah.
And did you put your initials on the flash drive that your video is located on?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, Judge, if I can approach.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 21. Does that look familiar?
Yes.
Amanda, thank you for the 5. Says, hi Mel, are you sticking with us until the final verdict is reached? Would much rather watch it with you than Fox. Yeah, I guess so, probably. I think so, yeah. I think tomorrow will probably be on early morning, and we'll watch different portions of the trial. Yeah, to Sam's thing of like, I mean, I don't know, these people are always trying to like use a comparison and trying to use your kids against you or whatever. I've never even snorkeled before, but I guess let me just put myself in the, you know, I guess the theoretical, hypothetical question. If there's anybody that's elderly next to your kid, there must be a pedophile. I guess that's the logic that you're using. I mean, for one, my kid wouldn't be alone. I'm not one of those people. I know some people that like let their kids go to the park and they just sit at home, or like they'll stay inside the house and let their kids go outside. I'm always with my daughter. But if I was on a trip, you know, snorkeling or whatever else, and there was an elderly person next to her, as long as I'm watching everything and nothing, I'm not gonna go attack. Hey, what are you doing here? I'll just try to go do something or touch her or whatever. But like, I don't know what. I don't even know how to answer your weird question that has nothing to do with this trial because it's not even a factor in this trial. You know.
That's the flash drive you watched earlier today?
Yes.
Are those your initials on there?
Yeah.
And the date?
Yes.
And I guess before we play it, I'll ask you a few more questions. At some point, after you were finished recording, and we'll get to that part, did you tell law enforcement that you had a video of the incident?
Yeah.
And did you try to transfer that to a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Was there a problem with the transfer?
Yes.
With the video that you transferred, is it garbled in some sense?
It's the video. It's like what's the word? It's like blurry because I sent it from my iPhone to the officer's Android phone.
All right. After that initial transfer of the video, did you have an issue with your phone?
Yes, it had water damage.
All right. Did you drop it in the river that day?
Yes.
Did you try to figure out a way to extract your original video out of the phone?
Yeah, I tried to do the iCloud because with iPhones you got your iCloud storage, and with Snapchat I tried to see with with your storage on Snapchat it'll back up to the cloud too. I tried to see if that was gonna work, but it never worked.
Did you eventually send your phone in to try to be repaired?
Yeah.
Were they ever able to retrieve the original video you took?
No, they only got that video.
All right, at some point, did you tell the police where your phone was, or they were trying to repair it?
Yes.
And did you give them permission to take it?
Yes.
All right. We're going to play
so far.
Exhibit 21. I move to admit and publish to the jury.
Any objection to 21? 21 is received. Go ahead and play it. Wait till they give us the cue.
Ayla, thank you again for the memberships. Gracias. Also, Hugh, thank you for the super chat earlier. Deb McDougal, thank you for the 15 months. And Mel, love your coverage on everything. Thank you. Mustard Mom, 11 months. Welcome to all the new members. That's earlier.
Judge, we're having some technical issues.
Oh.
Mr. Davis, is that the video that you took back on July 30th of 2022?
Yes.
As you were recording it, were you watching what was happening at the same time?
Yes.
What did you see happen?
I saw him stab. I saw him stab the light-skinned dude before and like slice his whole stomach open. And you could see him like push the next person in that video, but it's like real blurry. That's pretty much it.
Were you able to tell the people that had been injured?
Yes.
Did you and your group make any efforts to assist these folks that were injured?
Yes.
What did you do?
Me and my brother, we had helped carry, it was a girl, she had got stabbed, and then we helped, there was another dude that got stabbed in like his arm, I think. We helped him, we walked him out the water too, because he was like hysterical.
Any other questions, Your Honor?
So, Mr. Davis, you provided 2 interviews to law enforcement. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. One on August 10th of 2022, and then another one on March 7th of this year. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to make sure I understand your testimony correctly in terms of the video. Are you saying that you recorded, there was more video that you recorded, it was just lost in the transfer?
Yes.
Okay. What? And is what was lost in the transfer, I mean, you've provided the police with information on what you said you saw, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked today about what you saw, and you said you saw that a light-skinned dude got stabbed, right?
Yes.
Did you see more than that?
Yeah, it was like a tussle.
Okay. Well, I'm going to get into that with you for a minute, okay? So what you've provided to the state in terms of what you say you observed, there's much more than that. True?
Yes.
Okay. And your, can I ask you this? Is your memory of events, so you give two statements, one about 11 days after the incident, 12 days, and one 21 months after the incident. Which memory, in terms of the dates when you give those statements, is one better than the other?
Well, it'd be the one that was closer to the event, that'd be better, but I gave a statement to the officer that day.
Okay. So if I said to you, memory's normally better closer in time to an event, would you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. Now, on the interview that you gave in March of this year, though, you told the police that you remember it like it was yesterday. Remember that?
I don't remember saying them exact words, but...
Real quick, the Combat Drummer, thank you for the 5. Thanks for the coverage, Mel, and providing all the entertainment. Love and peace, brother. Yo, thank you so much for the support and riding with me, man. I saw that other stuff, so thank you. Jaded, thank you for the 14, I think, in Canada. Mad respect, Ick and Mel, thank you for the coverage. Appreciate that. Jenna Balby, thank you for the 10, says, it's sad this could have been avoided. I struggle at first with self-defense because the amount of people injured, but it could have been... You see the groups of teens jumping and beating people. That could have been his worry. It's
officer or investigator.
Thank you, guys.
Investigator O'Keefe said to you, you said you remember it like it was yesterday, though, and you say, yeah. Okay?
Yep.
Okay. Now, and you had described, at least in your interview with the police, that you were really kind of paying attention to what was going on.
Yes.
Okay. In your statement in March of 2024, you say, tell me if you remember this, I remember he had a hat on. He had on. Like, he looked like he wasn't supposed to be in the water. Like he just came out of the bushes. He just came out. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So is it your testimony today, under oath, that the person involved in this incident had a hat on and came out of the bushes?
No.
You told the police
I told them that, yes, but I don't, like you said, it could be foggy. I don't think that's what it was no more, though.
Okay, well, this is less than a month ago you had this conversation with him, right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And were you intentionally lying to the police?
No.
Okay. So where do you come up with the idea that he came out of the bushes?
Because that's why I saw him running to the bushes after the incident.
Okay. And tell me if this is fair. You tell the police he walks in the water. He had pants on and everything. He had a jacket on. Right?
Yeah, I don't recall that.
Well, the police say you said it. Do you deny saying it?
If that's what y'all got, I guess, yeah, I said it. I don't remember saying it, I should say.
You don't remember March of this year talking to the police?
Yeah, I remember talking to him. I don't remember saying he had a jacket and a coat on.
Timer still running?
Okay.
I remember he had on a hat.
Okay.
I don't know.
And he had on shorts. I don't recall no jacket though.
All right, but you don't dispute that you told the police.
Oh, they said they're still deliberating.
No.
I thought they were done.
Why would you tell the police that?
Like you said, our memory is a little joggy over 2 years ago.
But you told them that you remembered it like it was yesterday.
Yeah. What about that?
Right?
Yeah.
Do you?
Oh.
That was a month ago I said that though.
Okay. So a month ago you remembered 21 months ago like yesterday. In the 26 days that have passed since then, It's all fake.
I object argumentative.
Sustained. You made your point.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
You also said to the police,
Hello?
he came out of the bushes and he was taking pictures of the girls.
Yes, I said that.
You saw that?
No, I said that.
I understand you said it. Did you see it?
Yes.
So you saw Mr. Miu with his camera that afternoon taking pictures of little girls. That's what you're telling this jury.
Oh, no. No, that's what I said.
No, like I said, I understand you said it. Is it true?
Oh, I don't know.
Why would you say it if you don't know if it's true?
It was a lot going on.
A lot was going on March 7th of 2024?
No, that...
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
Say it one more time for me.
I just want to make sure you understand, okay? On March 7th of 2024, you have a recorded interview with investigators O'Keefe and Justness, I think is how you pronounce his name. They speak to you about this incident, right? Yes?
Yes.
And on March 7th of 2024, you tell these law enforcement officers that he comes out of the bushes and that he's taking pictures of girls, right?
Yes. Yes.
That's not true, is it?
I guess so.
What? I guess so? You seriously tell this to cops? And then you're like, it's not true, I guess so? Fuck it. I'm going with not guilty. That's my... So this is my prediction. This is my prediction. I feel like because of these skeezer ass testimonies, you're gonna have to wait now. These people calling me, don't got nothing to say. Because of these skeezer ass testimonies, and Nick lied too. I'm not leaving Nick out. Nick is a liar too. But when it comes to reasonable doubt, because of these skeezer ass testimonies, and I can tell this other guy, the other guy who's recording, the guy instigating everything. The vibe I get watching him, he's a liar, in my opinion. Just a straight up fucking liar. These people, the under oath, putting your hand to the Bible means nothing to these people. Why would it, right? Look at it, like, what do you think they care about that shit? But then this guy, this guy would be so dishonest. I have to say that it should be not guilty just because of all the damn inconsistencies, but I feel like the jury will probably vote guilty with the lesser charge. Guilty, lesser charge.
It's hard to say because like that's what I recall from the day that happened. That's what I was telling the officer.
Okay. You'd agree when you were interviewed by the officers back in 2022, you never said anything about him taking photos of little girls, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. You don't remember ever telling them that he came out of the bushes either, do you?
I know I said that.
You certain of that, sir?
Well, no, it's over 2 years ago.
Okay. I just want you to...
But I believe that's what I told them.
Okay. And you didn't tell him that he was wearing a hat and a jacket and pants back in 2022, did you?
But also 2022, we were on the water, we were drinking and everything. What I saw was a scuffle and a man stabbing people.
Okay, you said much more to the police on your interview in March of 2024. You provided far greater details, okay? And that's the stuff that I want to talk to you about. You told the police he walked into the water fully clothed. That's not true, is it?
No.
You told the police he got caught taking pictures of little girls.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
That's not true, is it?
I guess not, no.
Wow.
Actually, can I say I don't know on that one?
Beg your pardon?
With the pictures and the girl taking pictures?
Let him ask the question and please give an answer.
He
Okay.
realized he fumbled. He fumbled that. Incredible.
When this whole thing kind of starts, you're making a video, you said, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I think back in August of 2022, you said that you were taking a video, and I don't want to get this wrong. You were recording your girl because you said she was kind of arguing with you. Is that true?
No.
No? So if you said that, that wouldn't be true.
Wait, you said I was recording my girl because she was arguing with me.
I can just tell you what you said and you can tell me.
Yeah.
I'm recording me and my girl because she has an attitude.
Yeah, that sounds more. Yeah, that sounds more like it.
Very good. So you were recording the person you were with because she had an attitude, according to you. Right?
But in a sense, I was still using this camera. So when I say I did that, it's like this.
Okay.
And that's how I seen what was going on behind me.
Now, okay. You indicated back in August of 2022, they asked you about what you saw when I say they, law enforcement. And you said, you know, we just drinking and stuff. I wasn't even paying attention. Is that true?
Yes.
So you weren't paying attention to what was going on. You were just, and that's okay. You were just drinking and stuff.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Great.
That was another thing that I said that was, yes. But I can't just say, you can't say I wasn't paying attention if I noticed in my phone camera, I was still paying attention. That's how.
Mr. Davis, I'm not saying you weren't paying attention. That's what you said.
Right.
Okay. So in August of 2022, you say you weren't paying attention. In March of 2024, you said you remembered it like yesterday and were paying close attention. Which one's true?
Both of them. That's how I felt when I said it, right?
So you have the ability to not pay attention and pay close attention at the same time?
No.
Then how can they both be true, sir?
Objection.
Object what?
Okay.
That's a valid ass question.
You don't have to answer.
And this guy lacking any kind of self-awareness, because liars, skeezers. You don't realize the shit you've just been caught up in? Wow. Incredible. Incredible. What?
My last couple questions and then I'll let you go. Your initial interview with law enforcement back in August, you indicated that you said the following: I don't recall like what the old man looked like or anything. I don't even know if it was an old man. Do you recall saying that? Yes?
Yep.
Okay. So back in August of 2022, you didn't, if I'm hearing or reading what you wrote correctly or said, you didn't remember what the person who was involved in this, if they were old, young, what, right?
Yep.
Okay. Have you, as this has been going on, the case, have you been following it, like, on media, social media? I'm not just talking about the trial, I'm talking about from the time this happened up until now. Have you been trying to gather information from those sources?
Nah, the only thing that I ever seen was right after it happened, the little news article about the stabbing and stuff, and that was pretty much it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Davis, thank you for your time, sir.
Any questions?
Just one question. I want to clear about this.
What a
Mr.
mess.
Davis, did you know any of these folks other than the people on your tube?
Didn't know nobody but my girl, my sister, and her boyfriend, my brother.
Nothing else. Thank you.
Mr. Strapasi? All right, thank you, Mr. Davis. The witness coordinator in the back will tell you where to go next. It's 2:40.
Welcome back to Fox 9 Morning News at 8 a.m.
Great to have you along as we get going on this Wednesday together. It is 8:15. Minnesota's Aurora's new season kicks off in about 6 weeks, and with the new season comes...
Okay, all right. All right. So I guess the trial is, I guess it's still going on. I mean, the deliberations. And I guess they're just showing recaps.
If I'm a child molester, you should be having alcohol.
Oh,
you know, and they took my, I was snorkeling, so they took my snorkel away. They threw it in the water. They grabbed my pants. One wanted to pull my pants down, and I grabbed onto him. And I don't know who that kid was, but he had a knife on him. And then there was another knife, a longer knife, looked like a kitchen knife, kitchen or something, I don't know. And I don't know what happened to either one of them. I just know that when the kid attacked me, I took that from him.
The kitchen knife or the other
No,
knife?
the smaller knife.
Okay, what did that knife look like? Do you
I
remember?
don't even remember.
But it was smaller?
Smaller, yes. So, that's all.
How did you get to be by them? Or who are these people?
So, Ariel lost his phone.
Okay.
The phone was in the floor.
One of those bags that
Yeah.
Okay.
And everyone had one, but his phone was in the floor, so he says, well, let's go look.
So I guess they're going to ride out into the night? It could end today or take a couple of days, depending on the jury. We don't know. Holy moly! Oh, they're going to ride this shit out until nighttime? Did it? I was reading Mr. Obama Diddy time. What the heck? All right, I'm going to take a little break.
Calling me names.
We'll
They
take a
got
little
out
break.
of their tubes. They came at me.
really hot in here. It's
Like, I said, all I need. And they were calling me all kinds of names, insulting me for being in the water with a snorkel. And I said, all I want, guys, did you find the phone?
Oh my
And
God.
I saw they had found something. All right. And I don't know if there was a phone or something else they found, but they wouldn't talk to me about what they found. And we were looking desperately to find this phone. And I know somebody found it, but I thought it was that group.
Okay.
You know, and then they went over, they came to me and they grabbed my snorkel and they threw it in the water. Well, the water was so fast, it went under. So I went out after it and they started, another group of mostly girls came over from the other side, yelling at me or calling me child molester and what something with something like that. And I went back. I actually after this incident, I don't even know what happened. I just know that they attacked me and I was in self-defense. I went into self-defense mode, and then I went over to my group of people. That was it. And they asked me what happened, and I wouldn't tell them. I said, I can't tell you. Let me calm down.
Okay.
I was shocked. So nobody on that knew exactly what happened. The only thing they said was, look, somebody got in an argument over there. Like, yep, let's just leave that alone. Don't go there.
Are you able to draw for me, like, where you were looking for the phone, like, and where was Ernesto and Sandy, and where was the school? Maybe it would help me kind of understand. Yep.
These guys were here. I don't know how many, there were quite a few.
Okay.
We were upriver about 100 feet. Our group was here.
So you guys were in the water?
Yes.
Okay.
So we were in the water. And then there was another group of people over here that came to attack me. So there was this group of people here, this group of people that attacked me. They attacked me here.
So your group was floating down the river like this?
Actually, we're stopped. But yes, this is the
That's the direction you were
yeah.
going. Okay, so your group is stopped.
Yeah.
And who's looking for the phone besides you? Like, how do you know the phone's missing?
Oh yeah, we talked about it. I yelled.
Oh, okay.
It was so because I lost my phone and said, well, you didn't lose it. It's floating down the
Because it's
river.
in that bag.
Yeah. So let's go find it. You know. And he was over here pouting that he lost his phone, and I said, that's okay, I have my snorkeling gear. And then I heard this guy said that he found something. And when I was snorkeling down, I passed him. I kept looking, and then I came up, I came looking, and then they started yelling and screaming, and I said, did you guys find something? And I thought they did. And I know they did, because they were hiding something from me. And then I went over there and they grabbed my snorkel, they threw it down. They got off their tubes. They came after me. They pushed me. One of them hit me, and then there was a girl that came from here and hit me in the back of my head. And I was about right there.
You said right here?
When she hit me, yeah.
And that's when the female hit you?
Yeah. And she was coming from another group over here. I don't know how many people were in there.
Were these guys stopped?
Yes, in very shallow water.
Okay, so it's really shallow over here.
Shallow there.
Okay.
Pretty much the two sides are shallow. Yeah.
Was it, how deep do you think it was when you were like snorkeling around with your phone?
4 or 5 feet.
Okay.
Not very deep. And the water was very murky, so I could not see anything.
Really?
Through my goggles. But those goggles are lost. They took them, they grabbed them off my face and threw them in the water.
We found the goggles.
Oh, good, thank you.
And the snorkel.
Yes.
Yep. Are they connected?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And they're just like regular snorkel goggles, right?
Yeah, I had them over when I went to the Caribbean.
Okay. What do they look like? Just to make sure we have the right ones. White?
Well, transparent plastic with the white snorkel.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Is that it?
I think we have them. Was there any? Did it seem like these groups were together?
After they came after me, I don't know. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think so. I mean, I feared for my life. Tell you the truth, when they started hitting me and pointed a knife at me, and then another kid pointed a knife, I thought that was it for me. Luckily, I took it from one of the young kids, and I think that's when I swung back.
What did you do with it?
I don't even know.
Okay.
I don't know. Absolutely, I don't know. I don't know if he got it back. I have absolutely no idea.
Did you hit him? Like, did the knife make contact with him?
That I don't remember.
Okay.
You were so close.
Sure.
And one had it in his hand, so I took his hand and I bent it and I poked him with his own hand. And then I took it from his hand and then I went and swung like this. So I don't know who I hit. I just know that I took the knife from one of the kids.
Okay.
The other one, I don't know what happened to. I didn't get hit. Because as soon as this happened, I started running across. So I went across to my group, and then my group was wondering what just happened, was it? And I didn't want to tell them anything.
Just because you didn't want to...
I didn't want to get anybody aroused. I didn't want my group to go say, well, we're going to go talk to those kids. No, they were too drunk, I believe. They were too drunk and too set on going after people, I think.
What were these guys doing? Did they know anything was going on?
No.
So they didn't know you were getting punched or...
Well, they saw the scuffle because at one point Ernesto was coming towards me like, hey man, did you find anything? And I said, no, I didn't. I don't know. These guys must have it or something. I don't know. And he says, okay, well, he will just get another phone on Monday. You were concerned about getting the phone. And like, okay, so what are you doing? I said, I don't know, I'm just gonna go lay this shit in my thing. And then Sandy said, okay, are you okay? And said, I don't want to talk about it. You know, and then they asked me, hey, what do you want to do? You want to stay here? You want to go down? And I said, I want to go down. And then some girls from my group heard that something was happening over here, and they said, well, we're calling the police, and I think they called the police.
Okay.
One or two, I don't know.
Did you see any of
And good afternoon from our live streaming center, Fox 9's Gavel to Gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial. You can see Judge Michael Waterman is back on the stand, or excuse me, back on his bench. It is 4:26 p.m. Central Time. We are told the jury has another question. After this question, we'll all fill in the blanks afterwards. Let's go right out to Hudson, Wisconsin.
In session, the attorneys are present. Mr. Miu is present. 12 jurors are present. Members of the jury, the bailiff has notified me that you would like to adjourn, go home, and then come back tomorrow morning. You're nodding your heads in agreement. That's your preference. That is your prerogative, so we will follow your wishes. The warnings tonight are the same as before. No independent research, no investigation about the case. Do not view any media reports, social media posts, internet commentary, or video about this case. Do not talk with anyone about the case either. It would be highly improper for anybody to attempt to influence your judgment at this stage, or any stage for that matter, of these proceedings. The bailiff will take you out. Let's come back tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock? Okay, 8 o'clock. Same routine as before. Please take the jury out.
I'm about to say another question. It's just bedtime.
We're live. That's what happens in these court settings. Back in the Fox 9 live streaming center, Gavel to Gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial. We thought we were going to get a quote-unquote jury question. Instead, what we got is a jury that wants to go home. It has been 8 long days.
I'm ready to go
they
to
got
bed.
this case at 12:27 this afternoon. We know they had lunch, presumably picked a jury foreperson. And with the party sitting down, I'll go back and let's listen in to Judge Michael Waterman.
Again, the exact wording is, can we see the Cockfield video tomorrow morning from 10 seconds before the confrontation with Maddie Cohen to 2:27 seconds, signed by the foreperson. Comments, Mr. Anderson?
No objection. No objection.
All right, since there's no objection, we will plan for that. As soon as the jury arrives, we'll assemble in the courtroom. I'd like to have the video connected and ready to go, and then we'll follow the same procedure as we did earlier today. No comments, no commentary, no opportunities to persuade or influence the jury. They're simply coming in to view the video, and then they will return to the deliberation room.
Do we agree that it would start then at 1:40?
I don't know what the time would be. They're just asking for 10 seconds before the confrontation with Maddie Cohen. So I'll let the attorneys identify what point in the video that is, and then we'll display that to the jury. Beg your pardon?
Chase is over.
Maybe you don't want us to talk about it right now, so I was
Yeah.
going to talk, but
Yeah, you guys can figure that out, where in the sequence it should start from. Anything else from the defense?
no judge.
All right. Have a good night, everyone. Yes. We'll see you tomorrow.
That's it.
And good afternoon again, Paul Bloom here in our Fox 9
Paul.
streaming
All
center. That
right.
should be
Yeah,
a full
Paul.
lid on today's court proceedings in St. Croix County Circuit Court, Hudson, Wisconsin. So they did technically have a question. They're going to go home and resume court in the morning. So this jury getting the case at 12:27 on my clock. They presumably had some lunch, so figure maybe 30, 40 minutes of lunchtime before they got into their deliberations. So let's loosely put it at 1 o'clock. And then deliberated for about 3.5 hours this afternoon. No verdicts. By my count, they have some 21 charges and counts against Nicolae Miu to consider. I just want to put a point of emphasis. The question kind of baked in, although it again wasn't answered and wasn't taken up in that moment, is they once again want to take a look at the Juwan Cockfield cell phone video of the deadly encounter between Nicolae Miu and all those tubers on the river, July 30th, 2022. If you've been with us during the afternoon, afternoon, they had that very same request right around 2 o'clock. So about an hour, if you figure in their lunch, about an hour into their deliberations, they asked to come into the courtroom
Nicolae.
to watch that video. The judge ended up playing two
Kitty, happy
videos, a
birthday.
little 9-10-second video. Juwan Cockfield initially shoots of a snorkeling Nicolae Miu in their initial interaction, and then the much longer 3 minutes and 20-second video. They watched that a couple of times in court. They went back to deliberate. We did not hear from them until just minutes ago, and you've seen now they've gone home for the day, but they do want to watch that video again. One thing I will put a flag on is they're asking for the 10 seconds, specifically the 10 seconds before the encounter between Nicolae Miu and Madison Cohen. Again, that is the blonde woman. They are face to face. So much courtroom testimony regarding what happened. She's in his face. There's contact. Some people say Miu threw, quote unquote, the first punch. Slap made contact first. He testified that she had invaded his space, made him uncomfortable, may have grabbed at his arm, telling him to leave that area. And then there's that physical confrontation. From there, things just spark and escalate. They want to see those last 10 seconds, which is important. Then the other thing, and I pointed out when they watched the video the last time, they said specifically they want to see up until the 2:22 mark, which is the end of the confrontation. I will point out again that pre-trial, the defense, in relation to that video, actually asked the judge not to allow the state to play the last 45 or 50 seconds, sort of the aftermath, the blood filling up the river turning blood red, Juwan Cockfield turning his camera towards him and being absolutely freaked out. They thought it would be prejudicial. It didn't go to the actual confrontation, the claims of self-defense. I would just point out this jury has now taken note that the key elements of that video are up until the 2:22, 2:25 or so mark, and they want to see 10 seconds before the Miu Madison Cohen encounter. I think that's telling. What it tells us, we just don't know. There is no fly on the wall. There are no sources inside that jury to report out what is going on. They have these 21 counts to consider. The jury instructions took almost a full hour to read by Judge Michael Waterman this morning. They have a lot to do. So we've now hit about 4:30 Central Time. You heard court is in recess until 8 a.m. I will come back. I will join you tomorrow at 8 a.m. We will watch that video again with them, and we will take you through as soon as they have another question. If they come back with verdicts, we will be there throughout. Keep this link, keep this stream open. Again, for now, I am Paul Bloom, Fox 9 News.
right.
We will see you again very shortly.
Okay, so we're gonna call it a night. We're gonna call it a night, but and I'm gonna take a mini nap, and then I gotta go to this I gotta go to this family sushi dinner that I'm excited about, as you can tell. But we'll be back in the morning. If there's a chase tonight after the dinner, I'll be back. I love you guys. Thank you so much for watching and supporting me and all this stuff. And we've been here all day long, so I appreciate it. Take care. Love you guys. Bye. Adios. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Oh. Better get them ticket sales up, man. What's up with y'all?